Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Peace and love. I'm Horse, y'all. Peace and love. Welcome to Unscrambled Minds. I am the goddess, Sister Freedom, Big Mama, as you all know. Kiki.
Uncle Maya, and welcome to Unscrambled Minds. I'm Yashiria Sakina Fry.
Hey, hey, hey. It's Gemini the Goddess, aka No Limit Goddess, and today is Friday. Time for the pre-turn up before tomorrow night's turn up.
And peace and love, everyone. It's Osanea.
Hey, Dulcinea.
Come on now.
Elsie, go ahead and
Hey,
introduce. Yes, please. I'm Horse, so you don't have to.
Oh, yes. So tonight it's going to be a very interesting conversation. We have Nitro Wisdom coming on with us to talk to us. We have some questions about his origin story, but it should be very interesting. We always enjoy when he comes up on the panel and he gives us wisdom. So this should be really good. Let's start off with you telling us a little bit about how you grew up in Georgia.
So let's see. I grew up in the 90s, so I'm a 90s baby. And when I was born in San Diego, so my parents met out there, had Nitro, and then I was about 1 year old and we moved to Georgia. So I grew up during the time where a lot of the I call them pale skins, but when a lot of the pale skins had got pushed out of Stone Mountain and moved to another part of Georgia, not too far. It was called Gwinnett County. So a lot of them moved from Stone Mountain and moved into Gwinnett County, other places in DeKalb County too. But Stone Mountain had been a central place. Y'all heard of Decatur, places like that. Also, right next to Stone Mountain is a city called Clarkston. So Clarkston has a lot of immigrants. You're talking people from all parts of Asia, Africa. We had Europeans, South Americans. We had some of everything in Clarkston. So growing up as a child, I was around a lot of different ethnicities and nationalities. So I got to learn some of the stereotypes that they have about us, that they have about themselves, some things that, that was true and untrue, but I got to see it all as a jit. So growing up, I had a very diverse understanding about what was going on in my environment, even if I hadn't traveled to those places. I had friends that might have been from there. I got to hear some of the racist things that their parents say, how they teach, some of their children to, don't hang around us. They might say the men, they gonna join gangs and rob you and get you pregnant. So they don't want their daughters around us. And they might tell their sons, don't go around them, because the girl's gonna set you up and they have no dignity. So, I heard a lot of these different things as a child. So as I got older, I had an understanding on the spectrum. Not that everybody looks at things those way, but, people can't pull the wool over my eyes and tell me what it is and what it ain't, because I don't seen it firsthand and heard it firsthand. We didn't the part of Stone Mountain I'm from is the hood. So we didn't really have pale skins. Like it wasn't a lot of them. Like when I grew up, so a lot of the things I ended up learning about, their culture was, of course, from TV, movies, and all them things. But you really don't get to know until you travel and move around. You know what I'm saying? So as I got older and left outside of Stone Mountain and would travel, I would interact with them a little more. But other than that, all I knew was our culture. You feel me? Growing up, I played sports, so I was a captain in sports. Learn a lot of leadership, you know what I'm saying? Learn how to interact and talk with other men in a healthy, less toxic way through sports. You feel me? It was more like military training where I could really interact with my peers. And I had been doing that as a youth. Like I was always smart. I was in AP classes, all that. I was a hood baby. So I grew up fighting, cussing, doing all that like everybody else. But, my parents stayed on me and made sure, I took my education serious. So I kind of, would go to school and help my peers out a lot. So that ended up, being a thing that stuck with me throughout the years, is being able to help my homies, help people my age, transliterate a lot of things that they might not understand into a way that they can digest it. You know what I'm saying? Meeting people where they at. So I ended up going to college for football and realized I didn't want to put my hands in no coach. I didn't want to put my destiny, my future in a coach's hands, a program, all that. Like it's a lot of politics involved in it. So I decided to, hit the ground running with my career. And so I left from Tennessee, came back home, went to school for media production. So I went to school for music. I was already involved in music professionally at that point. I started doing music professionally. I was about 16. So at this point, I'm about 19, went to school for a few years, seen the same type of politics that, I'm in the field. So I see a degree ain't going to really get me as far as I think it will, not for other disciplines. I switched my major to film, learned as much as I could, found out the school was stealing money. They had been in a financial scandal. And, I'm saying, I said, F that, and, went another direction. So I really jumped headfirst into my entrepreneurial journey, you know what I'm saying? Started creating businesses. I created a management agency, a management and marketing agency that I still run to this day. I also created a media company and an event directory called ATL All Night. So what we do is we centralize all the moves in Atlanta in one place for tourism, for B2B commerce, so businesses can interact with each other. We create different pipelines for, let's say if it's hairstylists, people who create clothes, people who sell hookah. You have, liquor brands that need a way to interact and facilitate business and traffic to each other. So we work as like the DoorDash or the sports center of the nightlife. So I've been doing that for about 3 years now. That's been going great. So, I book talent at different events. We do influencer campaigns. So I'm really big on helping people fine-tune gifts and tools that they already have that they might not know how to use it, or, how it can be of utility. So I help plug it in. You know what I'm saying? I'm a problem solver. That's what I do. Like being organized is my strong suit. Um, so yeah, that's in a nutshell kind of what I got going on. And I got other stuff going on too. I got a nonprofit, an educational nonprofit. So we teach science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. We've taught over 100 children how to read, write, history, science, all these different things. We partner with a lot of big brands like the Boys and Girls Club, Novellis. Uh, yeah, yeah, I chill working, and I help people do their genealogy as well. So researching your family, figuring out where you came from, trying to go back as far as you can, and then utilizing it however you got to. Sometimes people have estates that they can't access without the proof. So the genealogy is the proof. If you can prove you're a descendant of certain people, then the courts or whoever can acknowledge, your claim. So and many different things. I've helped people, kind of overcome personal traumas through figuring out who their family was. They might have heard stories, but really knowing who their family are can teach them a lot about themselves. So community building, nation building, like I'm very, very big and hands-on. Like people who know me, you know what I'm saying? My mom in here watching now, I got people in my community that really support what I got going on. You feel me? So they know I've been 10 toes. Like, I've been on that. You know what I'm saying? This ain't nothing new. It ain't no trend. Like, I've been out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, that's what I got going on. You know what I'm saying?
For you to be so young, you got a lot going on.
No,
You
I
are
appreciate
achieving a lot, and it's all positive. So let me ask you this. Have you ever been in anything like The Nation or anything of that nature? Like, what do you follow anything in particular?
it.
My
So I grew up like most people, I would say slick Christian, not really Christian, like you believe in God, you know, and some Jesus, read the Bible, like that,
yeah,
go to church. My grandma was my dad's mom was very heavily into the church. She was the usher. Everybody knew her, you know what I'm saying? So when I was real young, I used to go to church with her. I would like stay with my grandparents, when my parents would work. I would go over there after school, or I would be there on weekends. You know what I'm saying? Like, my granddaddy was my dad's dad was like my best friend. He passed when I was like 8. So I really stopped going over there like that because I started seeing, some things in my family. And I'm glad my parents showed me what time it was in my family when I was young. So I got a little dose of reality real, real young. So my parents always kept me grounded with uh character building. You know what I'm saying? It was more so like, if you can't read this Bible and pull tools out of it to help yourself, you're reading it for the wrong reason.
right.
The older I got and was able to ground myself with, dignity, principles, and morals, I started learning about other things. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know what you don't know. And I realized that growing up around a lot of Christian faith-based people, they don't know anything outside of that. And they don't even look into that religion as deep as they should at times. Just to make sure that a human isn't misleading you, you should really, double check what you're believing in. So that sent me down a rabbit hole. And then my sister, just a little side note, my sister had put me on game because she seen I was serious about music. I was on my computer making beats all the time. And that was like when Lil Wayne was hot. Like, I was in it. Like, and she said, "Little bro, I want to show you some things that you need to know about." You know what I'm saying? That, is what's going on in that industry. And she put me on to like all the esoteric stuff that was going on. You feel me? She just showed me one video. She was like, sit here and watch this. That thing was like 3 hours long. By the end of it, I was like, they got all that going on. What? So that led me down a rabbit hole throughout high school. I was about 14 when she did that. And,
The
so,
music industry, I agree with you 100%, can be rough. I
oh yeah.
myself am also an entertainer. And growing up, I had what I'd say 3 records out, actually. And I was
Mhm.
with Gamble and Huff, Kenny Gamble and Leon Huff. I sang with many orchestras. I even background Phyllis Hyman on her last album she had before she died. But when I got pregnant with my youngest child, I had to kind of give up my music in this life, and I didn't know that I had a daughter. My daughter is bad. I mean, to this day, right now, she's a bad girl. And the group that I had was called Baby Dolls, and they were signed with Sony Records, and they will steal your groups and everything's right
Oh yeah.
underneath
Oh.
you. And I mean, I had the same people that was dealing with Beyonce and all of them, and I took my kids, they was everywhere. We went to Wanye's house. I'm related to, actually, Mike is related to me on my mama's side from Boys to Men.
Mhm.
And it was horrible. The music industry is horrible. And because I was having a baby, they would be calling the other girls' moms and telling them, Freedom can't really do this for you, do that for you, because she's having it after I put the group together.
Right.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm
Yeah. Yeah.
saying?
They'll backdoor you for sure in the music industry.
It was really, 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 really. I mean, I had people behind me, like Patty, um, many people that I had that would, that was my people that would have helped my group. It
Mhm.
was the music. I'm with you on that with the music industry. It is absolutely the worst. And
Mhm.
it seriously is bad, really, for women. If you don't have a strong man, because they mainly deal with men more so than they will even deal with a woman in the
Yeah,
music industry.
definitely.
And if
Definitely.
you don't have like a man behind you, they'll steal everything from you, your songs, your
Yeah.
group, everything. I'm telling you, it's a bad deal if you ain't got the right people. So I agree with you with that.
No, definitely. And I'm thankful that she did that because it kind of helped me from being
Yeah,
blinded by you
I
get
was.
enamored by the shiny shoes and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Being that young, you start to tailor your goals around it. So through high school, I was able to push my music. You feel me? I got 2 songs on the radio by the time I went to college. I had accomplished some good things at that time, so it took away a lot of the you got a certain type of unguided ambition when you're that young. You just really trying to climb and just keep climbing. It kind of made me get grounded and focus on what's going on behind the scenes. So I ended up hitting a rabbit hole with that information. That's when I started, I was like, let me kind of look at this Bible a little differently. I had started hearing about little Masonic things and all that was on the internet. I've always been a person to do my due diligence. I get intrigued. I want to start looking this stuff up. Like I ain't finna go join, but let me see what I can find on my own. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and
That
it's
led me down there.
people. That's a smoke screen, ain't it? It's not
Yeah,
as bad
no, for
as
sure.
people try to make
So
it.
it's all about knowing yourself at the end of the day. A lot of these journeys is all about learning yourself, learning the omnipotence of yourself, how limitless you are, and learning the tools that we use to build our character, build ourselves up. And at times people manipulate people needing guidance. They know that if you deprive somebody of these things, that you can come along later and be, the savior to their situation. And
Mhm.
people sometimes they play on that. So I went down the Hebrew Israelite rabbit hole, you know what I'm saying, just by seeing the correlations and certain things, just the patterns, it sticks out. So I went down that rabbit hole. But I knew it was something deeper than that. So then I found out about like Moors and stuff. That was about actually I had been knowing about Moors. I did a project in college about Moors that took many different things into Europe and help them reach an enlightenment age. So I already had prerequisite information about the Moors of antiquity, but it was a new thing with like these dudes running around with these little fezzes on. I'm like, I ain't never seen that before. You know what I'm saying? So
It turned differently.
yeah, it was different, especially being in the South. Like, ain't a lot of the Moors just running around out here like that. So I
Mhm.
at the time, this was about 2016 or 17. So I had I was working with these people I met on Facebook, and we started this. Well, they started the group, and I ended up getting added to it. And it was called Black Utopia. So we had about 20 some people all around, you know what I'm saying, the nation.
Mhm.
Everybody was just interested in trying to build something. We was doing research. Like we was like, we had to get a piece of land. What we gonna do with it? We went down that whole rabbit hole, and I end up kind of just stepping into a leadership position. Like, shit, I help y'all figure this out. Like I know how to use this computer now. You know what I'm saying? I get on it and go crazy. So I found out a lot of things about what can we do in our situation, like what is capable, like what limitations do we have, what's realistic. And then one of the girls in that group, she was like, I'm on here arguing with this Moor. And she tagged me in the post on Facebook. And she was like, yeah, come talk to him. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been doing a lot of research. And me and Brett ended up talking, and he actually was pretty cool. He was like, I want you to come to a temple meeting that we having. You know what I'm saying? And I was like,
Mhm.
I don't know, bro. I ain't finna get in there, bro. I'm bringing my gun. Like, I ain't finna get me in these little rooms. You know what I'm
I ain't
saying?
just forget God, right?
You good? It's a religious meeting, you know what I'm saying? It's all good. Just come in there. I was like, all right, bro. Boy, y'all trip, boy. I'm all right. So I ended up pulling up, and the elder in there was about in the 70s at the time. And he was so
That was.
enamored with just how interested we were in the information, but not for the wrong reasons. Most people come in there talking about how can I get sovereign, and I got the child support, bro. Can you help me get? You know what I'm saying? And like, can y'all float? You can teach me some magic.
It ain't
They
got
are,
nothing to do with being all that stuff. I always find ain't got nothing. I used to say, what does that got to do with being a
yeah.
Moor?
It has nothing to do, like nothing.
Not a
So
damn thing.
nope.
Damn thing.
So I actually was in the temple for
Turned the
about.
Moor
I
completely.
was in the temple for about 2 years, a year and a half, something like that. But this was like a daily, weekly thing. So it wasn't like a every now and then. Like I memorized the constitutional bylaws, the divine constitution and bylaws. I had memorized the prayer. I paid my dues and made my meetings. You know what I'm saying? Like I learned a lot. Like I
In it.
really,
Was
I
in it.
sat on the phone with,
Like my mom.
yeah, like it's really it teaches structure. It gives you a foundation, and once you learn the history about it, it makes sense on the information that's being taught. Like I hear a lot of people now bashing what was being taught, but if you just use some empathy and put yourself in the shoes of people that was in the 1920s, a lot of them couldn't read or write. A lot of them were heavily influenced by Christianity. So the way that the movement was designed and tailored was to attract people who had been colored, labeled as colored, Negro, Black, whatever at that time, and give them their own group to raise themselves up in. So it wasn't as gangbang like as you see now about the information, because you had Christians, you had Indians or indigenous Americans, you have Muslims, you had all different types of people that were in these temples, but they all were able to link together to move on politics, civics, you know what I'm saying, like economics. So I learned a lot being in the temple. And even after I left the temple, I only left the temple, honestly, at that point, because I didn't feel the leadership was reaching a certain level that it should. I feel like it had got very complacent. A lot of
Yeah.
the elders, and it's understandable, they don't trust a lot this new generation coming up that are like charlatans. They get the information, they get shiny shoes, and they attract you to it and lure you in with it. So they were very like gatekeeper-ish, you know what I'm saying, with the information and a lot about the movement. But after I got out of that temple, I started networking with more older Moors that were in other temples and other bodies. You know what I'm saying?
Different types of Moors, different kinds of Moors.
Yeah. And you have like, because I was a part of the Moorish Holy Temple of Science. So they were extremely religious based, very spiritual.
Okay, yeah.
And then you have the Moorish
And
Science
still there
Temple
are
of America.
Noble Drew Ali's teachings, correct?
Yeah.
With the Moorish
Yeah.
temples,
And then you have the MST of A, the Moorish Science Temple of America, where it's a little more political, it's more civics based. They get into spirituality, but not as deep.
Right.
So it's more about understanding how to navigate this situation within the movement. And then, like, even before I got into the temple, I was on YouTube like everybody else, looking at RV publications, RV Bay publications, Taj Tyreek, a lot of these people who were
Rise, that's
allegedly.
my cousin, actually.
You said what?
She's actually my cousin.
Your RV?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got into a lot of the information, but being in the temple, I was able to compare and contrast a lot of it. So that's when I started looking into, like, you would hear people talking about Malachi Z. York, and you know what I'm saying? Like, mind you, I joined the temple, I was like 24, 25. So I didn't know about a lot of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I might have seen some of the information, heard about some of it here and there, but I really was like, man, let me dive into this and see what's going on. And yeah, I feel a unique understanding about the movement, because a lot of people, again, they don't want to know the truth sometimes. Unfortunately, they want to know what's the best way to be a Moor. How can I be an adept or a sheik so I can start my own temple? Those type of things don't really lead you down a path of knowing, like, why is that movement in the state that it's in. So, I pretty much I would say matured past that. I still keep some things like what the movement stand for. I 100% support it. People might get into this, and it's like, look, bro, if you gotta learn how to tap dance to get fast, I'm not gonna put you in the gym and say you gotta do it this way. It's a million ways for us to skin the cat. Like my grandma, that same grandma was in the church, is one of the nicest people I know, one of the most kind heart people I know. Was very mild mannered. All she did was chill in her room, smoke her cigarettes, and watch cartoons and laugh. You go to her house, all you hear is laughing. Leave like, damn, she laughing at now? Cartoons. She go to church. She traveled with her church group. That's all she did. She cooked for the family. She ain't all this other stuff we see now. My grandma was not cut from that cloth at all.
Okay.
So I can't bash the Bible or Christianity and say that it can't produce humans like this. The issue is that there's a program that you got to go through to achieve that. And a lot of times these programmings are not produced or created to get that out of people. You see what I'm saying? They don't give you that result. So the things about the Moorish divine and national movement that people might not agree with, I can understand it. It's a theology thing. It's, you might not like the history, you might not like, yeah, that's cool, but what it was trying to accomplish, I feel like we should take something from that and try to at least replicate it in our own ways. You feel me?
Absolutely, especially the law part, especially.
Yeah, because what I learned was that and this is some things you don't hear a lot of the professed Moors or Moorish Americans really emphasize, is that what he was calling out for, he had a newspaper called the Moorish Guide. So they had their own print press, so they did all this in-house in the 20s, y'all.
Mhm.
And he was distributing this to the temples, but also the communities that was around these 15 to 30 temples that he built himself, and he built with other people in those communities. He turned the thugs, the trappers, the scammers, and the gangsters in these communities into real adepts and sheiks. You know what I'm saying? So he was using the Moorish Guide to spread the word, and he would do things like tell them to go vote. So it's important to understand that we all got taught that voting didn't come about until the 60s for us, right?
Right.
So to hear that, somebody had a group of people that looked like us voting in the 20s blew my mind. I'm like, hold on, why nobody saying
Mhm.
about this? But when you look into what he was doing, he was basically saying that it's unconstitutional for people to be black because that was a slave name that was given to people. And by the 13th Amendment, involuntary servitude was illegal, and alluding to those names and the characteristics of that name was un-American at that time. So his approach, he would write letters even to congressmen, people out there were of pale skin descent and other nationalities, and tell them, help me help raise my people up, because they don't understand that the situation that they in is how people are using loopholes to further oppress them. You know what I'm saying? That being black was
Mhm.
deeper than just status. It had become a mindset at that time. You felt less than or a second class citizen to another group.
I
And this
remember
group,
that time.
yeah, and this group could confer privilege to you as they see fit. So just because you are a human, that didn't mean that you got human rights. You get what I'm saying? It was a
Mhm.
privilege. So he was basically asking people outside of his own community to also help him interact with us in a certain type of way where we could see the American dream, and it wouldn't foster anger, resentment in us, because that's what happens when you beat a child and throw them in a dark closet. Eventually they're gonna get real angry and want to respond in a very hostile way. So
Mhm.
he had a very diplomatic, strategic approach on how he was interacting with a lot of people. And eventually he ended up creating a district in Chicago, because he had about 3,000 members in the West Side Temple of Chicago. After they moved from Newark, New Jersey, they moved to Chicago. So he was calling on those members to vote for Oscar DePriest. Oscar DePriest was an alderman at that time. And they were going to basically create a district or a few districts and have him be the representative for those districts. And they were casting a ballot to vote for him, to get him in office. But they weren't identifying as Negro or Black. They were identifying as Moorish Americans, because he was saying politically this puts them in the same boat as everyone else, as a German American, as an Irish American, as an Italian American, as a Nigerian American. Being Moorish American was a descent name, and it wasn't necessarily be of descendants of Europe or Africa. He had a criteria in the movement, but the main thing that they were pushing was that if you was labeled as Negro, Black, Colored, or Ethiopian during those times, or you still continue to have those names, the movement was used to basically help absorb political orphans. That's what we would be identified as political orphans. And it was used to absorb them and then allow them to use that movement to morph the body politic into something more. So what I end up seeing that a lot of the factions split was that right before he passed, you had a lot of people that were trying to usurp that movement. So one of the headquarters was in the Macy's building. You had certain members that was doing business with Macy's. You had a lot of infiltration that was going on internally, and they took it and ran with it. This is how certain movements that branched out of that time, this, like the peace guys and a lot of this information, a lot of that branched from that time. Um, with like I think it was called Allah's Temple or the Temple of Allah, ended up morphing into the Nation of Islam. The 5%ers, a lot of these different things came from that movement, like what it was supposed to be predicated on. The message got, like everything else we see now, it got very misconstrued. And like I said, it's an honor to have been able to kind of learn it from the perspective that I learned it from, versus having to be a victim to the internet. You know what I'm saying? I got to sit with like 80, 90-year-old elders who had pamphlets. Like I met people who were born in the temple. Like they parents and grandparents was around when Noble Drew Ali was actually alive. So I seen firsthand documents. I seen minutes from meetings that they had when they was using a typewriter and the stenographer was recording the minutes. I seen papers from the court proceedings when they were when Emilio was suing people because the prophet Noble Drew Ali had put him in charge as the Supreme Grand Sheikh, and people didn't want to acknowledge it. They had their own reasons, but according to the way that movement is ran, you got to follow the rules of the movement. So he went to court and sued them for using, the symbols, using all the materials in the movement. I seen all these things, so it kind of helped me be able to navigate and know like what's what. You feel me? And during that time period, when I just kind of seen everything that was going on, it made me want to get deeper into like finding myself, like what I got going on, because it's cool to know, but I got to be able to apply this a certain way, just in case the movement ain't with that. Like if they all just want to say we're gonna keep doing what we doing and churching in the temple, then they just gonna keep churching in the temple. So my mom had already started the journey of doing our genealogy. And so I was like, you know what, Mom, let's double down on this. So around 2016, because my mom stayed in Detroit, so she came down here, and we had found an ancestor that matter of fact, I'll read y'all this program that they have for him. We found this ancestor, and when my mom found him, she was like, man, they celebrating this man. They've been celebrating this man since he passed. And the people who celebrated him didn't even know that he had family members. They thought all his descendants was dead. You know what I'm saying? So it says he was the king of North Georgia, better known as Father Milner. He was the founder of Thankful Baptist Church in Rome, Georgia. He baptized 3,360 souls, ordained 67 preachers, licensed 31 preachers, ordained 14 preachers, and organized nearly every church from Ackworth, Georgia to the line of Alabama and Tennessee. He was one of the founders of the Rome High and Industrial School in Rome, Georgia, and he was the pride of the Negro Baptists of North Georgia. So he was born in 1820 and he died in 1895. So he experienced like going from being a slave to being free. We ended up finding like a lot of his, like when he first registered or tried to register to be able to vote, all these things, you know what I'm saying? So my mom had actually went first. I ain't go, you know what I'm saying? And then she told me like, you need to go, you need to go. Like you really need to go up there and see what's up. So we ended up going up there. They took us on a whole tour. They took us to his different churches that he built. One of the churches had hollow floors in it because they was hiding runaway slaves, you know what I'm saying? So when you walk, you can hear, like you can walk and hear, you know what I'm saying? Like you could tell they lifted something up to put people in there. They had a park that they, commemorated this man, and I mean, it was dope. It was real dope, and that kind of led, like I said, I was on a journey at that time, but we started making more breakthroughs with our genealogy as I'm going through the temple and experiencing all of this. So fast forward, me and my mom end up being able to find some documents that was, in some databases of, we had relatives that was on the blood rolls, you know what I'm saying, listed as indigenous. So we ended up talking with family members. You deal with a lot of pushback when it comes to this topic. You got certain people that don't, they don't want to say nothing. They just keep secrets. You got some people that's very, very open and willing to talk. And we kind of dealt with that and everything in between. But we ended up getting pictures of a lot of these ancestors. We also, like I said, we have the documentation of them being registered in these rolls. Even some of them being denied later on, for various different reasons. It could be you ain't been on a reservation, you don't know the customs, you too dark, or the last one that was registered, you too many generations away from it. And we did research and found that they had other people that were able to get accepted that were, of a different, skin tone and persuasion. You feel me? So it kind of pushed us to say, well, let's look at this a little more critical. Let's not get caught up on who is and ain't registered. Let's get into like the history and what was going on. And, that was the charge that I ended up, taking. Like, my mom, she still spearheads a lot of the research, but I've been able to, help step in and assist and put pieces together that aren't as obvious, so that's where I'm at today. As far as like my belief system, I search truth. I study over 8 religions. I've sat down with the people in those religions, like the teachers of those religions, not just great believers, like people who devote their entire life to learning a lot of these things. And my thing, I just really want to find what is the commonality between them all. Like, how could I stop somebody from banging on somebody else about their religion with truth? You know what I'm saying? And that's where I'm at today. Like, I'm yeah, like my religion is truth. I don't attest to anything else but that. I feel like those things have kind of made us stagnant as a people, and we get too caught up in them paradigms. And it's harming us.
Well, I liked what you were talking about when you said through your journey, how when you didn't choose sports and when you came out of sports, you went into music and you saw the difference in the politics between the two. And then you chose to go into the movie, that kind of field, but you still ran into politics, don't you think?
Yeah, for sure. It really
Right.
wasn't about, like, you really can't run from the politics. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't control these industries, unfortunately. So the politics is always there. It's more so about creating the leverage. Like, I need to be able to control my own destiny. I need to be able to control the process. So it forced me to have to learn about the front end, the back end of everything. Learn how to be an administrator, whether I'm running a film set, whether I'm running a music production, whatever the case is. I have to be knowledgeable about the fundamentals and the prerequisites of these processes, because if not, then I'm giving up a lot of leverage. I'm giving somebody else control of what I got going on. And I got a lot of templates ahead of me that have showed that a lot of these artists that we love getting on TV old as hell crying because they ain't get paid. And it's like, you were doing all this dancing, throwing coffee on people. You was the asshole, and you telling me you didn't get paid for none of this, or you didn't get what you deserve. You feel me? So it really forced me, like, what are masters? What are royalties? What are these
And
things?
that's what was the beauty of it, right? And I just wanted, that's what I wanted to let you know. I saw that, and I just wanted to say that was so admirable, because it taught you the business, and you didn't just sit back on it, right? You ran with it. Right, and it gave you, and I wanted to say what inspired you, but you kind of gave such a story behind it. It was like this was incredible, right?
I appreciate it.
You
And too,
know,
I would say, to add to that, like on a personal level, like dealing with environmental trauma. You feel me? Like growing up in Stone Mountain, like I said, my age group would probably be one of the first full because you have people that's from Stone Mountain that look like us, but we're one of the first generations from Jits raised up in it. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of most of my friends lived in apartments. Most of them stayed in hotels. You feel me? So I lived in the house, but I still was in the hood. So growing up at first, they like, man, boy, you stay in the house, boy, y'all good. But then they see, like, boy, hold on, I got these airs, I'm wearing these shacks just like you. Like, I'm in the free lunch line just like you. Like, hold on now, don't do that. So it really taught us that we all were in the same situation. But then when we hit middle school, this was around, like, I said I was in 7th grade when, like, the Hurricane Katrina, this around like snap music, crunk music, this around that era. When them folks from New Orleans came to the city, Atlanta was a fighting city. We fight, have some folks shoot some guns in the air, everybody start running. Like you might have a person in the crew with a gun. By the time they came, they brought that murder mentality. Like, you made me mad, I'm gonna kill you. They brought that to Atlanta, and it shifted the culture tremendously.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So around this same time frame, we started losing friends. Like we go in the lockers and Brain coming back no more. Like, you like, dang, bro, I was just laughing with him. Now he dead. That type of trauma then processed with us at the time. A way that it does for other people. You very desensitized to it from with just, hey, I ain't finna kill me. You know what I'm saying? It was that gangs being introduced into Atlanta a certain way during this time. You had your Lil Waynes, your Gucci's, your Waka Flockas. You already had like the Crip and GD influence there, but now you had the Blood influence. And if y'all Bloods and Crips fight, so it went from everybody being united and cousins and all of that to now there's an antagonist element there. There's opposition. Now the folks who got bullied, who got picked on, who got overlooked, a lot of them started becoming Bloods while also channeling the energy from the music, Hurricane Katrina, a lot of these
Okay, but let me stop you right there. Let me interject something. So what are we saying? Are we putting this on the people? Are we putting this, or are we putting it on, because the people really have nothing to do with where they live? Where are the community leaders, and where's the legislation, and where's the city council? Where was your mayor, and where are all the other people who actually run the city? Because it's one thing if I come to move there to live, and it's another thing, right? Who owns and who runs the neighborhood in the city that I live in? So when we're saying that all of these cultures came in, and this is something that you noticed, didn't they notice the same thing?
Definitely. And unfortunately, and I definitely want to put this on record for a lot of people. I hear a lot of misconceptions about Atlanta. Atlanta hasn't been ran by Atlanta in a long time. So when people with these bags and these established careers came into the city, a lot of the decision making got bottlenecked. So
you're saying it's ran by padded pockets. This is what you're saying.
Definitely.
Okay, so the police chief and all of these people, where are all of these people during this time?
So
nowhere
this
to be.
is around 2006 or 2007, around that time. So they were tearing down projects. They were forcing a lot of the people from the west side, like Bankhead and all that, where T.I. and them from, they were getting forced to move outside of that area. So Clayton County opened their arms to a lot of people. That's where Waka Flocka and all them was from. But it amplified a lot of the economics never got addressed, to answer your question. The city wasn't ready for that influx of outsiders. Like, we already had a flood of like people from New York, Baltimore, those places. Like, they got some big old houses with some yards and it's warm. I'm finna move. We already had that, but this particular time frame was very different. And I was a teenager at that time, so I was very aware. I knew something had changed. I knew it was different. The leaders never planned to lead. Like, for instance, in DeKalb County, like the county that I'm from, everybody always asks, why is the education so bad? Y'all getting all this money. You got over 700,000 people in the county, but when you stealing, there's nothing to trickle down. People saw, like, before the world knew what Atlanta was, the people there already saw that. So it was like, basically, let us grift and manipulate this situation as best as possible so we can personally benefit. So that way.
Okay, so you're saying that the city leaders turned their back on the problems and the issues because they saw loopholes and they saw a way to pad their pockets. So they allowed a lot of other destruction and devastation sort of come into the city and just kind of tear it up, and everybody there is just kind of the casualties of it.
Yes, ma'am. And then we all became the scapegoats. So now it's the
you don't know what it happens. It happens everywhere.
Yeah,
look at Flint.
For sure.
Look at Flint.
It's a copy and paste. Same with Chicago. It's a copy and paste technique. And as far as internal accountability for our culture, we had championed warring with each other and doing things like that kind of was gasoline to this. So you got to think, in Atlanta, our biggest rival when it comes to sports is the Saints. So during this time frame, again, you got an influx of people from our biggest rivals moving in the city, and you had a spectrum. Everybody wasn't violent and, you know what I'm saying, like that, but you had people that took advantage of lawlessness. You get what I'm saying? At that time, Atlanta is very open when it comes to like a lot of different laws, gun laws, like a lot of these different things. When you had people that were taking advantage of that and introducing a certain element into poverty-stricken areas. So now you got a different type of crime. Like, let me show you how to do it this way. Let me
And
introduce
so there
that
were
to you.
literally nobody championing the cause of the people. Is that nobody? Is
I'm not
nobody
gonna say
was?
nobody, but it usually was so shined by those in power. You see what I'm saying? Because there was a plan that nobody really could see at the time. Like my mom used to be out there, because I grew up on Memorial Drive. So she used to be out there Memorial Drive. This in the 2000s. They didn't even have sidewalks. And this is a very, very busy street.
And it's rural.
So we used to have to walk on there in our good shoes, on rocks, all that. These cars is flying up and down this road. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't got no sidewalks. We catching a bus. I mean, it was a prostitute capital because all the hotels that was up and down Memorial Drive usually had pimps and you know what I'm saying, the streetwalkers there. So growing up, yeah.
I love that song. Decatur was greater. Ha, 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 fine too, but I
Okay,
won't.
okay. That didn't mean you knew she was going to start. Anybody give her the microphone. Lordy. Nitro there? You there?
Yeah, Nitro. Oh, no, he's probably fixing it. He's fixing it, fixing his computer so he can come back in.
Hey, everybody, sisters that I didn't get
Hey,
a chance.
Keely. Hey, Nisha Boo. Hey, Boo.
Hey, y'all. Hey, girl.
How you doing?
Oh, is that Nitro? His computer.
Is that him? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay,
My
okay.
bad. My computer died.
Okay, okay. And so, and
you said
Nitro,
your mother and father are both from Georgia?
No, my mom is from Detroit.
San Diego,
My
he
dad
said.
is from Decatur.
Okay.
He said they met. You said they met in San Diego and moved to Decatur, right?
That's what's up. That's what's up. I told you.
So wait, y'all. Let me ask him
Yeah,
the question.
yeah,
So
but during
okay, so
that time
Nitro.
though, it was
So fast
a lot of
forward. Just
allowance. So a lot of people allowed things to get bad because they could steal, they could allow us to create crime and then use legislation to push us out of those areas. Like, see what they doing? So we need to go ahead and gentrify. So this is how you had a lot of that going on in Atlanta, where the communities we was at was intentionally deprived. That way the people with the bags could come in and take advantage of everything. You know what I'm saying? And they could place leaders the way they wanted to, because Atlanta has like, just a little fun fact I was telling somebody else. We had our own version of a Harlem Renaissance, which was Auburn Ave. So Auburn Ave downtown, you had a lot of prominent businesses, business owners, all of that. And this is back in the 20s. They had that going on then. But the Great Depression hit, and then you had a heroin outbreak basically that was going on. It got bad, and then that led to crack. So by the time the 80s came, it was nothing but prostitution and drug dealing on Auburn Avenue. You know what I'm saying? Which basically was the equivalent to bombing Tulsa for us down here, because it forced a lot of people to have to build businesses, and if they like where you lived wasn't where you worked. So people usually lived in Metro Atlanta, and they would travel into the city to go to work, start businesses and all of that. So it forced people to start doing, creating mom and pop shops where they at. And that kind of led to like where, me growing up in the 90s, you start seeing a lot of businesses popping up, a lot of people that were owning businesses, but also on the east side competing with a lot of the immigrants that was moving into the country. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And they coming in the city, they're building their own stores, they're building their own places, to go to in our community. So being able to create a divisive type of energy was another thing too, where a lot of the immigrants would come and say, I don't understand why y'all like this. I don't understand why you just don't work and get what you want. And it started to create a lot of divides that way too. So now fast forward today, you see you have a lot of separate communities where the Chinese people live here, the Hispanic people live here. You
It's
get what I'm
like that
saying? But at one
everywhere,
point,
though.
we
It's
all was
like
in the
that
hood with each
everywhere.
other.
Yeah, it's like that everywhere. What you want them to, the diversification is really for people with money, right? Or very,
I
very,
can't hear
very,
you.
very poor people. And even if you're still very, very poor, people tend to separate. And it's okay if you have Chinatown for the Chinese because they have a certain culture and the way they want to live. Like, I don't exactly see anything wrong with people who
I
tend
can't
to
hear Gemini.
separate
Can y'all hear?
themselves in groups because they are grouping with their same like mind,
Hold
with
on, I
their
don't think he
culture.
can hear Gemini. Nitro, can you hear us?
Yeah. I can hear y'all. I couldn't hear her. I could see her talking, but I couldn't hear it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he can hear me, but he can't. Wait a minute, you can hear me or no? You can see me talking, but you can't hear me.
Do you hear her now?
Nope. I can't hear
Nope.
her.
Sakina, see if he can hear you. Can you hear
I
Sakina?
don't got the talking that talk, man. Them folks on here tripping now.
Hello. I
All
had
right,
my phone.
yeah.
Can you hear
I
me?
Okay,
can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. I can't
can
hear
you hear
Jimmy
me?
now.
Nisha, see if he can hear you.
Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can't hear Nisha either.
Nope.
Oh, let me try to leave and come right back in. Hold on.
Okay.
Bought some gun. I don't know where it's at.
Give me beat.
My best friend. How you doing, Nisha?
How you doing, sis?
I'm fine. How are you, sister?
I'm great.
Okay. Listen, it's one of them times, y'all.
It sure is, girl.
Listen,
That's what I said. That's it. I had to sit here and order some beer and some wings. I'm like, I'm hungry and thirsty. What time is it? Heineken time.
come on. I remember I used to get a box of wine and drink it all the way to the end of the year. And sometimes I would have
They
it.
drink it to the end of the year. Sakina, how you gonna drink something to the end of the year?
If it take that long, it's only me, and I don't really drink. So my niece would be like, old wine ain't that bad.
Oh my gosh.
But I guess the older it gets, the better it gets. I don't know. It just be like old wine ain't that bad.
Right. Man, old wine. I think wine is already old when they make it. How it can get any older?
I just right. At least they don't do it with their feet no more.
Girl, stop. See, why y'all always gotta go there? Y'all always go to the extreme with stuff. And we are not talking about old where they press down the grapes with people nasty feet.
Not just their feet. What about the times they slip and fall? Y'all? Come on.
Kill the visual. Oh my gosh. Y'all is something else. Oh my goodness.
What happened?
Okay,
y'all?
can you hear us all now, Nitro?
Yeah, I can hear everybody now.
Okay, you can hear us all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been drinking.
Yeah. Oh, Lord, Sakina got me all on track talking about pressing wine with people's feet. Sakina, hey, deal. Nitro, go ahead until I can remember what page I was on. I gotta cue that whole visual right now.
But yeah, like yeah, basically, cause you was just saying like where were the leaders? What was going on at that time?
Oh, no. Yeah. And
probably,
and then you were going and saying that, they still, oh yeah, we were talking about the separation of the groups. You were saying it caused the Chinese to be here and it may be these people to be there. And I was asking, in communities though, people tend to always separate and it's nothing wrong with that, right? The only time that you really get it diverse is if you super duper duper poor, if you really, really got some money, but it's nothing wrong with a Chinese people creating a Chinatown and Mexican people creating little Mexico, and Black people having whatever they do. And if you come outside those communities, that's fine. But people always tend to group up that way. Everywhere you go, you're going to find different parts of the city where these groups of people live and those groups of people live.
Yeah.
So what is
it
wrong
was
now
kinda,
with the groups that have now moved into the city separating themselves like that?
it was usually fueled at times by narratives, stereotypical narratives. So when you got this premise in Atlanta, like moving out the hood, but when you find out all of Atlanta is the hood, or what we identify as like quote unquote urban culture, is everywhere. There really wasn't a place you could move until like the police started using high levels of profiling. So then it's a stereotypical thing like, don't go to Gwinnett, you're gonna get pulled over. Don't go to Cobb County. Don't go to Clayton County because they pull you over, you through. You come on vacation, leave on probation. You had a lot of places that started to do this more so than cater towards a higher form of living. So if you want to live in the suburbs or if you want good education, that's one thing. But then it started to be this little whisper about let's move away from Decatur. We don't need any businesses in those areas. You get what I'm saying? And this started to be like the same people that grew up with us that was in the hood. Now that they got some money, there's no let me help out here, let me give back, let me establish something to break this cycle. Now it's let me leave out and then come back and build a liquor store to exploit this cycle. The
Come
same
on.
thing a lot of us experienced in our communities, and it wasn't really a mindset of competing. Like we didn't start building China stars in other places. We didn't start building Zoloft restaurants because we didn't have that footing. So it was just like it continuously got worse with the murder, and that's kind of where I was going. Like the murder enhanced what we see now because the lack of trust, the fear, the extreme anger and trauma is very hard for a lot of people to work through that.
Listen,
Okay.
let me say
One
this
more
real
time,
quick.
Sakina. Can I get devil's advocate one more time, please? Just before
Yeah,
you,
go ahead.
please.
Yeah.
Thank
It's
you.
all good.
No, I'm talking to Sakina, just in case you really want to get it out.
Oh, what happened?
No, I'm asking you. Can I get that out? This one
Go
last
ahead.
devil's
Go ahead.
okay. So I'm from LA, and in LA, in Torrance, the good neighborhood, it's that way. If you go to Torrance, you're gonna get pulled over. If you Black, you definitely are. It's the damn truth.
Mm-hmm.
Torrance was not the hood. There are lots of places in LA that was not the hood. And if your Black self went over there, you was through with money. And so I'm saying that to say, when that type of mentality, I think that mentality comes from systemic training, maybe from police manuals to do people of color that way all over, and not necessarily just a poor, downtrodden neighborhood. Because there are
Yeah.
neighborhoods, you get what I'm saying? I'm thinking maybe
Yeah.
that
I
comes
agree.
from, that comes from the way that they train those people to be weird that
Mm-hmm.
way.
Yeah, because see, this is something that like to my generation, I'm not gonna say I teach, but I just put people game. Like what we say, I'm gonna put you down. So what I show people is that when they go into these academies, or when you have to do your due diligence in order to do that job, there's an imagery. So you say if they have on the ski mask, it's if then logic. If you got on the ski mask, then you probably finna rob somebody. So
Right. Like
culturally,
Trayvon Martin, yeah.
yeah, you see what I'm saying? Culturally, we have made certain things cool that didn't have those connotations to them. Other communities started to weaponize these things against us. So,
Mm.
like you said, in many communities, not just Atlanta, I don't want to make it an anomaly or isolated incident. It's a lot of places where when you wear your hair like this is what this means. So that form of profiling,
Yeah.
it was very hard in Atlanta because I mean you see it now. People do not care about police presence. Like this is a city, people are five for blunt right in front of 12. They don't care about none of that. Like it's that bad because of the profiling your culture. So it's just like how a lot of the Muslims when they were in Atlanta during that time and many other places, especially during 9/11 when I was young, we all know how they got treated. You go somewhere with a hijab on, everybody ready to run out the store. You get what I'm saying? So those type of stereotypical narratives that have been embedded in all of us usually get enhanced by a lot of these elites, the companies, the corporations, governmental lobbyists, people who have an agenda, and they can use these different type of narratives to their advantage. So what makes it different for like cities like Washington D.C., Chicago, Detroit, where we're the majority in certain areas, in most areas, we're usually the majority. So a lot of the culture is based on us, what we do, how we live. And then you have people that are now weaponizing that against the average person. So what about that little boy who sag his pants and he's not a thug? He don't have a gun in his pants and can't hold it up. But he gets profiled with that imagery, and he do it because of the music. He do it because Sada Baby did it in the video and he liked those jeans. And now they're making the jeans to sit below your ass a certain way. You see what I'm saying? So there is a way where people can benefit from fattening the frog for the snake in a certain way in our communities, where you create the problem and then you go profile it and war against it. So a lot of places haven't recovered from that way. With some places, like even in Atlanta, we went through the prep dress and we called it black boy, white boy swag. So we would wear like the polo, the Abercrombie and Fitch, the Air Apostle, the Lacrosse, all of these brands that did not care about making clothes for us. And it might help you realize, damn, I don't get profiled as much, but you still got profiled in a certain way. Because now when they catch on and say, oh, they trying to go up here to Lenox Mall and shop. Oh, all right, yeah, we got something for y'all. We still finna pull you over. We still finna see what's going. It creates a distrust between the people who are getting paid to make decisions and the people who have to put these people in power. And that divide and conquer is an incubator for a lot of unrest, because now you don't trust the people who you're supposed to put in position to vote. You know what I'm saying? Dude, they supposed to handle all that for you. You don't even trust them. You don't trust the police. You don't trust none of that. So now it's easier for some charlatan to come along and say, you can just trust me. Come follow my movement, or come move over here in this neighborhood and I'll make sure you good. We basically started getting our most valuable people pulled out of our neighborhood. So now that little girl that's from Stone Mountain that got all A's her whole life and been making the school system look good with her test results, now she's getting recruited to leave the community and never come back. You see what I'm saying? Now that little boy,
like that Nitro in every part. It's like exactly how you said it is exactly how it is here in Delaware too.
Facts. What they said, the world is the ghetto.
Yeah.
like
Go ahead,
that's
Sakina.
so real.
Sakina was gonna say something, y'all. Hold on.
Oh yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
And that what we was talking about, Gemini, how they get you to leave and don't come back.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They don't get you to come back.
You don't want to come back either, and it's a shame.
And you don't come back for nobody else.
I'm glad I'm definitely not like that. I'm out, but I go back and help the city, or my people.
But you know what? And I do agree with this profiling, because I spoke to somebody.
I hear echo.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad. My computer cut back on and logged in. I had to exit out. You good? Go ahead.
But we was talking about, and I didn't call it profiling, but I remember going to the doctor the other day, and I got ready to sit by somebody, but before I got to them, they hurried up and grabbed a person, did like this, and I hurried up and grabbed a paper towel, one of them clean up wipe things, and I wiped the chair off, and when I bent over, I said, "Cause y'all nasty," and and then I said, "You know what I'm saying?" I did right. You wanted to make sure. I didn't want to sit by you either. I just can't. So I guess we do profile people, because I can't.
I think they fell off again, I believe.
So moving forward, I do agree with also what y'all was saying about because with these Islamic stores, right? this is what I want to say. Y'all know that these people own all these gas stations and these stores.
They just Arabs or Hindus. I mean, you know, we gotta leave the religion out. They just
Okay, well,
Arab.
just leave these people.
Yeah,
I want to say,
yeah, I know
um,
what you know.
they what they do
They're from
is
Pakistan.
they only
Most of the
have
gas station owners are Pakistani
okay, they only
here in the
own the
Midwest.
stores in the store for about 15, about 6 months, and then they have to go back. And whoever owns the store have to, you know what I'm saying? So they trade places for like 6 months. And
Well,
then
they could have a
somebody
6 month. They could have a 6 month visa too. It kind of be like what the some of
they
the
trade
Nigerians would do in order to.
it off
Yeah,
with
they
the
would.
family so that the other family can come in or whatnot. Because the man that owned the gas station in Wisconsin, he does that with his family so that they can come back and forth so that they can own and be able to buy and own something. So that's how they end up owning this other store and this other gas station and this other. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I think they. Yeah, I think they got pretty much a plan, and some depending on where they come from. Like you said, if they're Arab or if they're Pakistani or if they're what's the other one?
But they really
Uh,
would be smart to have a plan.
yeah, they do. They all have a different system on what they do on how they
Yeah.
run their ops.
It's
Yeah.
kind of like something we should be doing.
Come
Oh,
on.
okay, that part.
That
Mhm.
part.
Yeah. Thanks,
That
Kiki.
part.
I ain't
Yeah.
mad at her having a plan to
Everybody
make
do that.
it.
I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said I ain't mad at them, right, Nene, for having a plan to try to uplift their family.
Everybody knew that, then everybody ain't do that because they've been doing that for a long time.
No,
I
but I'm
guess
saying I ain't
Yeah, but
mad
it's okay because see, that be the problem right there is that yeah we you know we don't come up with our plan and then we talk about somebody else's plan and we
right.
really got to be
Oh,
a piece.
that was the whole conversation. I'm seeing
Yeah,
how their generation. We was talking about generations, and how when he was talking about the generations in Georgia, right? And all of that, whatever generations in Georgia. That's what that's where that came from.
yeah. Well, I hope he comes back because I wanted to ask him about Stone Mountain. We didn't get to the spiritual part because if Stone Mountain is so, I want to ask him so bad. If it's so terrible, then where does the spirituality come from? Because you got all these people flocking to Stone Mountain like it's the thing to do. Like they just to sell hats and T-shirts and
Well,
I
let me
love
ask a
Stone Mountain
question.
bumper stickers.
Let
What is
Nisha
going on?
And
Nisha ask her question.
everywhere, the same kind of
My
people,
God,
the same
from
kind of
Zion.
businesses. Come on.
Nisha,
What I was gonna say is it's not just about them having a plan and we don't. It was already things in place so that they can move how they move.
Okay, yeah, that's fine too. Yeah, however they move. I ain't them.
wait a minute. Not only that, Nene, it was planned for us to fail. They made the plan for us to fail. No matter how we try to come up, and no matter what kind of leader we get, they find a way to kill them, lock them up, or find a
Make them
plan
look
to
bad.
fail, make us look bad, and just everything Nitro's saying. They got it all planned out for us to fail.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
Nah,
for
I agree.
Nitro, can we get to the part of
that's what it
how
seemed
does
like.
Stone Mountain get to be so like blue pill and red pill and got all those? They had this for this trip. They've been before, so this is the second trip, and this second trip they had way more people. So were you keeping up with any of that?
Yeah, kind of. I got somebody that's in they they do business with Red Pill and Blue Pill. One of
Mm-hmm.
my bros, his name is Slice9, Slice IX. So if y'all keep up with like cryptocurrency and the metaverse, he does a lot of work with them. Like usually when they talk about that, they bring him on.
Yeah.
And but on the spiritual tip, honestly, it's not just Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain, the mountain itself has a very big significance. The history is one of the biggest cities in DeKalb County. So we got 4 counties that make up like Metro Atlanta, the main part of Atlanta, like Metro Atlanta. We are the east side. It has significance, but it's very ancestral. Like that land was owned by a lot of the people who got labeled as Negroes and during slavery. They never left. They still here. Even my family years ago, my dad's side of the family, we ended up finding out that some of them own land where that park is now, and they fought with each other to sell that land. So they sold the rights to build on the land, but a lot of the alloyal titles to a lot of this land have never been receded because you can't give that up. So you can sell the ability to build on the land, but the land itself, they don't own that land. And the KKK is running that park right now. You see what I'm saying? So things like parking inside of the park, when you go through that gate to pay them, you paying the KKK. When you buy food and you go there and you go sightseeing and you shop at them stores, the KKK has found a way
Did blue
to.
pill and red pill know this? Because they say something
I don't know.
very different, right? They say something very different from what you're describing from Stone Mountain. That's why I said when I saw that you were raised in Stone Mountain, I'm like, the same one that they talk about, right?
Yeah.
According to them, when you get on that mountain over there, you can feel energy emanating. Different the ground. They actually teach people to ground themselves. They do a grounding in meditation within that in that same park over there. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
Oh,
What
I got you. I got you. So I would say to that, you might have to ask them why they saying what they saying, but I can attest to Earth itself being that. Like what I found is that there are no secret places. There are energy, parts where energy is different, but there are no secret places for us to get in tune. So I can go to the mountains up and down the Appalachian Mountain Range. I can go to the mountains out west, the Rocky Mountains, where the Utes and all of them was. I can do that same thing in a lot of places because Earth is that. Excuse my language, but Earth is the shit. So it's so many places where we can go to get in tune with ourselves that are just as important in symbolism as that mountain. Now, blue pill and red pill, they not from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? So how they view some of these things are going to have those elements to it. And I'm not disagreeing with that. But I wouldn't isolate Stone Mountain as just that, or it is the only place like that in that entire area or the city. There's a totally
they are
different
literally
energy.
telling people, they're literally stating that you should, if you don't do anything in this lifetime, go and visit Stone Mountain. Everyone should get to Stone Mountain at least once. They had prayers there. They had people there. They had shamans there.
Yeah, I
They
seen it.
had,
Yeah, bro went dressed as a pope in one time up there. Yeah,
yeah,
I
that was
seen
the
it.
second time. Yeah, that he went.
I
The
mean, we
first
had
time was the same thing.
he had the NFAC and Grandmaster J and them marching through the park and all that. Like, I say this. I think it would be a lot more spiritually powerful to put your feet in these neighborhoods like Hambrick Road and Central Drive that's known for like murder on a daily rate. Like take your shoes off and go ground yourself in them communities where they really need the realignment, where they need the help. You see what I'm saying? Because people run up and down that mountain for exercise all day. And I ain't seen nobody come out that mountain and be like, bruh, man, I mean, I'm so different now. So I
Oh
would
my
say
gosh, they
that.
did. They said it. Did you not see the video that they made afterwards? They said they were downloaded and who was that? Blue Pill. I mean, he said he had been so endowed that all these downloads came to him. They had all of these incredible things that had happened, and this is when everyone started to say, well, wait a minute. Were you guys up there not taking the shrooms? But what is that other one and they say that it's almost like what the Indians take to
Oh,
go
you
in a
talking about
different
like
state of mind.
ayahuasca stuff like
Yeah,
that?
like oh my gosh, they made about 10,000 videos, and I probably watched about 400 of them because this Stone Mountain, I wanted to hear what was so fantastic about this Stone Mountain for the second time that they went, and then people took it, and I'm not sure if this is true either, but people took them in that video and talked about how they had all those young girls unmonitored there. They had concerts where people were drinking and doing drugs and doing all this, and they turned it into some sort of freak
Freak
show.
show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
freak
sort of
Nick.
freak show. But Blue Pillar and his crew tell a completely different story. That's why I'm just so shocked right
I
now. Like,
don't,
wow.
yeah, I wouldn't like I said, I'm not the type to do that. I'm not gonna downgrade or belittle their experience. You know what I'm saying? They could have had that experience, and that's a dope experience to have. You know what I'm saying? Any type of realignment or elevation on that level is definitely, you know what I'm saying, it's necessary for a lot of us. It can really do a lot for you. But
Mm,
to say that that's just a, you know, like y'all just come to the mountain and soon as you, nah, I ain't even gonna do that. Nah, we not gonna do that at all. You feel me?
yep, your mom was
Because
saying
that
tourism
starts
base,
to,
boy. They was selling that Stone Mountain. I'm telling you, that's why I just couldn't believe. I thought you were going to come and tell us something more like what they were saying, and yet, here's to a completely different story. And you lived there, so you would know.
yeah. I don't want to mystify the mountain. Some good things we need to sink our feet in is getting them Confederate leaders off that mountain. We need to sink our feet and, you know, removing a lot of this pale skin oppression that has utilized our own people against us.
Okay, because I just want to make this understanding. Did you say we should try? You didn't try this this mushroom or nothing, did you?
Nah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
good.
I ain't get, go to get on the shroom and go to the land of fleshless thing. Nah.
Right.
Again, when I
Right.
look, like I grew up in Stone Mountain. I can send y'all a picture of me when I was real little at that mountain. You can see the mountain in the background. I don't took the sky lift. I don't walked up that thing, ran up that thing. I don't did all that. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, Everything on earth has power to it. There's a power in the rain. There's a power in creeks and rivers, and so that's what I'm saying. I don't want to uh, downgrade that aspect of us grounding and getting in tune with nature. We can do that in many different habitats, and we need to learn how to appreciate and love our environments. The entire earth is beautiful. You feel me? But what I don't want to do is mystify that mountain and skip past the more powerful things that can really liberate and help people. Seeing your people that look like you live a prosperous life, it hit different. You see what I'm saying? So on the way to that mountain, you passing some very, very bad neighborhoods.
Oh,
And
they
in
getting
your
ready to
head, you
plan a
finna go
third trip.
align
That's
with
why
this.
I don't even understand. They are
Yeah,
absolutely enamored by Stone Mountain. I thought
yeah,
the
like it's
first
a
time they went, it was something. The second time was on this grand scale.
yeah. I mean, you know, hey, uh, I hope whatever they can bring out of that mountain can spread to the people in that community that need it. You know what I'm
That's what
saying?
I'm saying. Wow.
Yeah,
Man, I don't
I
know
hope
how high
they
you trying to get and what is you trying to see. And I don't understand it. I mean, I do my best, but I'm not trying to, I don't know what are you trying to get that high? I don't
no,
understand.
yeah, I agree. I mean, like it's one of them that like it's a great workout. So if y'all go there and y'all want to get y'all cardio going, it's a great workout. It's certain parts where as you ascend up the mountain, you can start to see the skyline, and they got little rest stations and rails just in case, you know what I'm saying? Some
I
things
don't
start
know to
hurting that
the
wasn't hurting before, you know what I'm saying? Like it's very friendly, and there's usually more pale skins walking that mountain. So I hope the
Mm,
pale skins ain't going up there stealing the juju that's up there that we supposed to be getting, you know what I'm saying, from the top of the mountain, because
I'm
they be
telling
there more
you.
than us. They got annual memberships. They go there. They take their children to go see the slave plantation houses there. You see what I'm saying?
See, that's crazy.
So there's a lot of this happens to all of us when it comes to the different cities in America, the cultures. We just don't know until we learn for ourselves. That's why I said about religion. I had to sit with people who eat, sleep, and breathe these religions to learn what they know. Because if I go to somebody else who don't know, I'm gonna be believing anything and repeating it. So yeah,
right.
like yeah, that's if I would suggest going to Stone Mountain, the city itself, and really seeing what's going on there, because there are some things that I tell a lot of people who move here, take some of this back to your city, take the good that you see. how we're known to support each other. So they say in Atlanta, all the rappers and everybody in the community, they're gonna be Atlanta first. They're gonna help each other. We should take these things back to other cities because it shouldn't be just Atlanta. We need a bunch of Atlantas everywhere. That's the issue. So everybody moving here chasing a fairy tale, and they get here and realize it just like that city you just left. We got trash all over the floor like everybody else. We got potholes. Street lights don't work. We got crime. You get what I'm saying? Like it's just like every other city, but we have more room to expand and build because we in the South. You see what I'm saying?
So,
Go ahead.
let me
Okay,
make
so
sure
did you know that there's
hold on, Jim. Let me ask him a
Mhm.
question. So you mentioned the monuments. And it's a lot of Confederate monuments. And
Mm-hmm.
of course we know that. And I just want to get your thoughts on that. As for me, see, I don't think that the monument should be moved. And the reason why I say that is because I don't ever want us to forget and get too lax and think that it's okay. So that's why I think that the monuments should stay. But what you think?
I would say some things should probably leave or at least go to a museum. You know what I'm saying? Like if you had a museum that kept that a lot, like you said, we don't want to erase it where it's gone. They'd be like, what slavery? The Confederate slave master. Of course, that never happened. We were just what they say, sharecroppers, just like you. Nah, I do agree with that. That they will start removing things and then start playing like they said they call it the Mandela effect. They'll start acting like it never happened, like we just making it up.
uh,
What I think was a great counter to that is by us building our own monuments of things that we can champion and be proud of, and wrap our energy around and use to show our children why we're great. Because most people think that they descend from a slave, and a slave is somebody who never had a purpose but to work for somebody else and never cared about becoming the best version of themselves. So when you have children that are indirectly hardwired that way and can't look at their environment and pull greatness from that, that creates a certain type of um, inferiority, where you see that these pale skinned children, their parents take them to all these Confederate little sites where they can gloss over the history or word it a certain way, and then you get taken to the same place, but you go to the slave quarters in the back. You see what I'm saying? That type of psychology, I think we not you, but I'm just saying as a whole, even being down here, we really glossed over that. Cause it took for me to get grown to see what they was doing to us a certain way. And luckily I got parents and people around me that fight that. They ain't going for that. They're gonna tell it what it really is. But imagine the people who don't have that guidance. That's just really getting fueled by the environment. It builds a sense of inferiority to these groups who can champion monuments like in China. They can go to China and they go home. They never been there. They rap, cuss, do all that with us. They go home to China, they can get a history lesson and they can see it. They can touch it. They can see other people and how they got their chest out because they have something to pride their cell phone. Meanwhile, like I'm one of those nappy headed boys from Stone Mountain. We didn't have that. All our athletes leave and never come back. They don't even claim Stone Mountain. They just say they from Atlanta. They say they from Decatur or somewhere else that has something they can cling to. The biggest building we have in Stone Mountain on Memorial Drive is the DeKalb County Jail. We don't even have a skyscraper out there. So
wow.
imagine when you go to other places that are not downtown and they have entire little mini metros with 20-story buildings, and you get what I'm saying? They got their own little buses. They got all of these things that they've set up for themselves in our own backyard. And that's what I was even saying earlier. Like, it's not that people don't have a plan, but we have to address the elephant in the room when people are throwing banana peels at you, what you're doing. They've already took some screws out of your car before you took off. They put a little sugar in your tank, and then they hit you with the pull yourself up by your boots. What you doing? You
By
just
your
gotta fight
bootstraps,
hard.
boy. Pull
Yeah, you
yourself
see what
up
I'm
by your
saying?
bootstraps.
Yeah. You got a lot of that going on, and even some of our monuments are being redone and hijacked, covered up, blew up. They blew up a lot of stuff in the South with dynamites and burnt whole cities down. So there are things that we don't know that like. I remember when I was young at elementary school, we did the my bad, I had a call. We did the spelling bees. We did all these different things that taught you the trivias of who invented the lawnmower, who invented the street light, who invented what it is, peanut butter, who invented all like that was the only thing that we had, and it didn't hit everybody or inspire everybody the same way. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, to answer your question, I don't think we should remove everything, but some of the things gotta go because they reinforce the see how we ruled over them, see how we can still get away with this now. Some of that pushes that to them subtly, but also, like I said, we need to counter that by building our own things. Like we can't control what they do. They're gonna keep their history, that's cool, but let's start building ours. Let's get our leaders up on 60-foot statues where you see it from around the town. Let's put our people on the side of some mountains. You see what I'm saying? I think that's how we need to approach this, because what happens is when everybody start doing it, now they want to stop it. You know what I'm
But
saying? When the Asians feel like they want to build their monuments, when the Africans want to build their well, no, let's just go ahead. Well, then take y'all's down too. Ain't anybody got to have none. If you know what I'm saying, if it ain't about using it to commemorate history, them Chinese people was over here building railroads for little to nothing. Like they get them a statue. You know what I'm saying? So I think that approach will really see where their heart is with a lot of these monuments. Is it about history? Is it an antenna that they're using to emit a certain energy? You know, we'll see when we, give a
In
little
20, 30
opposition to
years,
it.
right? If you get some kids with 5 eyes and 10 arms, and
We're gonna see what time
guess
it
you'll
is.
find out. Wait, Mr. Metro wanted to know about your ideology. I know I remember you saying you used to be with the Moors and you studied with them for a little while and then you left the temple, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any
Yes,
more
ma'am.
about concerning your ideology or beliefs, anything that you believe in right now, currently?
I believe in nation building, or community building, and truth. I'm not. I don't have a religious gang. I don't have a spiritual gang. Um, yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I feel like what I'm on is building something where people who are like-minded like me, we can create things that help other people. So I don't know what religion that would be, but that's what I'm in. You know what I'm saying? If we're gonna build something that's gonna help these babies, these elders, and everything in between, that yeah, I'm that. That's my ism. You feel me? Anything else, I don't want no parts of it.
Right.
You better come on.
Right. So do you think everybody could go, or it's gonna have to be some people left behind? Can we all unify or not?
Um, with certain things, I feel like we should group up on what our interests are, like what we feel our mission is. You know what I'm saying? Like people believe in justice reform, you should find people in justice reform and build on that. And don't let the people who like the laws, don't let them get in the way of your mission. And I feel like once we start to tribalize based on our purpose in a sense, then we can meet on higher planes. So the people who believe in justice reform can then link with the people who want to change gun laws, or you know what I'm saying, and we can build around initiatives. If you believe in cleaning up the lakes and then somebody else believe in purifying the soil, y'all gonna find a common ground because you got a purpose, a journey that you can connect on, and you can actually move behind it. A lot of this ideology or theology gang banging that people doing haven't motivated them to do nothing but help themselves, which is cool. But after that, then what? You know what I'm saying? Unity is outside of yourself in a sense. Like it's the ability for me to link with somebody else. So we might not all get along or be on the same page, but we should commit to the things that we feel should be fixed. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever you're gonna be a part of, like commit to it and find ways to fix problems. And I feel like us want to be solution based is where we'll start to find our unity.
Can you talk more about that? You said you found the birth certificate and you found out about your people because I missed a part of that. Can you go back over what you actually found and what how that helped you become more solid as a person?
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, we first we started with asking elders what was the name of your granddaddy, what was your auntie name, and all of that, and we started with genealogy. So we would find like death certificates. A lot of times, death certificates would help you find people, and we got to a certain point where we would hit walls, but we realized they weren't walls. These were usually when people got assimilated into American culture or society. So before that, they didn't have a name because they wasn't in the system, and then they started getting names. So we found one ancestor that was on the 1890 something rolls for the Omaha nation, and he was written down. They had his Indian name and they had his English name. So his Indian name was Nestamani, and his English name was Roland Edwards. And they had him and his wife. He was about 79 then. He lived to be 100, and his wife lived to be 106. So from there, we, just traced them down to my mom, you know what I'm saying? And it was actually her father's side. And we traced them back, and we got pictures all the way from Roland's son. And we got pictures of, he had a lot of children. We got a picture to Tom. And then from Tom, he had about 13 children. We descended from the second oldest. Yeah, and then from there we just went all the way to us. So we were able to find the documentation of them being registered. Also, Tom, he was half Choctaw by blood. So his mom was Choctaw and his dad was Omaha. And we were able to trace them down even to his grandchildren being denied for whatever reason, even though they could prove their lineage. But that's when the politics get involved, where the
Money,
same the
yeah.
same man that was half Irish, half Cherokee can be acknowledged, but then somebody who might be half whatever else and half Cherokee, he ain't getting acknowledged
What's
because they
that
might
number?
not accept that other half that they got. So we ended up finding
Sorry,
it was
Sakina, that was you. Sorry, I just muted it.
so yeah, we ended up finding that it was a lot of politics behind people, how people were being identified. Uh, like if you weren't raised on the reservation at one point, you were labeled as a Negro, and we found the documentation of that. Like with the Rappahannock, they didn't get identified as Indians because they didn't live on the reservation. Not that they were any separate than those people, but because the people in control they could label people as they saw fit, and it was in your
Yeah,
best
it's
interest at
horrible
that
these
time.
days.
Say
The
that again.
Yeah, and I
politics
was going
is
to
the
ask you,
politics is a
Nitro.
lot.
So you said you actually
Mhm.
help with genealogy. How far back have you gone, like your oldest grandparent, as far as in your family's genealogy?
I'm going back to the 1700s. I want to say it's about 9 or 10 generations back. Yeah, it's
Nice. And
Hmm.
then
That's
so
good.
far, what you found as far as Indians and what tribe affiliations have you found so far?
I found the Omaha. I found the Choctaw. I found Chickasaw and Creek.
Hmm.
And then the Creek, we got Muskogee Creek and Hittichi. It was here in Georgia.
He
And
sound
with
like
them,
OTK, don't he? When he said that,
so
that's
yeah,
the
like
OTK be saying all the time. Muskegee and Creek.
uh-huh. And because those are some very large tribes. And how I had to find that because they never registered with a rolls, I had to trace back the when the county that they were in was formed. And when the people who came and settled in that county, my family had the same last name as them. And they talked about who they enslaved, the tribes that was here, who they did business with, and that's how I was able to take that. Plus the stories, because my grandma used to wash her clothes in the same river that's out there in that county that my family from. She grew up washing her clothes in that river, taking whole showers and baths in that same river. You know what I'm saying? Before she moved to the city. She was born in 1933. You know what I'm saying? So it was little stuff like that that I had to use because they never entered a role. Like when they got enslaved or subjugated, they all got labeled as Negroes in like the 1820s. So that's my
Hmm.
dad's side. A lot of them stayed in Georgia, never left, never registered. So that's how I had
Yeah,
to
but
really.
were they Negroes, right? So at that time, though, we know they were Indian. Are we saying when you said they got labeled as Negroes, are you saying they
Mhm.
got labeled and they should have been 100% Indian? Or are
Well,
you
no,
saying they were
yeah, ain't
Indian and
nobody.
African mixed?
No, ain't nobody 100% Indian. Even the Indians themselves. But really what it was a class like with your status or your classification came privileges and rights that they had to honor at that time. So if they made an agreement with a tribe and said, well, we ain't gonna encroach that land over there, and you identify as that type of Indian and they encroaching your land, you can fight back. And other political entities could acknowledge that fight and say, you ain't supposed to be going over there messing with them folks. We don't gave you your plot of land, stay there. So a lot of times the reclassification of people wasn't about what you was mixed with. Nah. It was to disinherit people. So if you do
Absolutely. Yeah, I was
have
going to say
land
that.
and
Yeah,
they could,
because you
yeah.
do know that because they reneged on a lot. Now, OTK showed us a video where they even had an entire cemetery filled
Mm-hmm.
with Indian people, and they wouldn't even give them headstones because they would have to acknowledge, their Indian, their Indian half. They would have to be acknowledged, and even right now today, I have a lady. There's a lady on in my that I work with whose entire family went up and did the same thing and brought them all of that information, about their Indian status, and only to be turned down, right? Because it's filled with politics and padded pockets. And so, this proud heritage that people have is something that people will have to continue just saying and teaching people by word of mouth, because you're going to always have those pushback politics, like you're saying, because of the benefits. And actually, the people who are head of that, people who are head of these tribes, you have to go through, the chief, and the chief these days is watered down.
Mm-hmm.
When they would like to believe he's full Native Indian, or what they call the whiter skin Indians, but they are in the pockets of the politicians for sure.
Right. And I mean, even an example I use for people to understand, like, we're the only people who do that. Meaning that even the tribes themselves don't use blood quantums, as a lot of tribes don't. They don't use it anymore. It's not as efficient, and they have their own method of saying who's who. So you could be 1/16th or something, but let's say you know the language, you know the dances, you know the customs, you grew up in that area, and other people can attest to you being that, then you're that. We're the only people who label ourselves as colors or whatever the case may be. We then tell somebody else, well, you show me this, or are you 100% that? Like, if somebody is from, like, let's say you have an Eritrean and somebody from Ghana, and they have a child, is that child mixed?
With African and African, yeah,
Well, I mean, those, yeah,
two
right,
different bloodlines, yeah.
right, yeah. So right, exactly, we don't take that same logic and premise and apply that to things here. So no matter who like, if like, again, because I see Chris and he got the fingers in the chat, and he said no proof. I'm about to send y'all some proof, and I want to hear what his explanation is. Like, watch how he argues against this, because this is the main thing about where the disunity in all of this lies, is that people are arguing with somebody as though they're arguing with somebody else. So hearing me say that I have ancestors that's indigenous, he's gonna shadow box with me like he them other folk that he argue with on YouTube, not understanding that you might be adding to the problems that my family went through by getting disinherited, getting
Well,
pushed
no,
off their homeland.
but
You,
he
you
went,
know,
but then again, but because I've heard you do this now twice, and I just really want to point this out when we're talking about where the root of the problem is. The root of the problem is not people with the people, but it's people who is over the people who have a little bit more power. So them being the contracts being reneged, them not giving people their just due, and them not, acknowledging the inheritance of a people, don't start with people. It starts with politicians. It
no,
starts with the
I agree.
people
I
who,
agree.
because don't forget, when the U.S. and the government made that treaty, they made the treaty with those chiefs. The chiefs are white as snow. And
Facts.
that's the part that Indian people, in my opinion, don't like to acknowledge and talk about. When they show
I
the picture
agree.
of those first chiefs that they shook hands with and made that treaty, those Indian people they had long braids, they had those hats, they had the feather, and their skin was white as snow. And they weren't going to let nobody with no color come in there and say, I'm getting ready to hand you over this $10 million, this $1 billion, so that you can pass it on. And so those tribal people at the top then, right, created subgroups. So if you wanted to get anything done, you had to jump through hoop number one, hoop number two. Then the chiefs had to acknowledge it and say, yay or nay, can this money be passed down? A lot of times, those chiefs looked at your skin color and said denied, because we are sitting here not only padding our pockets, but we are looking out for the people who look like they look, which were whiter and lighter skinned Indians.
And see, I don't disagree with that. This is where, like I said, the divisiveness, once it trickles down from the powers that be, we should be more tactful with our due diligence. So it's the stereotyping
Yeah,
and
because
grouping.
they have the money. Do you not understand that every time they get a check, one big giant check from the government, it goes to the chiefs first.
No,
It
no,
does
I
not go
understand
to
that.
the tribe, it goes to the chiefs, and then the chiefs pass down the money to the people who are over those said tribes. Then that money trickles down again. So I'm saying, if you want to point the blame, you have to point blame at the people who look at you and are racist and are in your own camp.
No, no, definitely,
Those Indian
definitely.
people are racist.
Now. See, let me separate the oil and the water with this, because I want to be specific about what I'm saying. I don't disagree with you, and we can get to that too real quick. But I want to address what our people do amongst each other before any of them even get involved. What we usually do is there are bigger narratives that people spew out. Like they might say, I ain't got no Africa, I ain't got nobody else in my family. Everybody just Indians. And I'm not disagreeing with them. But what ends up happening is we start to then label everybody as an extremist. So they say, oh, you're a this. I'm gonna put you in that group, instead of allowing people to actually say this is what their genealogy is. It's the same people on the like, let's say I go to a reservation and they say, yeah, he one of us. Those same people are then going to accept them as the authority. Like, all right, bet. Well, yeah, the tribe say you one of them. They stamped you. You good. That's what I'm saying about, like, there's this extreme disingenuity about, they can, like, a lot of these tribes acknowledge that a lot of their family members got enslaved and never came back. So when you gloss over these little things like that, and then people are saying, I had to find my family. This is who my family was. This is where they was at. They have stories that corroborate with who they were enslaving and taken to plantations. You can go and find plantation records. They'll tell you
Right,
we
but
got.
so you don't think it's a systemic issue the same way we think it's a systemic issue with the people who handled our people during that transatlantic
Yeah,
slave, right?
yeah, yeah. I agree, but that's why I said I want to
So we go
separate that
straight to the root.
from
We go
this.
straight to the root of the people. We don't. We know all the issues that have
Nah,
trickled
but
down
hear me out. Hear me out,
from
Jimmy.
the
Now, this is what I'm saying.
injustice.
This is what I'm saying. When people now, for instance, you have like Chief Siku, he's the head of the Yamasi Nation. He 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 has been fighting for many years against the discrimination of not just the Pale Indians, but also his own people that don't want to acknowledge people our color as indigenous or Indians, because they say you have to be mixed with something. This is what I'm getting to. I'm getting to the nucleus of basically heritage. I'm getting to that regardless of how many ancestors it was. Bro, I am my ancestors. Ain't nobody gonna come and tell me that I'm not them. So if I choose to want to fight a
With
fight
or
for,
without benefits, right? Nobody can
yeah,
tell you
yeah,
who you
yeah.
are with
This
or
ain't got
without
nothing to
benefits.
with or without
Okay.
benefits. I don't care
Okay.
what they is. I'm my ancestors. I accept
Okay.
all of it. So if I find an ancestor that owns slaves, that was my ancestor. That don't mean that I'm gonna own slaves. You feel me? If I had an ancestor that was a slave, that don't mean I'm still a slave. You get what I'm saying? Like
Fact.
there's this hand picking and want to nitpick what greatness or flaws we want to incorporate into our own personal histories. You see what I'm saying? And it like not helping people find what's really going on or the truth. We start gang banging narratives. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
there
but
are
they
a
can
lot of,
never really take away your truth because you came on here so fantastic and your light shines so bright. You know that at this point, that's just words, right? But who
yeah,
you
for sure,
are
for
to
sure.
the core of you can never be erased because there's too many things that you actually manifest and produce for someone to take away something from you. Now, if you want to fight against those injustices and things that people say, you get out there and you find yourself the a platform where your narrative can be heard and what you're saying can be pushed and people can back and support you because when they see all the work that you've actually done, there's no denying it. You see what
No,
I'm saying? So they
yeah,
can
facts.
never really.
So that's what we on. Like, we've been talking with members of different tribes that like live on reservations or just are members, but still, live normal lives like us. And we talk about things like this: the ancestor that was dark, or the ancestor that was a little light skinned that was passing, knowing some of their ancestors got enslaved or got reclassified or went and married off and never came back, and they don't know where those cousins are. You see what I'm saying? Like, we talk with people that are in these same groups that know their chiefs ain't gonna acknowledge certain things because they don't want to split the money. They
So
don't want
then
to
what do
split that
you do
land.
So,
about that? What have you guys came up with solutions? What type of
All right,
solutions
so
have you
so
come
so
up with
that's
as a collective?
so the first thing
and then I
is,
have a question after this one.
all right,
Okay,
and if y'all could y'all drop an email address in the back chat? I want to send y'all the document I was talking about. But yeah, so the first thing is helping people do their genealogy so you can figure out, do you have whatever your ancestors are. It don't have to just be indigenous. Whatever your ancestors are, you should know. You got the right to know that. It's not a privilege to know who you descend from, regardless if they from Antarctica. You should know that. But then in these things are political fights. Like I said, people have land that they have inherited to them that they don't know because they don't know who they descend from. So there could be a situation where people are misusing that land. You out here homeless, working a job or whatever, trying to make ends meet, and that's your land. You need to get that back. And people aren't going to go find you. They're not going to knock on your door and say, "Hey, you know, you got 20 acres over there in the country somewhere." You feel what I'm saying? It's things like this that are very applicable to people's situation. Also, there you have the ability to be able to group based off of these commonalities. So for some people to say, well, I feel this way, I feel like I don't want to do nonviolence, you can group and create organizations, initiatives, different entities that's based off of you having commonalities with people. And that's something that you start to see a lot of times. Like, people say, oh yeah, I trace my family, I got some Igbo family. You start making meetings off of this, you start moving, you might learn the dishes, you start to want to get in tune with the culture that comes from that. So we not opposed to that aspect. The thing that, like I said, me and my mom and other people have found is that when it comes to that aspect of us having, like I said, we had ancestors that, or elders that are very secretive about our history and where they was from and what was going on. And when they finally started talking, it clicked. It made sense. They had to go through a simulation or a change to no longer be whatever tribe they was. They wanted to fit in and blend in with the society in that place and the times that it was. You see what I'm saying? So they didn't think 100 years or whatever, how many years from now it would affect everybody else that way, but it has. You
Well,
see
they
what I'm saying?
wanted to or they had to, because I'm not imagining that everybody at this
Nah,
point
yeah,
in time that
yeah,
you're
yeah.
talking about is that free to really
Nah.
just and be of color, of any color, without really knowing your ethnicity or background, and then just be free to be picking and choosing a lot of stuff at that time. So
It was the
did they
spectrum.
have to
Yeah.
assimilate, or was it best for them to assimilate at that time?
Generally speaking, it was a spectrum. So as an individual, I could talk about, certain ancestors on what they went through, but generally speaking, it was a spectrum. Some people chose, some people were forced, some people would
Mhm.
choose based off of many factors. Could you pass? Were you passable? Were you accepted in the area? Um, or could you not, based off of the control that certain groups had in that area and how they were hell bent on not allowing certain entities there? Like, we pushed y'all out, why are you still here? So in some places it might have been in your best interest to say, I'm a Negro, you know what I'm saying, my name is
Mhm.
Tom Jones. So
Mhm.
assimilation into the culture, a lot of times, that's what we found that our family was going through, was when they took on names and they had to learn different ways on what they was doing, these things stayed alive. Like, that mindset of blending in and holding secrets, it stayed alive even to some of the things we dealing with as a family to this day. You get what I'm
To
saying?
this day. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so that's the mission. The mission is everybody need to know who your family is. Like, I'm not out here, like I said, when people start doing what I call the gang banging, as like you said, not the people who controlling the narratives, but we don't have to feed into a lot of the BS that come with whatever side it is. You feel me? So I'm an advocate for helping people find who your family really is. And if you choose not to move on that, that's on you. That's cool. That's my personal mission. You don't have to care about genealogy. You don't have to champion it. You don't even have to think it's important. You feel me? It's up to people like me to say, well, if you do want to do that, this is how you should go about it and use it in your life. This is where the utility of it can help you elevate. Like I said, I found ancestors, real live ancestors who did great things. You see what I'm saying? During my genealogy, it wasn't about finding an African or finding an Indian. those are surface level things. My ancestors had names, they had friends, they had families, they had favorite foods that unfortunately never got passed down because they might have been living a certain lifestyle that didn't matter. You go to work, you go home, you take care of your family, that's it. And during these processes, a lot of times things get misconstrued. You got grandmas you thought was your grandma, but they was your auntie really your grandma. You know what I'm saying? Or your auntie really your mama. And you think the whole time that's your mama. And then if you don't know these things, even doing your genealogy can then also be misleading because you looking down the family line based off of rumors or things that was going on in your family that really wasn't true. You see what I'm saying? So there's a
That
certain type of
happens. It happens.
yeah,
Yes, it happens.
Right.
yeah.
So
Definitely.
when you go through that specifically, and then I want to go back and ask you some questions based on
Mm-hmm.
before. I feel like you were alluding to the Native Americans, but when you're going through genealogy, do you push for people to do their DNA test, kind of to make sure you have the basis of knowing who their mom, their dad, their grandparents really are, or how do you go across them not having information because it's not been given to them to know who they really are, like who their dad is, etc.
Yeah, I mean, some people, they might not choose to do it. I ain't gonna say it's the end of your process, but it would help you cross reference and know what's going on. Find cousins that you may have alive now, and you can link with those cousins and say, hey, well, this is the match that we have on our Morgans, and this is where they say we related. Can you help us take, what I'm saying, take it back? And they might say, yeah, well, my six great grandma was named this and I got this and do you have that? So it helps in the process depending on it's like some people history is just cut and dry. Like they don't really have like they can go back as far as they can and find different things like family coming on immigration papers, from Europe, or you might find your family that was from Africa and when they got sold at an auction block or whatever the case may be. Some of these things are available. You just got to do the due diligence and keep searching. You know what I'm saying? Like my mama been doing this for what at least 20 years now. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of
Well,
different
she's
rough.
been doing genealogy for people as well. Your
Well,
mom?
for us, for the family. Yeah, for the family. You know
Okay,
what
for
I'm saying? So that's
family.
the family historian. Is my mom, you feel me? We found over
Yeah.
200 cousins in Wetumpka, Alabama. You feel me? That are descended from that same group I was saying from Roland Edwards' son. Um, Hold on, let me make sure I spell this email right. I'm trying to multitask, but yeah, like so you can use the DNA, you know what I'm saying, to help you find your family, but a lot of times if you keep looking and searching, you'll definitely find where your family was, what they could have been, um, things like that. Like it's a lot more information out there than even what I thought was available. You know what
That
I'm
you
saying? Like
can
they
with going. Yeah, I've seen that too, and I'm in the basis of doing mine, but yeah, it's
She want to
definitely.
be your cousin, Nitro. That's all that is. Dulcinea gonna
No,
be.
no, no, no. I actually
She gonna be
did
your
my
cousin.
DNA test, so I'll know as far as who actually I'm related to and everything. I did my DNA test as well as I'm building my tree. But
That's
I
gonna
have
be
that
so
question because
interesting.
we've had people come up and talk about that they didn't have their real father before. I think Sonetta even talked about that, like how the DNA test brought him to his real father because who he thought his father wasn't his actual biological father. So that's definitely a thing when you're building on these trees. But let's go back to the Native Americans. You kind of alluded to talking about them and working with them. So are you familiar with Native American history, where they come from, and how is that as far as working with acceptance of Native Americans to the indigenous Indians here?
Yeah, so like what I found that I really should do before I start voicing my opinions about a lot of it, I figured I should really start doing individual research on the tribes, their migration patterns, who they did deals with, who did they trade with, what did they trade, because these start becoming indicators or clues that you need to know of what was going on. So I started with, of course, researching the tribes that was around me, or the tribes with more available research. You know what I'm saying? Where they've been able to compile history and you vet through it. Some of it is, myth, some of it is real, some of it, kind of laid it in between. But yeah, I've definitely been able to do, what I'm saying, a fair amount of research. Even like I said, talking with people firsthand, you get to hear like, because the reason I talk with them don't really be based on history. The history is a part of it, but we usually talk with them to see um where is this disconnect with people. Like, they can acknowledge that a lot of these tribes got enslaved, but then they don't acknowledge the descendants of those slaves. And it's not the people out here that's like us that's like, oh, if it's after 9 generations, it don't count, because they don't play by those rules on the tribes, on the reservations. Like, some tribes, they don't care who you descend from. If you descend from one of them, they're going to accept you, period. That's how it works. They have their own rules. When they created corporations behind this, the BIA gave them the ability to pick and choose how they wanted to confer citizenship or acknowledgement to their members. So what one tribe does, the other tribe doesn't do. You see what I'm saying? Some of
Right.
them also may acknowledge parent tribes, so they know that they fused and changed names and, what I'm saying, mingled with each other. If you can prove like you lived in a certain area, and they can say, oh, well, yeah, during that time frame, this is when people were getting subjugated and kidnapped and sent here and there and there. And you say, yeah, well, I got this last name, or this is my family. They can use last names as well to know who did and did not, maybe or possibly could have came from these certain areas or tribes. You see what I'm saying? So usually the conversations are about those type of things where the members in these tribes they don't sing the same song that the YouTube scholars sing. They know that it's people out here that are related to them. They want to help do some of the research and connect some of the clues to figure out who. They don't care if you mix with people or not. That, like, again, like I said, this is the only time that some of that information matters. They have a one drop blood rule with them too. If you got any drop of blood of their ancestry in you, you family. You can. It's just about proving it and being able to show that and articulating it is where the journey is going to continue. You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, regardless if it's anybody ancestry, like, you feel me? If you have Europeans in your family, depending on how many you find or how prevalent that may be in your life or in your bloodline, tap in with it. You feel me? If you got some Africans or whatever Asian, tap in with what you feel is prevalent, and your people that you say you a part of got a fight that they fighting. So they're like I said, I grew up with people that are from a lot of the 54 nations in Africa. You feel me? They have a fight that they still got going on there. So I would encourage anybody, once you do this genealogy and you feel that you are impelled behind a mission, fight for it. And you ain't got to do that. If you just feel impelled to want to go help Ethiopia and Eritrea right now, bro, go do that. You know what I'm saying? Just make your, I would suggest making your life a suitable or utility to the rest of humanity in whatever way. You feel me? So I ain't really caught up on other people and what they got going. It's the fight that I choose to fight. I want to fight for my ancestors that was from here. You feel me? And my ancestors that are my elders that are alive acknowledge those ancestors as their ancestors. So I would look real foolish to want to start, fighting other fights or narratives because the status quo is socially normal and acceptable. Like, I'm gonna choose what I want to fight for, and that's what I choose. That's my battlefront. And it ain't that it don't help other people, because the angle that I'm going for is that people have land, they have resources, they have a history that belongs to them that they can actually be a part of and help this bigger cause. Some of these factories might be built on some land that somebody owns. So let's help help her get her land back so this factory can get on up out of here. You
So
see
are
what I'm
you
saying?
familiar with those paperworks that it takes to get land back to reclaim the
Yeah,
reclamation? Okay.
yeah. So one of the routes that we taken, and me and my mom got to actually take a trip to 2 different states. We found land patents for some of our ancestors that own land, you know what I'm saying? And one of them, during the time, like when slavery was over with, he went and bought land in the same place that his family was from, you feel me? So we still got family that stay out there. Like I said, they stay in that area. You feel me? To this day. And we got a Facebook group. Yeah, to this day. We got a Facebook group that we created with a lot of them. So they all had little stories about, grandpa such and such and uncle such and such used to tell us about this. And we like, that's crazy, because we found the records of them living in that same place. So a lot of it, like, those distant cousins really started to help us kind of piece together. Like, we knew we wasn't tripping with what we found. We was able to go back, and the same ancestors we related to was in the blood rolls. You feel me? So go ahead.
So you and your mom are good with paperwork. I may have something for you. Make sure I get your information I'm gonna hook you up with something. I'm like, I'm gonna hook you. Gemini gonna hook you up
No,
with
for
something that
sure. Yeah,
may
appreciate
be
it.
very beneficial to what you and your mom's already doing, because you guys are already traveling and you're already working together with a bunch of different groups. It might be a little something, within what I'm going to send you that might be beneficial to you all.
No, for sure. I appreciate that. Any help is help. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the thing we want to because we working on a documentary too with the family. Basically compiling this information and how we came about it to help be a template for those who it may help. So if people already know where they from or who they are, it's cool. It's not for you. Like, but for those who really interested and want to know about their family and when it comes to this lane, as far as being connected to indigenous families or how to find the paperwork, how to triangulate, when they went on some of these expeditions and enslaved the people and sold them, like the Natchez, who got documented, they got sold to different places like Haiti. You got the Tuscarora. A lot of these different tribes, they have documents of them being sold to places and they weren't killed with blankets. So once you go down that rabbit hole, it's like, well, yeah, they had children, and you related to them. So your heritage in any form shouldn't die. You should be able to continue it. So we working on that documentary. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Um,
can you go through some of the methods you go to expand people's history that they have about their family, and especially with the records?
Yeah, yeah,
What's
that'll be good.
some
Very
ways
good
you've
question.
actually gotten more difficult records?
Good
um,
question.
so so you got what is the Wayfair book? Like they have a book where they talk about the history of a lot of counties. So you can basically go in that book and you can find things like they talk about sometimes when the first people came in the land, who was in the land, the tribes that they interacted with, how they interacted with those tribes. Did they trade? Did some of the tribes give them land and say, well, you can settle in this part? How the land expansion happened? When did the enslavement or sharecropping with certain tribes? When did that happen? Really trying to get into the history and pinpoint the interaction between the colonists with the slaves, or the colonists with tribes, or the colonists with each other. You know what I'm saying? Those little clues a lot of times can point you when you start triangulating the census records with the history at that time. So, like I said, sometimes they pop up in the census. They might have been sent from somewhere else. You can find they have like basically receipts. They have many, especially like a lot of government sites. You know what I'm saying? Like Library of Congress got some good information on there. A lot of like the historical society. So like I go to Savannah, I go to the Georgia Historical Society library down there in Savannah. You know what I'm saying? And go through books. Like a lot of times they talk about how Johnny and Buck was sold for three furs and a bottle of liquor. You know what I'm saying? You like, damn, that's crazy. This is my ancestor right here got sold for some Casamigos and some chinchillas. You know what I'm saying? Like they documented a lot more than what we think is just not always put out there in the front. So
Hmm.
again, I would always suggest, like just for starts, what helps is creating a family tree, but trying to get as many documents for each ancestor as possible because they moved around more than what we think. That's another thing that will throw me and my mom off is sometimes in them 10 years they might move around and we keep looking in the same place every decade for that ancestor. We like, damn, we can't find them. And then when we broaden our search or change the way we filter that search, then we able to find that ancestor in a different place, or we might find other relatives that they had and why they were, saying, when they were there. And you had ancestors at that time that wasn't enslaved. They might have owned some land or owned some cattle or livestock that they had to write down, you know what I'm saying, in the non-scheduled population census. You know what I'm saying? So because that's another thing they did too. If you did own something, they kept up with how much you own, how much money you had, stuff like that, that we were also able to find certain ancestors. They might have bought their freedom or, got free and moved somewhere, owned some land, and then we say, well, that's why our family was there on that land. That don't mean they originated from that land because we found where they bought the land at, and they've been living there ever since. You see what I'm saying? So the census is able, you can use the information in the census a lot of times to coordinate or cross-reference with other documents and books and a lot of the information that you find in these areas. especially about tribal interactions. That's the main thing, like knowing how these tribes interacted with each other and the colonists can really help. You know what I'm saying? Because if the Dutch set up a colony in a certain place, you can start to understand why you may have that last name. Some of them may have married with these families and never was enslaved. You see what I'm saying? Or some of them may have given the Europeans surnames, you know what I'm saying? Or you created surnames using that language that was in that area. So it's a lot of different, things. I'm trying to be as general. I don't want to be just specific about, why a lot of these things happen, because folks, they'll take that one thing and run with it. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's yeah, I hope I answered that.
Also, you could also look in probate court
Yeah,
records,
probate.
will,
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh-huh. Facts. So a lot of times in probate, you'll see things like marriages, divorces, you'll see inheritance when people create wills. That's how I found out like some of the land out here in Georgia on my dad's side that the family owned. We end up doing research about that and finding out that it matched up with the story that my dad witnessed when he was young, you know what I'm saying, and got older, that his parents, siblings, his dad's siblings, and their cousins was fighting over land that was passed down from like, it's my great great grandfather. So my
Well,
dad's
yeah,
great
let's talk
grandfather.
about going to probate court with these greater ancestors, because what all do you need? What all do you need to advocate and say like you're a family member and get some of this information when you are talking about like a great 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 grandfather or mother?
I mean, depending on the county, sometimes you got to be a little smooth. Like, you don't want to just run in there and tell them why you doing the research sometimes, because it might rub people the wrong way, or, especially now with a lot of YouTube narratives. So it could be something like inheritance. You might go in there and say, hey, we found out, might be a dispute in our family over some land or some property. I just want to get a little information, or me and my grandma was talking, and, she was interested in finding out some things about, some family. So I'm just coming to, double check and see what's going on. Just things like that. And when you go down there, basically all you're doing is searching the records that they may have kept. So certain decades, they'll tell you, well, we don't have this decade because the records got burned, or they burned libraries, or they might say, we don't have those records. I know in Georgia, like a lot of it is at the Georgia Historical Society, and they also have a library in Decatur that you can go to that keep a lot of these documents. You know what I'm saying? And you can find the firsthand documents versus finding them digitally. You feel me? A lot of times those are scans that come from a actual physical database of, what these ancestors were, where they stayed, uh, stuff like that. So yeah, definitely libraries. Like I would suggest libraries help. But yeah, with the probate, yeah, a lot of times you just basically just trying to ask questions, and shit, sometimes you don't even have to. Just they'll tell you where the book's at. You know what I'm saying? If you kind of know what you're looking for, like I said, the same thing you can find on Ancestry.com. They have those same physical records. So, for people who may not want to look through the internet, but they want to look physically through a book, you can go down to these places and, sit there. They ain't gonna rush you or kick you out or nothing. You can cipher through the books and, find, whatever information you may feel may help.
Yeah, so I don't think it's not actually going to like probate court. You just going to get those records. And a
Mm-hmm.
lot of slave owners, when they died, and they willed their slaves over to another family member or whoever they willed them to. So you can also see your family in those wills. You can see them.
Facts. Facts.
So it's a beautiful thing to
Wait, so
just.
you can see them without going and giving your ID or giving their ID or anything
It's
like that? Like, is
records.
there some mission
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
the
it's
records.
records
It's
that
free.
you
kind
have to
of like
get
the
to
same
get
way
certain
you
records?
yeah, kind of like
Like the
real
court
estate.
records, yeah, it's free.
Yeah, yeah, just like real estate. If you want to go and
Hmm.
pull a title on something down there, they might charge you to print, it's
Yeah,
like for the paper or something. But yeah, yeah, they give
if
you
you want a
access.
copy, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they give you access to the records though, for sure.
y'all know this my thing. I love this.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Oh
So go
yeah.
on ahead on, Nisha Boo.
Yeah, yeah. And it's
Hmm.
cause I remember being young sometimes my parents would be in the library looking up stuff and they'd come back with a whole bunch of papers. They'd pick me up from practice. I'm like, what y'all was doing? man, we down there at this library looking for such and such, and we can't find him. I found his brother, but I can't find him. And they misspell the name sometimes accidentally or on purpose. You know what I'm saying? They like, so that also was
Yeah,
some
I've
things that we
noticed a
ran
lot of
into.
different names
Yeah, like
having
we
to
had to go
go or
through.
different things, last
Yeah,
names that they could be close or it's like far, and you're like, okay, is this a different person? Is it the same? Then you
Well,
see,
right.
I know
okay, it
people
has
couldn't
the
spell
same
back in there.
children,
Yeah.
or they'll say, oh, it has two of the same children, but not all. Like
Mm-hmm.
this grandparent got 9 children, and you're only pulling
Right.
up 2 of them.
Right. You
So
might
yeah,
have a Bobby
like
Jones. You might have 3 Bobby Joneses, and then you got to find the day they was born and how
Right.
old they was on certain census, because there wasn't no junior, senior, and the third sometimes. So they got Bobby
Right.
Jones 3 times. You like, why is 3 Bobby Jones on here? But they got different ages, so it get confusing. Sometimes the accent, when they would tell maybe the enumerator what their name was, they accent made the enumerator spell it a certain way if they couldn't spell.
right.
Sometimes the enumerators didn't care. Just like how we see fast food restaurants today, they don't care. They got a job to do. They want to go home. You know what I'm saying? So having to go from door to door and ask people what's your name and how old you is, that wasn't a job people just love to do. They just trying to do it and go home. So you see a lot of misspelling. Sometimes they intentionally misspelled the name. Sometimes
Yes.
your ancestor might give them a fake name. Say, wait, we do now.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? They might be
Yeah,
like, I
I
don't want those
see.
folks in my business, so I'm gonna give them my little alias.
I'm
And
like at a dead stop on my mom's side, but I've noticed that I have social security numbers. So I asked that as well, like, what can I do or how can I move to get some information, especially since it's like my great grandmother and proving that I'm in the direct line with their social security. I know it take paperwork, but
mm-hmm.
for sure, like I'm like at this dead stop. It
Yeah,
has
so
these people. It can say when they're born, but it's not giving me like parents, where,
facts. Yeah,
exact
sometimes
location.
it's blank. Them death certificates be blank. You like they ain't had no parents. They might have a state but no
Right,
name.
exactly. Like,
Yeah, so
oh,
that's
okay, you know what month and year she was born, but then that's it. You know, when she
mm-hmm.
was married,
Because
but
you
then
already know the further it goes back, the more they're not going to have,
Yeah,
any type
yeah,
of
well,
the certificate
information.
page. Uh-huh.
this
In
is my
that
great
area.
grandma. This is like someone born in 1890, so it's not
Exactly.
that far
You
Oh
know
back.
no,
that
no.
information is
Give me
going to be
give
blank.
me her name. No, no, that's not necessarily true. Dusty, text me her name.
What's
Okay.
not necessarily true? Be specific, Nisha.
That you can find at 1890. It's still some good information. 1890 is not that far away. You could still find some good stuff at 1890. You can, Jim. You
It's
can.
not that far away.
It's not. If you really think about it, 1890 is not that long ago.
Yeah,
It's
it's
really
really
not.
not.
It's
Girl,
not. It's
people
not
think
that long ago.
the year
She's my Rosewood
1999
ancestor
was
too,
that
Nisha.
long
So
ago.
I'm
How
gonna
you
give
gonna
you
say
the information.
1890 ain't long ago? If you say 1990, people be like, "Oh, that's decades," and you be like,
Mm-hmm.
"It's not decades."
Right.
Excuse you. So
Nah, fact.
1890 is a long time ago.
No,
But no,
ma'am.
for me, it's more. It feels like a struggle because it's not that long ago. But I
Right.
know because passed down history that she was part of the Rosewood massacre. So I've always just felt like, oh, this is something that's erased. This is something that they're just making sure I never find out. But
But they
yeah.
didn't have
So
right, but they didn't have they didn't have typewriters and stuff to keep, to keep records. They got some basic information and you were in the system, and we cannot deny that and act like, well, they just did that, just to us as the people. No, lots of people they weren't that learned, they weren't that bred. You may have had some smart people, but those people weren't sitting in those positions. Yeah, it's just like
Mm-hmm.
the records that I looked at. There's this place out here called the Caves, and in the Caves, this is where they keep Missouri records at. It's another because they have lots of archives out here, as we should find out. The Midwest got lots of archives, so this is another one. But this information is all barter and trade. So literally in there,
Mm-hmm.
you see from the 1700s, and you see the penmanship, the bomb. I'm talking about, like, oh my God, like, who wrote this, right? And you'll see stuff in there like loaf of bread, 6 loaves of bread for 5, barrels of water. stuff in there like, okay, one horse, for 2 pigs, and they wrote it all down. Then you
Right.
learn.
Man, Gemini.
Then you hold on. Let me finish. I'm not finished. Then you learn that one person, one, not two, one person had that skill set to do that. The notary is what they called it. They even called it notary back then. They would wake the notary up in the middle of the night if the notary had things to record, and the one notary, and everything had to be signed in front of this one notary, and everything that one notary did, they had to pass it down generationally. So it's not like, again, these towns had loads of people that did this job, that took down dictation.
Right.
There's a whole history behind the notary itself, and the how they even came into that position, because everything is historical, especially when you're talking about that far back.
Yeah, even
And
the
it's true as far
postmaster.
as the records are. What I was gonna say is, and even not going that far back, what I've noticed is like the newspapers. I'm excited to find like there's a newspaper mentioned in my family. They had a newspaper article about anything. Oh, my grand uncle turned 8 today. Like he's gonna be having a party with his aunts and uncles and mother and father. Like, really, that made newspaper worthy information. Recorded everything.
And then too, if you get a chance, though, Sanaya, can you screen share that document?
Oh yeah, let me check. Make sure we got it. Hold on.
Yeah, I emailed it. But I'm showing this not for the naysayers, but for people to understand like what some of these documents look like and what you can possibly find doing your research. You see what I'm saying? There are different forms of documents to prove who's what and all that good stuff. But this was very foundational for me and my mom because, like I said, from this document that I'm gonna show, I have pictures from his son all the way down to me. So we have a way where we can like trace that entire line back to this man on this document. You see what I'm saying? So that was very
Sorry,
fundamental
it didn't
for us.
come through. I just have to correct the email and just send it again.
Oh, all right, bet. Yeah, let me know that. Drop the email back there and I'll send it.
But also it
I was
matters.
gonna say, hold on, Anisha, Cosmic Girl. They get so many archives in Missouri, in the state of Missouri out here. I've never seen a place that keep more records than where I'm at right now. So many records, so many places that they keep. They kept up with everything. These people, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a history here. I don't know.
That goes to exactly what I was about to say. Is the more history
And
of a
it's in the
place, the
chat
more
now.
records that you're
All right,
going to
bet.
find. You're going to find more records. And just like he's from Atlanta, Stone Mountain area, and that city burnt down because Savannah was actually
it was actually the capital.
the capital.
Yep.
And then Atlanta burned down. So the whole going with the wind, that's really for real.
Wow.
Yeah, facts. Like especially like in Virginia, a lot of people can trace their family back to Virginia, but at certain decades you can't find in Virginia. Like there are no records. So when they start burning stuff down, it didn't even have to be that decade. It could have been decades after that. That in the midst of war, they didn't say, yeah, burn all the 1810 records. You know what I'm saying? It was like, hey, we finna burn this building down to let y'all know we serious and this might be of importance to you. So let's just go ahead and burn it down real quick. You had a lot of that going on. You know what I'm saying? So there is no, unfortunately, what happened to our ancestors and many other people's ancestors, there's no 100% foolproof way to recover this. It's not.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And my biggest thing is like, pick a fight and fight. If you want to fight for whatever, the transatlantic slave, pick that fight and fight it. You know what I'm saying? You want to fight for indigenous people. You want to fight for the people who came across the Bering Strait. Whatever it is, we all know. The elephant in the room is that we all know that some of our own people, along with outsiders, did this to our people, whoever your people may be. So I just find it like it's a worthy cause to at least want to at least know that what really happened, and spread the truth. You know what I'm saying? Don't spread what you may think or what you want it to be or what you've only found now. Like, keep digging. Like, a lot of this stuff is not definitive. You see what I'm saying? Until you find the paperwork that says so, there is no proof of where a lot of these slaves may have came from. All you can work with is names, or you know what I'm saying. A lot like it's about knowing what you can find and fighting that fight. You know what I'm saying? And a big thing that we really found out is that a lot of people don't even know that you can access this information. So it'd be one thing if people did it and found things, and you know what I'm saying, it was a common thing where we all just met each other and be like, girl, what's your name? Let me see your family tree. That's not how we move. You have people out here having babies by their cousins. You know what I'm saying? You have people meeting whole siblings and getting it on, you know what I'm saying? Because they don't know their family and where they descend from, where they got these names from. All these different things are very prevalent in today's time, more so than what we think. So, you
Right.
know,
That's
um,
exactly why I don't date nobody out here in Kansas City where I'm at. It's too
yeah, because
small.
you
How
never
much are
know.
you serious? We'll
Yeah,
find out we all related around
yeah,
and the whole
yeah.
Right.
city.
But I
And that's
want
the
to add
only,
something
oh, go ahead.
to what you were just saying, Nitro, and this is something in joint to what you and Nisha were talking about earlier, but definitely with going into the history as well and knowing what was happening in those particular areas, like you mentioned Virginia in 1810 or certain decades where they were just like, oh, we're going to erase this, or you can see like a battle in a particular region of Georgia or in Alabama, wherever you're
Mm-hmm.
actually searching, to really give you some indications of what was happening at the time. I think a lot of times we tend to just go with the overarching narrative that is given to us, and then we just don't look into, okay, what battles were happening, what wars
Right,
were happening here, what
right.
was happening here in this region
That
at
is
the time. And they
yes,
have that in history
facts.
where we can look into.
Facts.
It's so true
And
though,
see,
Sanaya.
some of it is cognitive dissonance as well, because it gets to be like, imagine if you've been out here telling people who they ain't, and now you find information that counters that they possibly could be that, or at least have an admixture of that. People don't want to
Well, you
re
know what? It's not, I mean, and it's more than just telling people who they ain't. We just, because, we just don't believe it. Like, had I not worked in the caves and seen those old books, and we keep the caves is really cold because they keep it temperature controlled because the pages are so very, very old and so fragile,
yeah.
they will break, if you try
Hmm.
to, get too much handling. So had I not went through that and saw that myself, that people literally bartered and trade food and commodities, to each other, I would have thought that that was just, oh, that's some shit on TV. That's just
Hmm.
on a movie. That's some Western. People, I
But
hear,
that's
I see
see
that they
a
said it in the
situation.
movie, but I don't know that it's real. So until I saw it myself, I didn't believe it was real. Ain't nothing wrong. I ain't got no
Hmm.
cognitive dissonance. I just didn't believe in those things because a lot of times when they reenact history, different things are not true.
No, no, absolutely. And two is just not being. Sometimes we get definitive, meaning that what we feel we know at the time is definite and it's absolute. There are no situations outside of that that could have possibly happened, and if so, it was
Right.
an anomaly. So what I'm saying is that with this journey and us trying to find these things and establish what is truth, we shouldn't deny, like we there's a way to go about cross-referencing, vetting something out, and proving it. And just like when I was on a conversation the other time, if somebody asks me, well, do you know about this? Well, as of today, I don't have no proof about that. So I'm not
Right.
just gonna agree that it's that. If I find proof to say it's this, then hey, as of right now, this is what I'm under the notion of. But to say that because I have this information, this is definite, this is fact, unchanged. Pluto is a planet. That's don't talk to me, or you an agent. That type of attitude is very hard to create a incubation of information, because then when you do find things that may be outside the status quo, how do you vet it out if it has to be socially accepted by the group?
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Um,
Oh, go ahead.
agreed,
Yeah,
100%.
and you have to, but see, one person in a group though should verify. Like, I could be considered as one person in the group, who have seen such documents and have learned a little bit about these people from back in their day, not and based upon word of mouth and based upon a visual. You see what I'm saying? But how many people can we say that this happens to? So when we have these kinds of conversations, it's not the fact that we don't believe you or believe people. It's the fact that, sometimes people just be putting dubs on it,
No,
as
no, I agree with that. And see, that's why I like to lead conversations saying, well, I don't know. You feel me? I don't know. I know what I know or may feel I know, but there's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. So if
That's
somebody asks me a
yeah,
question and be like, oh,
facts.
well, how many ancestors do you have this? Bro, I don't know. I haven't found that yet. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, this is what I found. This is what I'm working with. And this is what I'm moving on. Because if I was to put that mirror up on people, they get the ba duh. You know what I'm saying? They get the Porky Pig
Ooh,
talking. You
I'm
feel me?
telling
Because
you,
they
I'm telling
themselves
you,
haven't crossed that bridge. So it's like the main
it's
thing is,
true.
is fighting the disinheritance and oppression that goes with these things, because you have people that are darker than all of us on this on this panel that are in many different lands, not just ours, that are getting disinherited and abused by the powers that be in that land, and they're using history, religion, science, all of these things to further oppress people, and they're using that to further their agenda. The same thing we see happening over in the Middle East right now. You feel me? The indigenous people of those lands are getting told that they gotta die or leave, and people are moving on those agendas, and they're using religion and all these other different things to stake their claim on why they harming humans. So if we don't want to feed into those type of patterns, then we should really revisit how we, even ourselves, like becoming abreast on things about the tribes. Like I said, that question earlier was a great question. Knowing the history of each individual tribe in as much detail as you can find can help you in your own discernment with information. Because I don't want to rely on another seeker to have the, you know what I'm saying, the information. Bro, I'm a search with you. Let me see what I can find that might correlate or counter that. And
Hmm.
then we able to sort through that, and we still can leave saying we both don't know. This is what we got so far, so let's keep searching. The definitive nature that we use with information is extremely disingenuous at times, and a lot of times it's biased, it's divisive. You know what I'm saying? Where now me and you are on two different playing fields because you read a document that I didn't. And then,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? And then when you try to give me the document, you're like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. You're fake. You're a coon. You hate yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you can't
Like,
hate the process. It's gonna be that way. Because if I
nah, for
want to sit
sure.
here and one up you on your information, I'm gonna do all that stuff. Be like, you ain't even get that from no real court recorder, county court recorder. What? Tell me what county you went to. Tell me
Hmm.
how many miles on the highway it took. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
yeah.
doing all
I mean,
kind of.
definitely, that's
Who
what's
was at the
definitely
desk
gonna
when
do
you
it.
went on Tuesday? You know what
How
I'm
real? How
saying?
real
Like,
is that document? Oh, this. That's where I
yeah.
was gonna be like, I agree with a
Exactly.
lot you're saying, but some of the stuff, okay, there's gonna be where you ask someone a question and they know, but when it goes against what someone thinks they know or what they have accepted so far as true,
Yeah.
then they're always gonna deny it. It doesn't matter.
Fact.
They might not have ever even heard of what you brought to the table, but their
Fact.
initial reaction is going to be like, nope, that's not true.
Nope.
Hmm.
You just made that up.
You know, for real. And look, y'all know what's funny, but deep, I heard an elder talk about that. And the way he broke it down was saying that, and he wasn't trying to be 100% accurate. You know how we got a poetic way of pointing out things, but he was saying that there was a habit that got created during slave times where men would come to plantations and they want to pick out slaves. So they'd be like, you got some strong niggas back there. Let me see what you got going. And as they're going and picking through slaves, the mothers, the older people, the men, the grandparents, they might say, I want little Nitro over there. And then somebody come and say, oh no, that nigga there is stupid. He can't lift nothing. He dumb as a box of rocks. You don't want that nigga. Just leave him back there. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
that
Right.
that that became a way to protect each other, even to fast forward
Absolutely.
now where that habit still stayed alive. And when he said that, I was like, that's hard. He did that right there. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yep.
it's an imagery where you can see, like, damn, do we still do that to this day?
Of course
Like,
we
like,
do.
like,
Of
you see what I'm
course we
saying?
do.
Like,
Of
why
course
are we
we
so
do.
eager to deny each other Like, even if
Because
you're wrong, why do I
because
deny you
because it
of the
takes a certain
opportunity to
type
be
of
corrected?
person to be protective. That's why it takes a
Mm-hmm.
certain. Everybody is not built or created equally. The heart is not created equally within us all. So you have the protectors and you have the people that will give you up. Right? You have just as equal as you have people, many people that will protect you, and because they know the situation and how hard it's going to be for you going forward, you have the people eager to give you up.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's the same box. It's the same box of crayons. It's the same box of crayons. A crayon is a crayon is a crayon. No matter what color is coming off a crayon is a crayon is a crayon. So we are
Let
not
Sakina
equal in
come
that.
in after this. I think she was saying something, and then sorry, Sakina, but sorry.
Mm.
Oh yeah, and then did you get the document?
Yep, it just came in, so I'll share it. Give me a moment.
All right, bet.
Sakina, did you unmute and you were gonna say something?
I wanted to say, thank you. I wanted to say that there was something that I don't remember his name for sure. I think at one point it was Satan somebody. But he came
Oh yeah, you talking about that guy that was in the chat, Sakina?
he
Sue,
came on a panel.
his name was Sue Satan, wasn't it? Or Sue
Okay,
Science Satan, Sue Satan, something like that.
something like that. But I think he changed his name when he came on the other day. But
Mm-hmm.
what he said was like we were the only culture that has uh, intermixed with all the other cultures, right? And that was something that we need to be really looking at ourselves and trying to not only like admire ourselves for, but kind of trying to figure out how we can move forward because as African Americans, we've intermixed with everybody.
Mm.
No, facts, and that's why
That.
I can't speak on what somebody else is. Like, you got to know what you are, at least to the best of your ability, or let's all come up with something new. I'm not opposed to that, but if you in the bleachers hollering, talking about some boo, you shouldn't have shot that. Well then, bruh, my boy, come on this court, pick up that ball, and show me how it's done. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I 1,000% agree with that. Ain't nobody
Yeah.
100% nothing at this point. Like,
Right. So
that
that's
that
right. That's major moves. Like so to just be a American, African American, and be in America with right now for us it's like the greatest thing since
Yeah, you can push
I'm
any
telling you.
line. You know what I'm saying?
How much Sakina they
See,
say
that's
our melanin per gram is? They were selling our melanin on the black market for that what 1 point something $1 million per gram.
right. You
yeah,
see,
yeah. You know what I'm saying? And even to that, it's a power in creating political fronts behind that. So that's why I said too, when it comes to your ancestry, there were wrongdoings done to a lot of people that never got their straightening. So whatever you may feel is a worthy fight, can you find a connection to your ancestry with that fight and fight it? Or are we gonna spend time telling other people how they should move about that? You get what I'm saying? So that's how I'm able to interact with people who have different belief systems, but it's a commonality in that. Bro, if you think you're a Hebrew Israelite, somewhere in that story, somebody slimed your ancestors out. You know what I'm saying? If you believe you this, somewhere in that, you ain't where you should be because somebody else impeded on that. So if there's some straightening to go with that, let's do that. But let's also build. It ain't gonna just be, oh, they did this to us and victim out now. Like, these things can create you. Like I said, I've watched people learn that they got Fulani in them and start trying to make Jollof. You know what I'm saying? And now they having Jollof Fridays and they all getting together trying to learn some languages, and you know what I'm saying? Like, these things have commonalities within them that we could possibly use. You know what I'm saying? And then real quick too, I want to break down this document. You feel me? Um, so this is from the census of the Omaha Indians of the Omaha Agency in Nebraska. And this was taken, so it has the agent who took it. His name was Robert Ashley. And this was taken July 1st, 1890. Like I said, it's a long time ago, but it wasn't a long time ago. So we found this by starting from us going back. and we were able to, because we couldn't find this ancestor in like census records and all of that. We were able to find him on this documentation because setting the filters a certain way through trial and error, it allowed this information to pop up. So this is something important when you see the two columns where he has an Indian name, which is Nestamani. So his tribe would identify him as that name, and it has a number next to it where we can look up, like wherever this is attached to, this number will let us know that this is the same person. He has an English name that was Roland Edwards. So we found many different renditions of, well, two main ones of how it was spelled. It was spelled with and without a W in the other records that they had for him. Like when his children had to write down who their fathers were. Some of them used a W, some of them didn't. You see what I'm saying? It also has his wife here, but it didn't put her English name. And we ended up finding her name was Isabella. But if you see the age, they were he was 79 when his census was taken, and she was 70. So how we corroborated this to know that it was actually them, he was born in 1811, I want to say, and she was born in 1820. You see what I'm saying? So I could take this same document just in case somebody say, oh, you know it's them. All right. Well, I can backdate because I'm good at math, so I can backdate their birthdays and when they was born and died, plus their age right here, and when this census was taken, and go back and know this is who that is. You see what I'm saying? And I was able to start from below going up and not the opposite. It wasn't like I found this first and now I'm trying to connect it to us. We found this after finding all of the predecessors or the descendants of him to get to him. You see what I'm saying? So in the compilation of us putting together a lot of these documents and knowing who's who, this was very pivotal to us because he was the only one that was listed as Omaha. His son, I have a record of his son that was accepted by the Choctaw as half blood. So it has 1/2 by blood. You see what I'm saying? And it has his name and the age that he was entered into that role. So we did the same thing. We took that age that he had, the date that the role was taken, subtracted that to make sure it matched with the other records of when his birth was, and lo and behold, it did. So this is how we was able to
It would
trace.
follow the mother, right? It wouldn't follow the father as far as tribal affiliation, right? It would be based on what his mother's tribe is.
Yeah, and again, the tribes can set their own rules on how they want to acknowledge it. But me not being in them tribes, all that mattered to me. I want to know what they is, who was what the cousin was, what the, you get what I'm saying? So if like let's say if they're matriarchal, I would have to go off my mother's branch and then trace that back for that tribe if I even care to get acknowledged by them. But from I guess you could say a federal aspect or for actual historical documents, that on a historical asset, they won't aspect, they won't deny your descendancy because you were like, oh dang, bro, it's a dude, so we can't, because you got Roland and it's not Rolisa, we can't connect you to that, my boy. You know what I'm saying? Because if people say the same thing about DNA, depending on how much of that DNA survives and makes it to me, they would have to use that as a way to be able to say, well, we found markers that are similar to this group or this cousin, and this is how we can connect you to this group, not based off of my mom or his wife. They would want to have some type of proof to connect. So this document plus being able to trace him all the way to me would be of great assistance and help if I was to talk to the Omaha and want to, work something out with them. They wouldn't necessarily deny me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They would use this as proof. And then, like you said, coming with death certificates to be able to show the descendancy from him. So then he would be listed on his children. And then Thomas would be listed on his children. And then it would continue to go down all the way to my mother and to me. So my ability to be able to prove that is what a tribe who has the ability given by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they would make that decision. Not us as the YouTube family or me as little Pookie down the street. I don't get to make that call. It's the
So
people
back
who.
to my original
Go ahead.
question, when it comes to these Native Americans and making these decisions about what they would call Black Indians, or even say maybe they believe that you're mixed race, you're African and Indian, how accepting are they to correct the information, or do people know how they've actually
So
treated
now
Black
let's
people?
get into this conversation. Now that we laid that premise out, Now we can get into how racist a lot of them are. Um, a lot of them are extremely racist. A lot of them are descendants of the same families that enslaved people. Some of those people moved in and intermixed with these tribes and created a us versus them notion that is still alive to this day. A lot of them also are like, you have families that are on the reservations that get treated very bad. And a lot of them move off of those reservations and stay in little small towns around that reservation because of the prejudice and discrimination and mistreatment that goes on. You still have hundreds of tribes that are still fighting for federal recognition to this day. And they have more proof than all of us about who they are. They got the dances, they got the language, they still got the garbs that they wore, and the government still won't acknowledge them because the government sometimes has its own bias or premise or criteria, especially when they're telling you to use your ancestors to prove your tribe. And then another group has already said, oh, well, we descend from that group. So now they have to go through a process where an outsider has to validate if you are who you say you are. So that process with the federal government gets very problematic at times because sometimes the same groups that are oppressive towards other tribes now have say so over whether or not that tribe can get recognized. You see what I'm saying? So like I said, the example I gave was Chief Siku from the Yamasi Nation. You know what I'm saying? And y'all can look that up. Like, he's very vocal. He does a lot of lectures. He travels. He's even given citizenship to people. If you can prove that your family was Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, or any of these different things, whether you can do it by, like I said, triangulating the time and the place that they got enslaved, or if you have records, if you want to do the DNA blood quantum, he'll view, I'm gonna say accept, but he'll view any of that information. He has a panel that they gonna review that information to see if it pans out or not. And he said he has a criteria on his website of what they're looking for in order to acknowledge you, because they are federally recognized. And he
So he's
himself,
legit.
yeah, he's legit, and he looks just like us. His grandparents were what they would identify as full bloods, only mixed with their own people, never mixed with another group, but they came from nothing, none of that. They been who they are. They raised him as that. So he's the chief of that nation now. You know what I'm saying? So he
Yeah,
partners
because
with
some of
the,
these people, yeah, man, they be when they
yeah,
ask my coworker
self-proclaimed.
for all her, they ask her for all the birth certificates and people birth certificates of people who were dead, so all the social security numbers. Yeah, I'm ready to go down there and beat them people up. I'm like,
Yeah,
show me where they
yeah.
live at.
They making you jump through hoops to prove who you is.
Yeah, show me where they live at. I'm about to bust their head wide open. What kind of stuff is that? And we ain't giving you no doc. As a matter, give us all our stuff back. And you better not have made no copies.
Mm-hmm.
So you just said, hold on, let me understand what you just said. You said that his grandparents or great grandparents, they were full.
Yeah, yeah. So they identify them as pure bloods. That's the terminology that they use. They were pure bloods.
Okay, so they were pure blood with two different tribes, or was it the same tribe and was that incest?
No, same tribe. No, yeah, it was same tribe. So it was
So it was incest.
I wouldn't say that, because I mean, when you think about tribes, you can confer tribal citizenship any way you want to. It don't have to be the same
That's
people related.
right.
You know what I'm saying? It could be somebody that moved from across the river, and you like, man, this. Hey, we ain't got no more food, my boy. Like, can we, we can tap in with y'all, and you might absorb that clan into your tribe. You see what I'm saying? This is why, even why they had like tribes, bear clan, deer clan, things like that. So that way you're not mixing with your own blood. You might stay within that tribe and mix, but y'all would know who's who based off of what clan you came from. You see what I'm saying? So the tribes had their own ways of trying to prevent incest. Especially as they moved around a lot. So his family, if I'm not mistaken, I think they came from like near Florida, Georgia, that area. And he said a lot of them were labeled as Seminole or Seminole. But he said those were misnomers that were being used at that time, even into like the 1900s. You know what I'm saying? So him getting older and getting grown, like that kind of prepped him to fight that fight and establish like that they ain't dead, they still here, and he is who he say he is, and he's federally recognized, and he's the chief. You see what I'm saying? So those type of situations, the reason why I say about like how definitive people are, it becomes disingenuous because at times like don't like that's proof that somebody that look like us that has not mixed outside of their own group is who they say they are. So then we can't then keep doubling down on this notion that other people aren't who they say they are. We just need to figure it out. And he's big on helping people do that. Figure out who you is and where you from. Last names, just like the Gullah Geechee. The Gullah Geechee asks you to say, hey, if you got last names, let us know these last names, and we'll try to search our records to see if you might have had families that moved from these islands. These, you know what I'm saying, the coastal region off the coast, you feel me? So then they'll say, all right, well, we haven't found that last name, but that don't mean that you ain't one of us. Do you have any proof or anything that you can submit to us to let us know? Did you have family staying here in the 18 or 1900s for generations? And, you know, can we connect that to some cousins here? You feel me? So a lot of these entities are given, most of the time are given their own due process to confer citizenship to members or potential members. So some of them say we do accept blood quantum. Some of them say we don't. Because you can have a grandparent that's half whatever and none of that shows up in you. You know what I'm saying? So they get to pick and choose how they want to use that information.
Right.
So how do you recognize legit organizations is what I am, because I hear too many stories, both good and bad now. I'm not saying all of these organizations are bad, because you hear some
Hmm.
very good, there's some very good organizations, and then there's just some straight up people who is full of it. When
Yeah.
these people have their, they can verify it, they can prove it, they have proof, they have all that they need, and still are being denied, or still, are having issues with trying to be federally recognized. So how would people recognize the false from the fake from the real?
No, that's a good question. So it's not a one step cookie cutter thing. It's usually just doing due diligence. I would even suggest talking to members of the tribe, or try to talk to as high of a decision maker. You might find a Miko or a chief, and seeing if you can talk to them and see what information can you pull from them. Do they have a charter, or how was their recognition conferred to them by the government? You know what I'm saying? Or where are they at in their process if they haven't gotten that recognition? Why don't they have that recognition? Sometimes it's things like they didn't keep enough cultural uh, habits alive, so the government is just fighting it. You know what I'm saying?
Do
And a
they
lot of
have
these,
watchdog groups?
yeah, you talking about that find fake tribes?
Yeah.
I'm sure they do, but a lot of it, to be real, is it's a lot more obvious than what it may seem. The issue we have, because I know exactly what you're asking about. The issue we have in our community is that we don't have a premise to even know who's what. So how a lot of this works too, and this will be interesting to y'all. They have tribes of people who are of known mixed ancestry that have organized and used their organization to get land. They've created whole little villages for themselves, and then they use that with some good old boy relationships with the government to get recognized. While another tribe could be in the same land or somewhere close by, have more customs alive than them, having admixed with the same groups that they have, and they don't get recognized. So
Hmm.
without due diligence, you wouldn't know, because one group, they'll discredit that other group and say, oh well, they ain't real, and we don't acknowledge any tribes that lived in that area that's us. While
Yeah.
that same group they talking about, you could talk to them and they'll show you, this is the war that we went through with General such and such. And these are our family members that got enslaved in these plantations and got labeled as mulattoes or Negroes or whatever the case may be, or they assimilated with the people there and became white. So really being able to talk with these groups, hear their stories, check what is the standard for certain groups to get recognized as a whole. Like I said, it's the history, having the connection to a certain ancestry. At times they'll tell them it has to be unbroken. So that may be a hoop that they can't jump through because their tribe might have been converted and became Christians, or their tribe might have assimilated with another tribe. You see what I'm saying? So if they want to fight to be recognized differently than that tribe, that's a whole nother legal battle that they got to go through. Especially when you're dealing with like the 5 civilized tribes, those were nations, umbrellas. So like the Cherokee, you have many nations or tribes under the Cherokee. You have many different nations that was under like the Siouan or the Algonquian the all of these different, the Iroquois. There were language groups at times, but they became their own groups. So a lot of the recognition, it gets very, very touchy. And the best way to answer your question, the best way for us to know is to roll our sleeves up and do this due diligence and ask them tough ass questions to these folks. And if they can't answer it, then you know where they lie on, you know what I'm saying, in your spectrum on whether or not they legit or not. But if they scamming,
Mhm.
taking money, putting feathers on their head, talking about I'm Chief Ukumaki from the Niji Turtle, like that usually is pretty easy to debunk when you start getting into the legitimacy of their premise, you know what I'm saying, and not them interpolating what they thought they have mixed with what they got, you know what I'm saying? A lot of that can
Mhm.
be debunked because, again, if you got the proof, you can be federally recognized as a clan or a tribe. And that don't mean you gotta join another group. You don't have to because you descend or y'all group descend from the Creek. You don't have to then join the Muskogee or the Creek Nation. You know what I'm saying? You can start to get recognized that way when it comes to funds, when it comes to land, when it comes to ownership. These things can start to be controlled within your group. You can create a trust that this is connected to within your group. That's what it's really all about, is the organizing of it, being able to pour your assets into one group, being able to cling to
Yep.
your own culture. You get your own autonomy to make your own decisions. You see what I'm saying? All you have to
Mhm.
do is establish any amount of descendancy. It don't have to be 100%. That's the bar that we put on something that's very fictitious. It's not accurate at all. Because again, like I said, y'all can look up what's the name? William McIntosh. William McIntosh was a Creek chief who was of Scottish ancestry, and he was also Creek. I want to say Lower Creek. You know what I'm saying? So he was a chief. He was recognized as a chief by people that was also a part of that tribe. They didn't tell him, my boy, you Scottish. We ain't listening to none you talking about going over there with them Scots. They didn't do that. So for us to then put these type of uh, bars on people is like we're helping them do the disinheritance by discouraging people not to find their ancestry or at least claim it.
So, what is
Yeah.
your definition of indigenous, and also what is your definition of Indian?
Um, are you asking for like this, like what do they mean, or what's like how do I use them?
No, how you use it.
Um, According to the definitions, I try to, not do the semantics things with folks because I say Indian, they say, oh, well, technically it was. So again, Indian was a term that was given to them. Indigenous was a term, it's a general term that can be used for the first peoples, people who was here before Christopher Columbus. Like
Fact.
it's used in that in certain realms, it's used interchangeably. Some of these groups know they weren't the first ones to, whether they came from through South America, like amongst like the Polynesian islands, whether they came that way, whether they came across the Bering Strait, whether they came from Africa. They know they weren't the first people there, but the people who they have to have that discussion with, they was here before them, and they came and set their system up. So they can use the term Indian and indigenous interchangeably as they see fit. You feel me? So depending on the audience who I'm talking to, I might say Indian, you know what I'm saying? Because they might say, what's the indigenous? What that is? You feel me? And I might have to, you know what I'm saying, use vernacular they can understand. Certain groups, I
Right.
gotta use indigenous because as soon as I say Indian, well, brother, specifically, you know what I'm saying? They gonna start doing
Indian
all that.
is
Yeah,
misnomer.
yeah, you
Indian
know what I'm saying?
word Indian is misnomer.
No,
It's a
for sure,
misnomer.
for sure. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, depending on who I'm talking to, I might have to use, regardless if it's a misnomer, I might have to use Indian to talk to you know what I'm saying, Sharkeisha, just from around the way, because she understand what that is. And I might not have the time, or it might come off the wrong way if I start using these $200 words around her. She gonna be like, bro, I ain't trying, I don't, bro, look, use somebody, you know what I'm saying? So,
Be
no,
like me.
depending on the
Nobody didn't
audience.
ask you to be a smarty arty. You're too smart
Mhm.
for your own good, son.
Yeah, and that'll push her away. You feel me? So I'm a firm believer in talking to my audience. Like, if I gotta talk to them a certain way, I'm gonna do that, especially with my peers. Like older people, what I'm saying, get a little stubborn when it comes to stuff like that. But my peers and younger, as long as they can grasp your concept, and then they'll go do the due diligence themselves. You know what I'm saying? They be like, I hear you, bro. I ain't heard of that, but let me go see. And if you cap, I'm gonna come back and tell you, bro. Or hey, I found a little bit of what you was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you got something you can, you know what I'm saying, point me in the right way, bro.
Well,
That's how we
Nitro,
talk to each
why you
other.
saying that? I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to ask you: do you believe everybody came from Africa, or do you believe that people of color was already on these lanes prior to the slave trade?
I believe that there were people of color here prior to the slave trade. Do
Me
I? If
too. Me too.
is everybody from Africa? I don't know that. I don't know
Okay.
that. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? The information
What you
at
thought about?
times can point to that. People can argue it, and they still do it in the scholastic community. Like scientists are still arguing that point. Like it's not just a premise they all work off of. Like we, like is do we need oxygen to survive? You know what I'm saying? If you arguing
Facts.
that, cool, help us find something new. But people are already understanding that's the premise. I don't think the out of Africa thing is as cut and dry. Even like how long do you have to be out of Africa to no longer be African?
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
You
That
get what I'm
too.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
So these type of things that are
Mm-hmm.
premise based. You have to establish a premise in order to
Right. Even
substantiate
Africa,
whether or not it's true.
Africa is even being a label because it started off on one little part of that particular continent, and then it's spread all over the place. It's
Facts.
also labeled. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, yeah. So things like that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have a problem saying I don't know. I'm not gonna get out here and start trying to sound like Doctor Nitro needs know it all. Nah, bro. Like I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Dr. Nitro Feather.
Yeah, you feel me? Like not doing that. Like there's nothing at the end of that statement that I feel like is gonna help people. Like, oh yeah, everybody came from there. All right, cool. Like that's what I believe. Or oh, no, I don't think everybody. Cool. That's my belief. That's your opinion. But do we know? We don't know. We don't know that. You know what I'm saying? Especially
Don't
when
you think it's interesting that we have the internet, we have all of this information at our fingertips? We do, but we don't. We don't have
yeah,
all the
yeah.
pertinent. We don't have all the pertinent things, due to floods and fires and natural disasters. But we have all of these little bitty facts that make the
Mm-hmm.
whole. And
And I
then you
feel
have
like
to
that
dig
that kind of
so
keep us in
hard.
check. Oh, go ahead. Man, my bad.
No, no, no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like at times that kind of keep us in check. Not being able to just know everything and see the whole picture, it keep us grounded. Like I might see somebody that look like me, but that don't mean you related to me. But that don't also mean I got the right to discriminate against you. You see what I'm saying?
But isn't
So
that our conversation in the conscious collective lately? Ethnicity versus race, right?
yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Because
Because
a
you
lot
can't
of
just
these
look at
things aren't
nobody and
aren't our
say,
own
"Oh, I know
concepts.
you are this," because I'm just looking at you. No, you have to approach me and ask me, and I can tell you my ethnicity and where my family came from. But if we're just going by the way people look, and they're fighting over, the pot. So we're saying, hey, okay, well, you know what? The ethnicity thing is a little hard because we're probably a little of it and probably being the key word because we don't know, probably a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So hey, call us black, and then they're dying. No, no, we can't
Hmm.
call you black. But then you can assume I'm this or that, but you can't call me black. But you can assume my ethnic background.
Nah,
But you can't
facts.
assume that I'm black. But you can assume. I just don't. I mean, it's a lot going on right now in the conscious collective. What do you think about that?
Yeah. A lot of it is a lot of it is divisive because again, like science itself, the same thing that they slap each other in the head with also says that a lot of DNA, the passing down of DNA is random. So just because, let's say my dad is 100% Armenian and my mom is 100% Vietnamese, that don't mean that I'm just straight down the middle 50-50. You feel what I'm
Right,
saying? I
right,
might inherit a certain percentage of things from my mom, a certain percentage of things from my dad. You got your phenotypes, your genotypes. You have things that matter, like they health. When did they mate? Whose genes are more dominant? You see what I'm saying? So then, if you come to me and let's say I'm 90% Vietnamese, 10% Armenian, I can't then say, well, damn, that must be way back that I'm Armenian. You get what I'm saying? That could just be my whole mama was from there. You feel what I'm saying? So the way that DNA is random and how it goes from generation to generation,
Right.
we have to keep those things in mind as well. Like I hear a lot of that going on as people read in their books. They leave out those contextual clues that it's not cookie cutter how those genes get passed down. So you can't
Right.
then deny somebody, because they argue about this in court when it comes to tribal recognition. You know what I'm saying? You can prove that Johnny Eaglefoot was in the tribe, but then you only got 7.8% of his DNA, because you didn't retain as many of the genetic markers as was passed down to you. And your DNA changes over time. The more information they find in the database, the percentages and all of that change. Where your centimorgans match to start to change because they get more info. So I think what the conscious community going through now is it's basically that we all are understanding that the definitiveness about information has been one of the causes that have misled all of us. You see what I'm saying? Saying that such and such is the one true God and such is the one leader and this is the only way. But then that same doctrine will tell you it's the million ways to skin a cat. You get what I'm
It's
saying?
almost it's like that age old argument that they have with the with Einstein or Beethoven, and they say, well, were their parents smart? How can you be this genius? And then they wanted to know if the parents were smart too, and the parents were not smart. Yeah, and they just regular old people, and they had this, and then all of a sudden, oh, you have this anomaly child. Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
No, that almost meant to say your parents was dumb. Like they said, you must have been a beautiful baby.
Nah, facts. And I mean, it's so many things. Like, for instance, you got and see, this is why I study things outside of just the history, because it kind of helped me put in perspective the things. So you have something called oculocutaneous albinism. All right. And with oculocutaneous albinism, there's 7 main types of it. So
Damn.
all oculocutaneous albinism is that it's the that word funny, ain't it? It's long as hell, you know what I'm saying?
Damn, it
But
sound like it make you itch.
and see, all it is the recessive pigmentation of the hair, the eyes, and the skin. So it's in the name, it's a Latin name, occult or hidden or seen, you know what I'm saying? And then you go into cutaneous and it got its own meanings and all of that. But what that means is that when we see blonde hair, that is just a light version of brown, or what we know as like black hair, things like that. You see what I'm saying? The same with eyes. This is why you have people who are dark as TV off dark, you know what I'm saying? But they might have blue eyes. That's because of a form of oculocutaneous albinism referring to the eyes. Same with the skin tone. You might have all, as they call negroid features, physical features, except your skin. Your skin would have signs of oculocutaneous albinism. So through time and history, imagine people who didn't really know or understand these things. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know how to put that together. You come home with this this Drake looking baby, you know what I'm saying? They like, hold on, girl, what the hold on,
Right,
nah. You
you
know what I'm
got it.
saying? Yeah, like what you gonna pee on me and say is lemonade? Nah, come on, girl. I thought I was the only one in the tribe did that. You know, yeah.
But it's so strange because in the Black community, we know how we get down. We know how many anomalies we can have within us, but we still let people tell us about us. Now that's the part that I don't
Yeah.
understand. It's like, do you understand? I come from Black because I am Black. You know how many kids I have seen look like this and that in the family, and the family next door, and the family next door. I knew one family who everybody eyes were great. When I say everybody, I'm not missing not one person. Every niece, every cousin, the grandparents, the mother, the father had great eyes too, which was to explain why everybody in that bloodline, had great eyes. And when you open up the door and the light hit their eyes, it looked like a family of cats.
Yeah.
It was the craziest thing ever to see that many people with gray eyes. And they were all sorts of brown. They were light brown, dark brown, chocolate brown, light brown. They was,
My great
but the key
grandfather had
thing
blue
was
eyes.
everybody in that bloodline. I'm talking about every niece, every newborn had gray eyes. Everybody.
Yep. And see, that's the thing about a more foundational understanding of science. Again, it's just a recessive pigmentation of your hair, your eyes, and your skin. So you don't have to, that's the other, like we have these if you got them eyes, I mean, you mixed with some European.
Right.
No, you have Polynesians, you have Micronesians, you have people that's over there in what they call Australoids. They have blonde hair. That's pigmentation. It's a pigmentation. It's a genetic. You can pass that down. So you can pass down recessive colored eyes, meaning that your eyes won't be able to hold as much light. So, like I said, I have a great grandfather who had blue eyes. You know, that don't mean that his mama was look like Britney
Yeah,
Spears or nothing. You know what I'm saying?
she was
Like,
sleeping with the she
you
was
see what I'm
sleeping with
saying?
him.
Yeah, like that the randomness of how genes dissipate within different generations is the key. This is why being able to accept, like, this is why you have some of these tribes in America that do accept anybody. They accept pale skins, melanated people. They don't care because they ain't operating off that colorism premise. That you have, the more of this you are, the more pure you. Nah, bro, they don't move that way. And then we project that onto them, saying that they should or they should. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that it get real freaky with that when people start doing that, where they fighting colorism while using it.
That's crazy. All right. Well, Dulcinea, I'm sorry, not sure. Are we gonna let anybody from the panel come up before we start to break down, or how are you doing this? Dulcie, because she the only her or Freedom, the only people that can put the link in the chat. So we need Dulcinea.
You hear me, but I got to make it smaller for me. Remember my eyesight, so
Oh, okay.
I make it bigger. So where is Dulcie? Dulce. Let me see. I can do it. Hold on. Let me make it smaller. Give me a second.
Or like Miss Healer, because she can sit here and have those reciprotators healing genes, and they're gonna hold all her kids hostage to see if they got it too. It's like, are you serious? What is wrong with y'all? Y'all is crazy in the mud looking for, they gonna hold the whole family hostage to see if it was genetically passed down. I said, oh, we gotta stop more people stuff. I'm glad they can't do that stuff these days. Because they been the guy punched in the face. You come sit there trying to hold my kids hostage, talking about they blood can heal faster than the average person, and we don't need them.
Oh,
Nitro. My family,
Yes,
I wanted to say this, but my family, if you ever heard of King William County, Virginia?
you said King William County?
King William County,
King
Virginia.
William. Yeah.
That's where my family's from. I took my family all the way back to the 1600s. When Ralph Quarles came over from England, and when he came over from England, that's when he captured, and my family ended up with that last name. So I
that's hard.
Yeah, that's it's unique. I'm glad my last name is not really, it's an odd last name, so I could easily track it. And the fact that
Ralph Quarles captured your family?
Well, what I'm trying to say is my family were on the lands prior to him coming over in the 1600s. We ended up with the last name because of slavery, because of the enslavement of my ancestors.
They see, in courts they call it branding and paper genocide. That's what that would be technically called. When you said your name was Umputapa and they say no, boy, your name Brandon Jones. That is paper genocide.
My last name is even a crest and everything, because when he came over, it was before it was King William County, Virginia. He actually named that place. Like him and his family members named the King and Queen William County, Virginia. So that's why my last name, if I go over into Virginia and my ID has Quarles on it, okay, because that's my mom's last name. Redden is my father's last name. So they almost treat you like royalty. They treat you a certain way because of your last name. That last name Quarles.
Yep, and that little things like that show you the system that they were operating off of back then still has precedence today. You see what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? So knowing who you descend from isn't it just important for privileges, but it's very important to just know. You get what I'm saying? Because let's
Yeah.
say your family was hated and them Smiths was the ones beating up everybody and doing that. Like, hold on
the
now. I need to I'm not going over there because my last name gonna start some trouble. You see what I'm
Hatfields and the
saying?
McCoys.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you
Like
see, my grandma's maiden name is Roland, and I have that same problem of the different Rolands, whether they go just Roland or Rowland, and then they change it.
mm-hmm.
Then I have my grandma's Maddie Lee, her sister's Maddie Lou. So then I have like those Maddie Lee, Maddie
Oh,
Lou.
Yep.
girl, not
Yep.
Maddie Lee,
Yep.
Maddie Lou, Maddie
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Lynn.
I'm telling you, them ands,
There
man, you
go
get
Maddie
some of the
Betty.
Oh, that's my
man.
mom. My mom's Sylvia Ann. So
Yep.
Yes, she's an Ann.
Yep, I'm telling you, it get tricky, man. We got some ancestors like that. You know what I'm saying? One of them name was what's one me and my mom be laughing about all the time. I think we had John Q Tate, we had John Tate, and then it was a few different. You had John Tate Senior, John Tate Junior, John Q Tate. You know what I'm saying? So at
Now
times
keep
you
in
just like,
mind those names like that was not originally our names.
no facts.
mm,
That's
They
when
they,
the
they weren't
Europeans
Fact.
took over and start naming, giving those names to the people that was already on these lands, like John
facts.
and stuff like that.
Facts.
My great grandmother's name is Virginia Carrington. She and I wish I did know her side more so than my grandfather's side. My grandmother was a product of her mother was you know, she came through a bad place. Her father was European man. She was
Mm-hmm.
her mother was a maid, and she was molested by the master that she worked for. I wish I knew her people. It would be, it's like a part of my life I don't know about. But I would really wish I did. That's one of the main reasons why I do want to try to take the DNA test. It's not because of the quarrel side, because I already know I've done the backtrack. My family on the quarrel side, they have the backtrack. It's all on Google. That's how deep my family is with that Quarles last name. But the Carrington part, that part, I probably will never know unless I do that DNA test.
Mm-hmm.
I won't know it.
Right, right. And see, those are the situations where
And then
the
find out you
application.
adopted. And that's not your
Well,
last name at all.
I just don't
Right, plot
that.
twist. You know what I'm saying? Like, and see,
I
those are
hardly adopted.
situations where you need the DNA test because you might hit a brick wall with the name. Sometimes, again, the names were created using the new language. So let's
Right.
say if they wanted to say John was a story out the Bible, John the Harbinger, John the Baptist, and it was whatever the story you want to use, and you would say, well, I'm John, and then your
Yeah.
children would name themselves Johnson, and then you get what I'm saying,
Yep.
like
Yep.
the naming, the self-naming with surnames. People have always been into metaphors, similes, and allegories, and you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna name myself Tupac. That don't mean you was connected to the Amaru
Yeah.
Tupac
Tupac.
and all of
Yeah.
them. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean you connected to Tupac Shakur from you know what I'm saying, Death Row. You feel me? You have the ability to use that name. So yeah, at
But
times you
Right.
definitely
us
can
as a
yeah,
use.
people
different.
too, we did take in
Benjamin
other people's
Quarles,
kids.
Benjamin Quarles, the writer, Langston Hughes. You can look up all these names. You'll see Quarles and all the names, and all of them for Virginia.
And
Yeah.
And I
we did
advocate
take
for
on,
the
we
names
did
too,
take on other people's
Nitro.
kids too, though. And slave
Sorry,
owners.
Gemini.
We took people's kids who were dead, who had died, and
Even
who
Pocahontas. I mean,
yeah
all the
we
way back to
couldn't defend them.
backstory of Pocahontas.
We took other people's kids too and raised them. That's just us as people as
Yeah,
well.
definitely, definitely. A lot of times, being able to what they call an orphan, taking in somebody. Let's say their families got killed and there
Yeah.
was nothing left. The neighboring village, it doesn't matter what they look like at time. They could be whole pale skins. They'll take somebody in and raise them. You see what I'm saying? So and then think about that. So then imagine here we are years later telling somebody you ain't that. You a whole white man. You know what I'm saying? They like, bro, Like my grandma was raised by them Indian folks, so my grandma was raised by Africans. I might look this way, but my family keeps that culture and heritage alive.
That's
We
true.
do, you know what I'm saying? We do each other a
Yep.
disservice by like y'all call it the liquor ship. I be laughing when y'all be using that too. That's funny as hell. You know what I'm saying? The liquor ship.
The
People
liquor
use the
ship.
liquor ship to establish a premise and then they talk definitively. I'm good at conflict resolution. So that's just like me coming to you saying, "Hey, bro, you stole my shit," and you like, "I ain't steal nothing, and I ain't got no proof." I'm just like, "Hey, bro, you stole it, bro. You the only one in here. So who else did it?" That type of definitiveness always creates issues.
And not
You see
only
what I'm
that,
saying?
check this out. During the diaspora of slavery, the you know how they was taking people from Africa and bring them over to the different lands. You don't even know who you really related to.
Facts.
You have relations. You could have relations in Jamaica, Guyana. You could have relations everywhere because of the diaspora of slavery. That's why when Dulcie be saying sometime about that DNA, that thing there, how they just take it back to Africa and don't know where in Africa you from, and they it's like they picking parts to put you in or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah, based on segments.
yeah,
Yeah.
because you
Yeah.
always
Yeah, but then people are so disappointed when
and
they
it,
find out that they are, right? That's just like when we
Mm-hmm.
hear the
no,
story of St.
let me
Cofa.
finish. God darn, let me finish what I'm trying to say is when they, like some people ended up certain places. And let's not even forget the Mandingo story, how he was used as one of them type of slaves to make all them darn babies.
A breeder.
Breeding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The breeders and all this here kind of stuff. They said that man was fathering I don't know how many kids.
200, the highest recorded was like 256.
How do you?
Yeah.
I mean, you could be related to people, and this is the whole thing is just
And,
it's
and
amazing.
look, y'all, that's why I'm big on the genealogy. Because like even like you just said, Sister Freedom, imagine how many allies or comrades I might have. I might research a certain line and say, man, I got some cousins down there in Cuba. Just by
Yeah,
me doing my research, and these might be people who own what I'm on. They're like, yeah, bro, I'm trying to build. I'm tired of living like this. I want something better. And instead of me trying to pour into somebody who won't argue with me every step of the way, I could be helping my long lost family down there in Cuba get right. You see what I'm
right,
saying? So we have many different ways and options to utilize this information to our benefit. But that's the unity. Like when you able to look at an Irish person and say, well, you ain't look like this only for 3 generations, and some of your ancestors look like me when they came over here. Do you know
right,
how that might remove and yank the hate out somebody's heart? That hit different. You see what I'm saying? Because now they got to face the funk. They got to face that reality. Like, damn, you right. My granddad looked like Forrest Whitaker. I ain't even, man, you just helped me find. You know what I'm saying? and they ain't even know.
With the
You
good
feel me?
eye.
You feel me with the good eye? You know what I'm saying?
With
So,
a good eye.
it's things like that where, like you said, the slave diaspora, we can use
yeah,
this information about what happened to connect with other people. Like a lot of people, and another thing I want to put out there too is what I call the good cop, bad cop with slavery. A lot of times, the people of their own lands either enslaved an enemy or they enslaved their own people,
yeah,
captured them, and then they traded you with other people, and they used the foreigners as the bad cop.
yes.
So just like
Well,
today, and,
but
and a
when it
and a
comes to
lot of
stuff like that, that's a little touchy and that's a little subjective because conditions were bad.
but it's
Let's not
very
act like
common though.
conditions were the greatest and and I had to
That's
sell
what
off
he's
my
saying.
child.
Though he's saying that.
But not yeah. So look. Let me bring it back to why it's prevalent today. You have certain families that are in Africa and in many other places that are wealthy because of the slave trade. Them
Yeah,
trading with other families, other
they
what they
are.
call companies. Like so if people say in order to get like some form of a reparation or if you want to press charges against those that did these things to you, it would be a multinational lawsuit because you had many nations that were empowering families or vice versa, families empowering the nation to trade, and they would usually have some type of green light from the people there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Ain't no
but you had to have money and wealth. The average
oh
person
my
coming off of
God.
a ship did not have money, did not have wealth. It took so much to even accrue wealth. So when we're talking about, when we get back to a certain time frame, and we're talking about anybody of color during any of those times when any type of color was all bad, it took a lot for you to, it took a lot for you, for a family to secure some sort of wealth. It even goes back to the dances, right? To the balls, right? Sometimes we got to a time period where our daughters became a commodity, right? Hey, she can go to the ball, meet a wealthy white man. He would agree to take care of her, but she could not be part of the family. She had to live separately, and but she had enough wealth to secure to take care of of the family. So we have done lots of things in history that we're not completely proud of, but this is how we come, this is who we are as the people today.
Okay,
No,
let
no,
me say
definitely.
this
I
too.
agree. I want to drop a link in here, to kind of state my premise on what I'm saying and why I'm saying it.
Right, right, because it went off a little bit. But what I'm also saying is,
It didn't
ain't
go off of it.
no, ain't no cup. I'm not saying what you saying was wrong. What I'm saying is it went off a little bit to what he was talking about. I ain't saying what you said was wrong. But what I'm saying also is ain't no couple of white, excuse me, undone people went over into Africa and got no people without any help from the Africans.
Yeah,
Ain't
Absolutely, absolutely.
exactly.
that's
But
you know,
again, those
ain't
were
no,
agreements
ain't
between
no,
wealthy people, is what I'm saying. So, like, didn't no poor people have no hand in saying, right? If you were poor, the mostly we could possibly think to do was sell you off to another wealthy family for marriage. But that's
I
after
mean,
we
let's
became, that's after we understood, the barter and and trade a little bit more. But for the most part, wealthy people, wealthy families, had their hand in this, not just everyday people, wealthy people. You had to have some sort of, what's the word I want to say, influence, in these towns and in these parts.
I
So
think
when
it
we
was
say
kind of
that our
both.
people did this to
it
us,
was
you
both.
know, like,
Yeah, I
let's
think
be clear, nobody
They
that was
become wealthy in
poor.
the slave trade.
yeah,
The
yeah.
slave
Well, if
See,
you
especially
were
like,
poor, you got sold into, you got caught up in it because
no,
of
not all
people
the
who had
time though.
more than you had.
Oh, I'm confused.
Nah, like and see that's the like I would say, to be more general, it was both, depending
They
on
had
the application of the commerce. So think about, like, let's say certain tribes always warred with the side on the other side, the tribe on the other side of the river, and then you have a group of Dutch people to come. They friendly. They like, look, my boy, I got these guns. I got some liquor. I got umbrellas. What you need? Trade with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, we collecting people. And they like, well, I don't really want to sell my people, but I got some ops over there across that river. I sure would love for them to be gone. You didn't have to be rich in order to engage in the commerce of wanting to become rich. So having a buyer, and you knew you had to supply that demand, you didn't have to be rich at all in order to
But how are you
engage
going to get a
in
buyer?
that form.
I see, and I would have to disagree with that because all people were underneath another person who was in charge. Right. So it's not like we were always, because when we think of freedom, we have to remember that we were tribes of peoples, and even tribes of people have a head. So that headship would be talking to other headships. You couldn't be no regular person and think you're gonna have a seat at the table to
the
talk
head
business.
And we
regular.
were
But
already
not,
on
Always
top.
something
So
wrong.
why are we so greedy at this point? We were
Yeah.
already we
They
were
came
already
over
on
here on
top.
these lands and seen how rich it was to make money, how it was to make money.
Right.
They
So why
just
were we didn't need to be thirsty like this. You gotta remember that. We were
us.
already on top.
No, it was them Europeans that was
So exactly. So why would we need to pull these kind of hustles
They
now?
say it
Some of
was
these
the Portuguese and the Spaniards, I believe, would be in those
that's
times.
them too. At once, oh, they were. Oh my goodness! When I did
Well,
this
in
thing,
the 1400s, where they're saying as far as
oh
the
my goodness,
transatlantic.
no,
they
right.
were.
so now look, y'all see that link I sent? I wanna kind of skim through it. I actually want to read the intro, but it's a certain line that say, long before Europeans arrived, Igbos enslaved other Igbos as a punishment for crimes, for the payment of debts, and as prisoners of war. It says the
Okay,
practice
that's a whole
different.
different thing.
No, hear
That's
me out though. Hear me
Oh,
out. Hear me out.
exactly. But they
Hear me
still
out.
had
Hold
to.
on, hold
Okay,
on,
so
hold
let
on,
me.
hold on. Hold
Off the
on, hold
gas.
on, hold on.
Let's hear him out, please.
Yeah, hear me out. Hear me out. I don't want y'all to attack that one part because I want y'all to see how that plays into, again, we talking chattel, like human trafficking, basically. So
Yeah, and you would have, in this article, you would have
Oh,
to show me an everyday person, an average person who did not have much, because if we're
you
still
calling
talking about
everything,
selling
I'm
man.
gonna
people
start from the
for,
top.
yeah,
I got you.
because
I
if
got
we're
you.
still talking about selling people for salt, selling people for, basic things, we're still talking about poor. We're not talking about
The
wealthy
people
and
we
rich.
cost
Right.
what the heck?
But
We
that
gotta
doesn't
be
excuse them doing it. They have documented cases of people selling 30 people for an umbrella. So I
yes.
wouldn't then
That's
say
what I'm
that
saying.
the
But if you're
person.
selling 30 people for an umbrella, understand the wealth or the influence you have had to do that. Where are you going to get 30
Nah,
people
that's
from?
military. That's military, Gemini. You so
Okay,
look,
but
this
military is
article
still some
talks
sort of
about it.
authority, is it not?
Let him
Definitely
read
not.
it, please.
He's gonna read it. Freedom, stop hyping up the stuff. We're just asking him
I'm not
questions.
hyping up nothing, but every time he nothing. Oh
All
my
right, all
god.
right. So
Thank
look, this is what it
you.
say. It says my parents' home, and I don't know how to say that in Nigeria, stands on a hilly plot that has been in our family for more than 100 years. Traditionally, the Igbo people bury their dead amongst the living, and the ideal resting place for a man and his wives is on the premise of their home. My grandfather, Erasmus, the first black manager of a Bata shoe factory in Aba, is buried under what is now the visitors' living room. My grandmother, Helen, who established a local church, is buried near the study. My umbilical cord is buried on the grounds, as are those of my four siblings. My eldest brother, Namdi, was born while my parents were studying in England in the early 1970s. My father, Chukwuma, preserved the dried umbilical cord, and 18 months later brought it home to bury it by the front gate. Down the hill near the river, in an area now overrun by bush, is the grave of my most celebrated ancestor, my great grandfather, Nuabani Ogogo Uri Aku. So, Mr. Ogogo was a slave trader who gained power and wealth by selling other Africans across the
Thank
Atlantic.
you.
He was
Thank
a renowned trader. My father told me proudly he dealt in palm produce and human beings. Now this is like this. So the woman who does this, who came up with this, she gives a lot of insight about what was going on in that time, and it's honestly a great read because this is what
And
I said
palm
about.
and produce is not poor. You know how you had to have gained a certain amount of wealth to do palm and produce in the first place, because everyday people were
you.
not doing that. So again, you had to have some sort of affluence, some sort of
Why
money,
do you think that?
some
It just
sort of
doesn't
wealth in
make
order
sense.
to even have people to even sell. Because you just
You
what you
know
just
you
you
don't
couldn't
have
just
to have
walk
no
up to and do
influencer.
commerce, right? You can just do commerce, and you didn't have no affluence.
So
You
you
wasn't an
saying so
affluent person.
Right.
so
I
you
don't
saying
think anyone's
basically
arguing that you would have
that poor
wealth and
people.
influence to be able to be a slave trader, but just showing, I think right now he's just showing that there were slave traders that were trading their own people,
And
different
Yes,
also
yes,
families
no,
and,
no,
that
and,
I
were
and
get
and
that. I
divided
also
get
or
that
different
part. I, I,
And
I
and,
definitely
they were
get
not
that part.
rich.
Wealth and
They
money.
didn't have no money like that.
but also she established that he gained wealth and power
Gain,
operating
they
in this. And
gain,
and,
No,
and, and, and
gained
too and
more
too
wealth and
I
gain
power,
wanna
because
I
even if
more.
wanna
they
point
never
something
sold
out,
people,
especially when it
palm and
comes to
produce
like.
was good money. Palm was definitely good money.
But they had to gain that. And
And the
also,
gain
like,
is
remember in history that usually when you got poor and you struggle, you might go pillage a village next to you. You might go travel and live elsewhere. So everybody, and I don't want, I'm not saying you saying this, but I, everybody in Africa that was rich did not engage in slavery, and everybody that was
no.
poor. Nah, I know you're not saying that. So we know that the truth lies somewhere in between, where you have poor
Right.
people who saw incentive and maybe enslaving somebody else or capturing them to be sold, whether it was to another African or an outsider to gain the wealth, to gain the power. These are like again, this is her story. She's saying this out her own mouth with her own pen that was the case with her family. So it's not an anomaly. I think it's a lot more frequent than what we've been led to believe about the situation. We all got fed the
Well,
same
no,
imagery.
it's not that it wasn't frequent, right? Because to sell people was something that they just automatically just did, and don't even just ask me why, right? You talking about casualty of war, prisoners of war, and any other persons, because when they realized that, hey, we can sell another person and get an incentive, hey, out of this, of course it became business, because anything that you can sell is business. I think that's just the thought of man, period.
So do you think that poor people were incapable of selling other people for
No, but
gain?
poor people,
Of
not
course
that they were incapable, but when you're talking about, having limited information at that time, I think we get it confused, and we always try to paint the narrative that today, if we're looking at it in today's eyes and said, oh, that is just, hey, that is what they did. No, that was the way it was then, because you only could do what you could do back then. There's more we can do now. So when we're painting narratives, we have to paint the entire picture. It's like you want the entire picture of your DNA and your genealogy and who you was and where you came from. It's the same thing, and these people back in the day, there was not a lot of people of color have always been on the chopping block. So it's not like when they saw people of color, they said, yeah, come on in and join in on getting some money. Come on in and you can be wealthy.
Right.
A lot of families sold off their children one by one and realized they were still poor and didn't even understand what they were doing, the ramifications of selling someone. Didn't understand the psychological nature of that.
Do you think with the Igbo that, because again, the only thing I really disagree with is that the rich were mostly the ones selling poor people. So do you think amongst the Igbo that they kept that custom where only rich people, or the rich people were the majority of selling other poor Igbos, or do you think it was a custom that they had within their culture that didn't matter about your finances?
Well, it probably depends on when the Igbos were doing this. So if the Igbos started off a wealthy race, I'm pretty sure that it's not something that they did other than casualties of war. So selling off casualties of war, because that was just the way of the world, right? And it didn't matter, who you were and what you were doing. If you were caught up against even tribe against tribe, they would sit and sell you off to another tribe, or however, for probably more weapons or more things. So I think it really depends on the time frame of the Igbos. Did they start off wealthy and end up a nation of people who didn't have no other choices but to sell off people? Then that matters. The timeline matters on when people were actually selling people off, because we know
nobody.
Because we know we had times of depression, times of, life wasn't always so steady. Life was up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And for people of color, more down than up.
Wait a minute.
I don't know about that, because it depends on what kind of narratives that you believe in history. Do you believe that Mansa Musa was the richest one of the richest guys that ever existed in West Africa, and just the empires that were alongside him in Ghana or different places like that? Because in those times, even though, yes, the slavery was different than chattel slavery, and they admit that, to say it's not the same slavery. Even Nitro said they did prisoners of war, criminals.
That's what I said. Casualties of war.
Like that. They were selling, but that's what I was saying, Jim. Now they were selling people though.
Yeah, but when I say casualties of war, I mean that they all. But I mean everybody did it across the globe. I mean, that was just their mentality, right? You get caught up in a casualty of war, became a prisoner of war, you got sold. That is just what people did. I don't think you had to be a thinking people or a smart people to do what was done already, and
I don't
that
even
was
think that
already,
the Africans
a
knew.
thing going on in the nation at that time.
How they were going to be treated once they got over
Right.
here.
Right. That's what it says
Yeah, but that
in
would
this
mean
link. It says
that if we took a look at everybody's history, let's say we were talking about 1648, 1670, let's say we were talking about 1549. Well, then we know that if that was the way of the world is, so no matter where you went, that was
It's
happening.
not the
Whether
way of
it
the
was
world. What is that all about? Where the world?
meaning that it was happening not only to us, but it was happening wherever you went. If you went over to Ireland, they were selling their people. If you went over to Spain, they were selling their
I
people.
don't know about
All,
selling. I think they were just putting them in slavery. I don't know about no selling.
all
I want to
casualties
read something
of
else on this.
war, all prisoners of war got sold.
Understand.
We
I
know
want to
that.
They
read
were, but I
something else
mean, they
on
were
this link
selling
real
people
quick.
like even Asians. We don't talk about that, but Asians were big in slavery. They were getting
Definitely.
sold. That's why there's so many mixed Asians, because they were getting
Yeah.
sold to different places.
Yeah, same
We
with
just don't
Arabs.
talk about the Asians
Same with
that got
Arabs. Yeah,
sold
same with Arabs.
into slavery.
I want to read some more of this
You
because
don't
what
have
we
to be
talking
rich
about,
to
it
do
actually addressed
anything.
that. It says the practice differed from slavery in the Americas. Slaves were permitted to move freely in their communities and to own property, but they were also sometimes sacrificed in religious ceremonies or buried alive with their masters to serve them in the next life. It says when the transatlantic trade began in the 15th century, the demand for slaves spiked. It says Igbo traders began kidnapping people from distant villages. Sometimes a family would sell off a disgraced relative, a practice that Ijoma Okoro, a professor of Igbo history at the University of Nigeria, likens to the shipping of British convicts to the penal colonies in Australia. Then it says, quote, people would say, let them go. I don't want to see them again, end quote. Between the 15th and 19th century, nearly 1.5 million Igbo slaves were sent across the Middle Passage. Then she says, my great-grandfather was given the nickname Nwambani, which means from the bony port region, because he had the bright skin and healthy appearance associated at that time with people who lived near the coast and had access to rich foreign foods. It says this became our family name. In the late 19th century, he carried a slave trading license from the Royal Niger Company, an English corporation that ruled southern Nigeria. His agents captured slaves across the region and passed them to middlemen, who brought them to the ports of Bonny and Calabar and sold them to white merchants. Slavery had already been abolished in the United States and the United Kingdom, but his slaves were legally shipped to Cuba and Brazil. To win his favor, local leaders gave him their daughters in marriage. By his death, he had dozens of wives. His influence drew the attention of colonial officials who appointed him chief of Umajizi and others in several other towns. He presided over court cases and set up churches and schools. So the man who was the main slave trader was over court cases, setting up churches and schools. He built a guest house on the lands where my parents' home now stand and hosted British dignitaries. To inform him of their impending arrival and verify their identities, guests sent him envelopes containing locks of their Caucasian hair. So then it goes into, she talks more about, some of the things, in her family, when she traveled, all of these things. And this ain't the only article she got. She goes
Okay.
online and talks about it, and she helps us kind of understand more about the atmosphere at that time. And her mission is to not blame her own people, but also say that they were accountable in that slave trade, and that to this day, some of these families champion these things because it was a wealth building commercial access for a lot of them. So they could go from same way today. Everybody who sell drugs ain't rich. So you could engage in this commerce to become rich. The same way they came over here. They would get land, they got to work the land, and then generations later they would gain this wealth. But not everybody who was operating as a merchant was rich. I really disagree.
Exactly. So by your timeline, if we were to sit here and look up history, we will see Russian slaves, European slaves slavery that was happening in other parts of the world. And I'm saying that we are having this conversation because we are talking about African people, but we would like to somehow think that Africans were the only people that were engaging in this when it was
Now,
a global practice of people,
the first
especially
statement
people
that I
who were
made,
prisoners of war.
the first statement that I made was saying
I
that
wanted to switch
I was
up to
talking
that.
about
I
I was talking about
understand.
the good cop bad cop thing that's being played on us today. That was how we got down that rabbit hole, because I was saying in all lands, what was going on was that the people in those lands were stealing each other, trading them to each other, and also foreigners. And then they started blaming the foreigners for everything that was happening in the land, and we see that still to this day. You got a fight going on with Venezuela and Guyana. Venezuela is giving themselves permission to take over a certain part of Guyana because of the oil, because of the river, all these things. But they're saying it's because when people came and started colonizing stuff, they took parts of Venezuela away from them, so they want it back. Same thing going on in the Middle East. So you have these internal conflicts where people start to blame outsiders on reasons why they can genocide or oppress their own people. So that's why I brought that statement up. So it happened in many places. Russians helped enslave Russians and sold them to other Russians or outsiders. Same with everybody else.
Medieval Europe, it again. So, and I'm saying that to say that it was not an uncommon. And people are going to always do that. People are going to always spread rumors upon rumors about why they're cover up, why they're doing a thing. We do that today, right? We do that. We do that today. And you would ask the question like, why are these people over here in Palestine really, kidnapping disabled people in wheelchairs? Did you see all the people that they let go for that was free, that they finally gave back to the people over in Israel? People in wheelchairs. I mean, you would have to ask yourself, why did you kidnap a person in a wheelchair? It makes absolutely no sense. But
I
I'm
want to make
saying,
one thing clear. I want to make one thing clear. You ain't had to have no money to get no slaves. You ain't had
Yeah,
to be no
facts.
wealthy or nothing like
if
that.
you were a
Can I
prisoner of
finish
war,
my statement? Can I finish my statement, please? People at that time you was on the selling block. You got money, $5 or whatever you was trading, because you needed somebody to help you with your farmland or whatever. They can come up there and bid on whatever slave that they wanted. Or at that time, I don't even know if they were being called Africans. We call them Africans now. People from that continent, okay, or even people from on this continent. If your skin was dark, because they ended up mixing them all together, you couldn't tell one from the other, and they were enslaving them. They didn't.
Mhm.
They didn't have no money
yeah,
like
I
that.
don't. But $5 was good money back then. See, look at what we're talking about. Every time we start to talk and we start to sit and say things like that, if you had $5, that means the poorest person didn't even have 5 cents, and
Okay,
that
well,
was
you
good.
can round
And
up
that was
to
good
that.
money
I
back
would give you
then.
$5 because $5 a little bit of money for us today. But back
Yeah,
then,
well, I mean, because I'm saying it to say
back
when
then,
you
but
take a
you
look at
still
all
have
of
to
history.
let me finish what I'm saying, because I'm not saying anything about what you're saying. I'm saying something about what I'm saying. I mean, really, I just want to finish
Freedom,
it.
go ahead. You got to expound. You just really like to just bust back
You've been
and forth
the only
when
one.
I'm
Okay,
quiet. Go ahead.
okay,
Go. You got the floor.
I'm trying to.
Oh
I'm trying to.
no.
An old lady could, a lady could come up and have, okay, you have $5. You say it's a lot of money. Okay, an old lady could come up with, say, okay, I like him and I got $1.50. They can buy that slave. They ain't no lot of money. They
It's
ain't no
not
lot
Yeah,
of
the
money.
yeah.
people who do you realize that the people who they sold us to for in the transatlantic slave, when we turn around and look at it all today, those people, a lot of poor
Well,
white
they
trans
was
people owned us.
redneck. They were
Yes,
undone
redneck
redneck.
people,
Period.
because
They
they
didn't
had
have
more
money.
money than
They
we had.
have no money. They made money off. You talking about one or two particular movies? You talking about? We talking about
Sometimes they
reality.
actually like sometimes they lease slaves. Like you could get slave
Yeah.
insurance, you could rent slaves, and you had to pay down that debt in a certain amount of time. So how they could the yields they create from labor helped you pay down that debt like a car note. So it's not as, again, financially, like you said, we can't project today's understandings and customs on
Yeah, I
yesterday,
don't know.
because like you said, a lot of poor pale skinned Europeans were able to gain access to human labor by agreements. They didn't have
Yeah,
to have money. They didn't have to have none of that. As long as they had a means or a plan to make it happen, they did it. And
and
But
you know
agreement,
what else?
but the
Nitro,
agreement, I'm
you know what
saying
else?
that one agreement is huge. That's a contract.
God darn.
The average person did not understand a contract. The
What?
average citizen did not understand an agreement and a
I don't know,
contract.
girl. I'm
These were certain people
no,
who
they
understood
weren't.
who understood business and who understood the
I get
barter and the
where you're
trade.
coming
Even
from.
to get your slaves over across the transatlantic, you have to sit here and barter with people on the ships. The average citizen could not go over there and say, "Hey, we just want a ship. We ready to do this and that and the third." That was
Yes,
not how
they
it
did.
went.
They did
It's
do
not
that
even
though.
like that today. If you was to try to go get you a ship, you would have to you all the strings you would have to pull. And I'm
You
not
talking
talking about just for
today
vacation or
contracts
nothing
that
like that. I'm
about
talking about for
today compared
your
to
import and
500 years
export.
But
ago.
you have to, what you're thinking of, just the people that are like, okay, we're going to use these people, get you across the Atlantic or get you in different places across the Caribbean or Americas to enslave you there, and not necessarily thinking it from the tribal person that's just like, hey, for right now, for the equivalent of $10, if you give me this person, I'll give you $10 right now.
man, them
Of
folks
course, that's
like
way
bet.
more
What you want, them
people
dead or
doing that.
alive? I'm finna go get them.
Yes.
Like that was the attitude.
I
Like
just never
it
could
was.
understand how all them slaves could be taken by 5 or 6 freaking white men.
Yeah,
I never could
it
understand
didn't
that.
I
happen
don't
like that.
understand. Listen, for slavery did not for a quarter you could buy a shitload of groceries. So
Hmm.
Sure
I know
could.
damn well for $1
Sure
you could
could.
buy a slave.
Yeah.
So
Shit,
I
you might be able to buy
agree
a
with you,
village for
Natalie.
$1.
Right. So
And
I
don't
understand.
have $2.
Right. So I know damn well you could buy a slave or 9 with $5.
You sure can.
Hmm.
Well, which goes to show you how poor in the condition of a condition we were in. That
No,
goes to
you
show
said
you.
only rich. That's why I said
Okay, that was that was a certain amount of wealth because everybody didn't have
did
$5
it.
and everybody couldn't afford a
Exactly.
slave.
Some of them
Only
people
the
was
people who
given
went to
to
go
them.
buy slaves,
Some of the
and in
slaves was
order to
given
save up
to them
that
people.
$5, they had to work 99 hours and save up for 10 years to sit here and accumulate $5 little old dollars.
Do y'all know
That's
do y'all know what NFTs are?
weird.
Do y'all know what NFTs are?
Yeah, you talking about today, the
Nigga
NFT
for
portion? Oh,
people.
that's
So they
NFT.
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
nigga
today.
for people. Nigga for people. No, I'm just
Uh,
playing.
yeah, NFT is a non fungible token. So
Yeah.
fungibility is based off of an exchange. So let's say, yeah,
Exchange.
so let's say Sister Freedom got a $10 bill and I got 10 ones. There's fungibility between the amount because they equal the same value. If something is non-fungible, that means that I can slick set a price on something, or we have a different way of measuring the value. So you may feel that a Fulani slave is more valuable than the Igbo slave,
Absolutely.
but they're both people and they don't have fungibility to your market. So in your commerce, you say, oh, no, 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 no. If you want this Fulani slave, it's $10 a slave. If you want this Igbo slave, throw me like 5. I got you. You know what I'm saying? So fungibility was not common across the board with human chattel. This is why people were sold. You could get 30 slaves sold for a bottle of liquor. If
Yes.
the person who's receiving those goods matches the value of your trade, then the barter was extremely open. So imagine how unfair. Like there's no fair amount for a human, but if we just kind of think about fly on the wall or a third person, think about how unfair a lot of these trades were. Where they say you give us the village, we gonna not kill you, and then they say all right cool, and then they'll take over that same village that you just enslaved and then enslave you. So there was a lot of lack of fungibility and mutual exchanging within the commerce. This created wars. This created them saying, don't come back to our land no more. You ain't getting no more people. And they said, well, now you're going to be the goods now. So you had a lot of that going on in different ways too. So I get what you're saying, Gemini, and in some cases that is true, but generally speaking, it wasn't really like that.
And
Like
Nitro, let me say this
Yeah,
too.
Let me say this real
I'm
quick,
not
and then I'm
completely
gonna
sold
land. Let me
on
say
that,
this.
y'all.
Okay, go ahead,
Hold up.
Sakina,
Let me
because
say
you
this.
haven't had a chance to say anything.
Okay, let me say this real quick because I had some silver handed down to me, 2 sets. One was blue at the bottom, and one is red at the bottom. And I know this is one represents British, and the other one is for England.
England, I knew you was gonna say that.
And so the difference in the two represents this war, and one costs more than the other for that very reason.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and so what Gemini says is for that very reason about this silver.
I'm confused. Please explain.
Because of the war, because of that silver, and and that's the connection. Because I'm telling you, that war and that silver, because again, it has something to do with the bottom of it. The bottom of it is some satin, and it's like red bottom shoes. I have to tell you about it when I get it, because it's in my storage with my silver. I got some gold.
I had a set handed down to me too when I was a child, but you know, from my godparents. But that I can't see, but they got to do with what Gemini talking about.
Because listen here, it's part of your history, and your history is very important. Everything that this young man has been saying is very important.
Yeah, stick with that part, what he's been saying, but not what Gemini.
Okay, but what she's saying is that during the slave trade, right? You throwing me off. She's saying during the slave trade, right? That part, it has something to do with damn it, because I'm high.
Yeah, I'm right.
Wait a minute, because listen.
I just say that.
I just can't. Yeah, I just can't.
Hey, listen, it really got something very important. But listen, because don't listen, y'all. I said I have something important to say.
Nitro, let me ask you something. How are we to forgive these people?
I really have something important to say.
And welcome to our platform.
Nitro. Somebody said just because I might have some undone in my family, I'm supposed to like look past. You know, like I don't care nothing about no undone people that's in my family because of a grape. You know what I'm saying? That make me dislike them even more. And I'm just related to them because of that situation. You know what I'm saying? Like I hate to even say I'm related in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
No, definitely, because I mean, you got a lot of people, like especially in Georgia. A lot of these counties got started by land lotteries when they was either capturing people on the land or pushing them out, and they would name the counties after generals that helped them kill niggas. You know what I'm saying? So like when it comes to your inheritance, I would say it's good to know, because let's say hypothetically speaking, some of them folk might owe you. They might have did that to you on your land.
Oh, my family go over Virginia fighting, arguing, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
It was like it's like that time me and Nisha was with OTK, and we found out that the what's the last name, Nisha? The McGee's.
Yeah, McGee.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the McGee's over in Louisiana. Yeah, I'm sorry, over in Mississippi. Yeah, the McGee's over in Mississippi. And Nisha said, "Well, I got McGee's too." And I kept on, and I was telling her that how, you know, my children's father would always be talking about these McGee's, you know, these McGee's, this and McGee's. And then when we looked it up, because of what OTK said, come to find out these McGee's, right, were these white people who bought up the town of Tylertown. Tyler
Read
Kelly
And see,
name
and see,
read
this
was
is
the
another
named
thing
title.
too.
after,
Okay,
yeah, the
listen, this is what
McGee.
I was trying to say. Please let me say it before I forget again.
Well, Nitro,
They
I
were
want you to read that.
trading slaves for silver. That's what I was trying to say.
Oh,
They
okay.
were trading
Well, they
slaves
traded for one spoon.
no, they were listen because the value of silver is that's what it is. Remember, I said one costs more than another. So they were trading slaves for silver
And gold.
and gold, right?
Actually, that's why I wanted Nitro to read this with the guy or Larisha.
Yeah, it says,
Oh,
and a lot of
Larisha.
tribes in Africa had a lot of wealth in gold, but didn't know the
Exactly.
value it weighed to the Europeans.
Exactly. And so that's
So
why what
so
Gemini
that's
was saying. It
No,
wasn't
it's
really
not.
about
But
the
no,
wealth
it's not.
and the money.
Not.
It was
But go
about
ahead.
the wealth
Like
and silver.
it's
And
but also it's the fungibility. So for instance, like this was a tactic that they used in a lot of places when they took over lands, and I'm saying they meaning the colonists, and it could be not just European colonists, but colonists of many forms. What they do is decentralize your currency, or they destroy it. So for instance, here you had I think it was called wampogs, where it was seashells that they would find, especially like in the Virginia area. A lot of those tribes, their currency was seashells. So different types of seashells, the necklaces, the bracelets that you made, that was their form of currency. That's how they traded. They also traded with
right.
furs. So when the Europeans came, they had their own different systems of currency. So in order to get y'all to trade on the same currency, either they would find other things that they like crops, or they would destroy your currency or buy it up. So like however they had to get it, they say, well, what y'all need? We need some furs. They'll go and hunt as like especially the French. They were great trappers. So they would go hunt as many furs as possible to buy up or become a whale of your currency. And now they hold a lot of wampum. So when it came for you to trade, the European now is using your currency as their own to manipulate your own market. Then you
Yeah.
had situations
Hmm.
where they would destroy that system. No more wampogs. Now you got to use the silver coin or the greenback, as they called it back
Right.
then. So
Right.
the destabilization of a currency was a very pivotal thing
And,
because
and, and
now they
It's
could
a
set the
model. Yeah.
standard.
It's a
not
model.
only
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
Nitro, remember they said that Mansa Musa man had so much gold that at one time the
Yeah,
value of it wasn't even
yeah. I think it
tied
I think it got
to-
inflated by like 600%. You know what I'm
uh,
saying?
exactly.
So yeah, so things like that definitely, and then too, we all are speaking towards a more common root from different angles.
Um,
The key to it was that they did all that for humans. At the end of the day, whether they traded a tree, a donkey, some gold, the human was usually somewhere in the process. Whether you
right.
collected it, whether you got traded for it, whether you brought it to
To
them. You know
owe
what I'm
me
saying?
something, you can trade a you could trade a slave for it. Just because that person owed that person something. You
yeah.
just
Facts.
give them a
Well,
slave.
yeah. Yeah. We covered that
And
debts. Yeah. Debts.
work it off or whatever, or just give it to them. Just
Even
because
in
I owe
But
wills,
we're also talking
like for
about different timelines, and that's why I keep on saying, that's important as well, because then that lets us know what the way of the world was, and it wasn't just in Africa. And that's my point. My point is the
Right.
way of the world.
it.
Whether the
Okay.
colonizers came over, and whether the colonizers came over and not and taught Africans how to have a certain business acumen, uh, 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 as a way to sell people. Even came over and had discussions with kings and queens and said, hey, you guys have been trading people, prisoners of wars, for basic things. There's a better way. You can get more money. I can show you how to get
You
money for these
you
slaves.
acting
So
like
right.
again, we're talking about an introduction.
oh my
We're still
goodness.
talking either way go. We're still talking about an introduction, for people
So we
who
just
did
gonna
not
sit
know
right,
that
okay?
there could be a
I don't want
monetary
you to say this
value
thing over and over.
in the sale of people, and that's what
And
I'm
two,
saying.
and two to add to that, because it's a good segue back into what I'm saying, genealogy in general. A lot of people can really use that to their advantage because there's no statute of limitation for paper genocide, removing people from their heritage. If you
Mm.
can find a slave master that gifted your ancestors to somebody else, this is also proof. So at
Mm,
times they might say, Johnny boy, my oldest son, I love him. He paid attention to me and listened all this life. So when I die in my will, I'm gonna give him 5 niggas. You know what I'm saying? They did this to us. Like Bank of America and a lot of these other banks started by slave
Yeah,
insurance.
Yeah.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Insuring
Wells
voyages,
Fargo.
island hopping. A lot of times they would island hop. They would sell us to the Caribbean islands. So we have a lot of ancestors down there. They would sell a
Yeah,
lot of us to Africa and
That's
make us
why
be servants.
that's why I don't be liking when I be hearing people talk about Jamaicans and people from Guyana and stuff like that, Guyana and stuff like that, because they are our family.
Nah, facts,
yeah.
facts.
Yeah,
Facts.
And look,
straight
and
facts.
look,
They
Yes,
and
are
one of
our
they
my
are.
family. And it's as simple as that because of the diaspora of slavery.
nah,
I
one of
mean,
my
I
best
don't let
friends
people say that old
is
bull crap.
Haitian.
I've heard people on their channels talking about when Jamaicans come to America, that they give them money and free tax. That's bull crap. They don't give them anything. They struggle
Right.
in America the same way
The
we
same
do.
way.
The
Facts.
exact
Same
same
way.
way. I
And
don't
look,
know where
one of my
anybody
best
gets
friends
that
is in the
from.
chat. He's down here. I don't know if he's still watching, but he was in here
I'm
earlier.
in Jamaica right now.
Yeah,
I already know the fact.
he's Haitian or Ayatollah. So the name Haiti or Haiti is a Arawak or Taino word. So
That's
the
from the Jamaicans over here. They from the Tainos and the
yeah,
Arawak. They
yeah.
Jamaican.
So
No,
a lot of the brainwashing and narrative based division that they create is that they don't even get to honor their ancestors that was from there enslaved, because we all are getting forced into this pick a side war where it's Africans versus pale skinned Europeans or everybody. You get what I'm saying? But they also have
Hmm.
different ancestors that were from those tribes on those islands, from the tribe up here, from the tribe in South America. That like even when you look into voodoo, all of the practices don't come from the homie empire. Some of those
fact.
practices come from a lot of things that they were doing here mixed with
Well, they were
Catholicism.
an admixture. Yeah, you say that.
Right,
Yeah, they were
right,
an
right.
admixture. Yeah,
Yes, it was an admixture.
absolutely.
So a part of what we also talk about is that people in Haiti don't know these things. So they take pride in what's been passed down to them, but they don't know that they might say, yeah, this our island, we've been here, but they don't really know the way we think they do at times
Right.
because they've been
But we don't. But
confused.
we don't know what they know, and we're not inclined. And I'm not inclined to change their history. A lot of island people, and I think we've discussed this before. A lot of island people acknowledge their African heritage and
They
things
sure
that were passed
do.
down. People in
Jamaicans
Puerto
do.
Rico,
But
you
I'm
can go
talking
Jamaicans
to
about
Puerto.
the admixture, not just the African. We've all heard them, like the Gary Fauna, all that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, for instance, because like I said, my
we
best
just
friend is
have
Haitian.
to put that
So I'm
name with
speaking
it.
like from like for real, like not a anomaly. This is real. Like they get like he's dark skinned. So if people see him, they're gonna say, yep, I know you African, bro. I know you descendant of Africans in Haiti. But
And it's not
that's
true.
yeah, that's
Not
not
true.
true. You know what I'm saying? He has, like, for instance, you had a lot of the Huguenots or the Protestants that came from France after the French Revolution. After they didn't like what was going on, they revolted and also went to Haiti and helped them revolt too, because at that time a lot of the empirical powers was setting them up and saying, yeah, y'all go down there in Haiti, y'all good, y'all can run that for us. They would go down there and figured out they waterlocked, and they down there subjugating people that look like them. And these were melanated Huguenots or mixed Huguenots that were in France. So they helped a lot of them revolt as well. So this is why you have that blend of a French or Franc culture, what they call Creole. They like a
So
real
are we? So
ISM.
are you saying? Let me. So are you
Yes,
saying that
ma'am.
if no matter what we looked at him as being, and he is that dark. If we were to say if someone called him African or said you have to be of African descent, he would disagree with that coming from
He
France or
disagree
not.
with
He would
disagree
say,
if he's not.
he would say
Why
he's
would he
ISN.
disagree if he's not?
He would say he's
That's
ISN
not that
from the
that's not
island
that's
of
not
Haiti.
what I'm saying, because we do know that migration is real, and we do know that in
And
order
that
to
is
get
no,
that,
we just going by
in
what
order to
somebody else said.
But how
We
could
yeah,
you
ain't got
so
prove
no
it by
but
looking
I'm
at him
talking
though?
about the African descent part.
But how could
So
you prove it from looking at him though?
right.
That's the biggest thing. That's the
how could
biggest
you
thing is that
disprove it?
he
You
has a
can't
but
prove
listen
it.
though, that's
You
not the
can't
point.
because
Hold
oh
on.
yeah,
The
Nitro.
point is
All right.
this. He's Iacin. He comes from the island of Haiti. So to call him something else besides what he identifies as himself is
is
a is
disrespectful.
you're
Okay.
right,
Oh, okay.
right.
So that's what we're saying. As he identifies himself, that is the key word. Because people, yeah, if people want to, call themselves whatever, then that is their
Yeah.
God given. Yeah, I agree
But
with
what
that.
I'm
Yeah,
still
whatever
saying
they
is
want to call
this:
themselves. Yeah.
if a person choose to want to say that they are African, right? That's their prerogative. They
Facts.
can say that they're descendants of Africa because they not African. We not African.
Even
We're
if you was to say descendants, that's okay.
we're descendants.
That's
We're
okay to say
descendants of,
descendants, as
we
long
are,
as you
but we
acknowledge,
also
as
could
long
be
as it was being
descendants of
acknowledged.
other places too. We
Right.
also
No, that's
be
fine. That's
descendants of
fine because I
other
think
places too. We
no,
not.
that's fine.
I'm
You can
not
be from
one
a
to
lot of
wait.
different places.
I'm not one to do that. I'm not
Yeah,
one to
you
do
can be
that.
from a lot of different places, but we are just having the issue
Mhm.
of anytime we say the word African and we use it in any type of sentence, subject or predicate. We're always running into this issue where people just don't want to even be a descendant of Africans. That's where the
I don't know about
conversation
that.
But
always
I think
comes
that
in.
I
But
think
they
the
have a
biggest
right to
thing
that too,
with it
though.
though is like the term is used to disinherit people, whether it's intentional or not. So let's say
Yeah.
you
I
have
agree
someone
with you. I
who
agree
was
with you,
like,
Nitro.
yeah, let's say
If
if you
you say I'm
like
from Africa and you take my rights from America, if you keep
yeah,
saying
like
you keep saying everything, so that means so who owned it over here? Who was over here? If people of color were here prior to the slave trade, prior to coming from Africa, and then you bring people over here that's similar to the same color I am, and now all of us is from Africa. How you gonna do
But
that to
it's the
me?
same argument that the Indians are having right now, where some of
It
them
sure
want
is,
to
and
be
I don't
federally
care. I
they
don't
want to be
care for
they
arguing
want
about
to
it.
be federally
But I will
recognized and
argue
can't.
about it
They
too.
want to be federally recognized and they can't be, and all they have is just their
Because
paperwork
the Europeans
stating
want to
who
say that
they
this
are.
land is
So
theirs after they stole it from the people that was on these lands that look like you and me.
yeah,
How you
but
gonna do
but
that?
what I'm saying is something just slightly different. I'm saying that, if like you just stated in one breath, if you declare African, you take away my rights as me being a citizen of America. And I'm saying it's the same thing with
Citizen
American people who
owning.
want
Ain't
to
no
be federally
citizen. Citizen
recognized
ain't
as
come about
another
a
indigenous.
nonprofit organization
nah,
called the United
They want to
say
be
it's
States.
federally
about
recognized as
citizenship.
another indigenous group and can't be.
Nah, I wouldn't say it's about citizenship. Like, hear me out on this.
Ain't no citizenship.
This the logic behind like I don't think
I don't know
everybody's
that it's not
arguing like the
citizenship.
same thing when it
I
comes
know
to the
you
not
don't.
being
I know you
African.
Sounds
don't.
like it. Sounds
But
like it
Wait,
to
hold
me.
on. Let Nitro, y'all. Let
And
Nitro
that's
get
what
in.
we
I
and
Let
that's what
did.
we're
Nitro
I
get
talking
don't
in
know
about.
there.
what she's talking
Yeah.
about. She know that came
If
through
I
the
can stop being
nonprofit
bullied on
organization.
the panel for saying what I'm saying, we're okay.
nah,
Well,
it's
that's
Yeah,
all
for
good.
no
who? That's for
problem.
So
you.
So
Right?
y'all
So now this conversation
let
is about
Nitro
bullying.
go,
This
and then it'll be
conversation
you,
ain't even
Sister
about
Freedom,
indigenous
and
people
then
anymore.
Gemini
It's
after
about
It's
that.
not about
bullying.
citizens, that's for sure, because that didn't come till the nonprofit organization called the United States. That didn't come
and then
till
too,
Who
like,
is clearly denying, right, citizenship of other people. So when you sit and
oh, that's
say,
trying to
so
come late to talk.
when you
Come
sit
on
and
now.
say, if you declare me as African, I lose all my rights as to be American. People
Well,
don't want
Africa
that
is
anyway. People want to
Africa
be
came
declared
through the
as
word
another
Africa
citizen altogether.
came through
well, nah,
invasion.
Okay, hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. Now it's gonna go. Let Nitro go first. Nitro has 2 minutes. Sister Freedom then has 2 minutes after him, and then go back to Gemini. Okay, Nitro.
You let me come after Gemini because I don't know what she talking about.
You let me
Okay,
come.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
let
That's
me come
fine. Then it could be
after freedom
Nitro
because I don't
first.
know what you're gonna
Y'all,
y'all
say.
funny
don't
as
make this a
hell.
big deal. It could be Nitro first, then Gemini, then Sister Freedom. Let's go.
All right. So what I'm saying is this. It's not about necessarily citizenship, but this is how that can be a negative thing when you just give somebody a general, ambiguous term like African. If let's say you have a dark person who is from India or Australia, we don't apply the same thing to them because they have a culture, they have a name that they call themselves. They may even still keep their language. So if they ask to be identified as Polynesian or whatever the case may, they have the right to be called that. What we call them in our own world on our own premise is cool. Like you can do that, but when it comes to self-identification, we underestimate that process or that problem because it's been done to us. We've been identified by other people, and we still use those identifiers. So then we don't think it's a problem to do it to other people. But like I said, in the case of my homie, he can be mixed with 9 different things, but he's Aysan. So regardless of his ancestry, if he identifies as Aysan or Haitian, just like a Jamaican, they can have many different ancestries, but they identify through the national term of Jamaican. So what I'm saying is we do a disservice and we double down on the disinheritance that's used or the paper genocide by using ambiguous terms like a descendant of Africa. We don't know that just because they have melanin.
Thank you.
No, I think it's a little bit more than that. And again, you're saying, and then you threw in that word, inheritance. It's hard enough to get the inheritance over here where we live, let alone you think you're gonna go someplace else, identify, and think you're gonna get the inheritance over there, unless a
heritage.
direct paper trail leads you to be part of said group.
No, heritage, not inheritance, heritage.
Oh, heritage.
Your heritage. Yeah.
Inheritance.
If I did, my bad, but no, I meant your heritage.
He said heritage, your heritage, not inheritance.
Well, thank you
for
clearing up what he just cleared up.
Sister.
Okay, so wait, Gemini, were you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Sister Freedom.
Okay. Now, see, the youngest one had to come in and straighten y'all out, not me, y'all. But anyway, I'm in agreement with you, Nitro, 100%, and also Roots. But if you would like to come up on the panel, please do, Brother La. Please do come up on here because I'm in agreement with you. We owe everything to truth. We need to complete our family tree. Let me put it on here so it can be read. Our family tree, because slave doesn't equal African. Plantation doesn't equal African. And brown skin does not equal African. You got to prove it. And I'm in agreement.
Well,
that's my shooter
and you
down
can
there.
say that with all them exclamation marks.
It's not up.
You would have to.
I don't know how man deals with
you
that.
have to prove all of that too, right? Because I think there's 2 different arguments. I think we're talking about
it's the same
argument.
Things. It's the exact same argument. Just
it's
because
not.
somebody is dark don't mean that they from Africa.
We have already established that lookership does not mean you are from here or there.
She can't.
We have established that. We cannot go by phenotype. We have established that.
That's exactly what we're saying. So let me finish.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, why do we eliminate the ability of nature that we put it to one place like that? I think that's absent-minded and disrespectful to nature. How do you do that? That's not fair to people that are on these, that was already on these lands prior to the slave trade. It ain't fair.
Okay, we don't know how many people were here prior. That's why they don't have a definitive answer about that. If you was to ask any one of them about a definitive answer, who was here, they cannot give you a timeline about the people that were here prior. You may not find that. Nobody's been able to do it. Nobody's been able to do it. And you're not going to be able to do it in this short length of conversation. Nobody's been able to do it.
Well, the amounts what we were talking about earlier, though, which is, it's a really important thing for us to do, because I don't think any of us really understand history, because we don't go back and verify things, and just because we don't have a set population number, most people don't know the amount of wars that were going on between indigenous people here. We get the Spanish and Indian War, we get some of the Cherokee wars, but that's it. And we don't really know the extent of how many wars were against indigenous people across the Americas, or how long they have been going, and even into the 20th century of people that they said were extinct or knocked out, or diseases had taken them all away. But here you're having a war
with these people in the 20th century. So
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of stuff that they've told us throughout history. And if we just take their word for it and we never actually look into the timelines, we're just going to be lost. We're going to be at a loss because we never verify it in history. We just believe what we're being told.
Yes,
No,
and
I
our
agree.
whole life is what we've been
Yep.
told. We are
And then
living
too,
their book
and then
instead
too,
of our
especially
own.
like,
But we've been told exactly what we're talking about too, and we don't have a definitive timeline. I keep saying that. So either way
Well,
you slice it, so
I don't know why
so
you
what we're
saying
talking about
that.
now. So what we're talking about now is the cup is half empty or the cup is half full. One of the two.
but then also like, all right, for instance, now they've been updating numbers. They say they can, for sure, say that it was no less than at least 100 million people here between North, Central, and South America before colonial powers came over here. So with that being said, even the amount of people that they said died from smallpox, the blankets, all of those things, while they also say in this timeline that they enslaved the Indians, the indigenous people, that we can't gloss past that. Because if you enslaved them, what did they have children? Like, were they just sterile? Did they not pass genes down? Does that not matter? What did they look like? Are there still people today that could look similar to those same people that you
Yes,
enslaved? Like, could you tell the difference between slaves? Like, oh yeah, that slave there is a real Indian because they look Asian. That slave there is an African because they got round eyes and a big nose. Like, were there ways where phenotypically you couldn't tell who was who at times? So certain things like that is very important when we say we don't know who was here, because then we also can't say that everybody is just African.
it
We
don't
can't
make
say that
sense.
because who knows who traveled here before the conquest? Who know, like, I'm sure those slave
Which
masters
didn't mean
weren't
they weren't
picky.
African just because they were not enslaved. So he
But
just
hold on,
said, Bruce just
hold
said
on.
that
It
just
doesn't
I
matter
because
also
you're
asked a
what with
question
Indian
all
earlier.
that.
and just
No
because
But
you're
limit.
hold
white
on,
does
hold
not
on.
mean you were a slave.
No
So they
limit.
were
Gemini.
enslaved and traveled.
So look. This the
Keep your
question I'm gonna ask
mindset,
the whole
Nitro.
panel.
She'll screw you up.
This the question I'm gonna ask the whole panel. How long do you have to be out of Africa to no longer be considered African?
Yeah, it goes back to that question. Yeah, facts.
Okay. I could say what you want to say. After you start having your kids here and your kids is born on this land. I mean, shoot. You come over here from Africa and your kids is born on American soil. If that's what you're trying to say, I don't know if that's what you're trying to say, because I'm not saying everybody came from Africa, but if that's what you're trying to say, once you start having babies on this land, okay, you can tell them the African traditions and stories from Africa, but now they starting their life here on these lands.
But also, really, I'm asking just in general, like, what about the groups that they say traveled out of Africa and lived in India for
Oh, you're
thousands
talking
of
about
years?
millions of years and
What
millions
about
and
the,
millions and
or
millions.
yeah, I mean, however long it could be, last week to 100 million. How long? When does
Okay.
your African? When does that expire? When do you then get to call yourself your own names? When do you get to have your own culture with your own languages? Like, when does that line? They say, yeah, my boy, you've been gone 3,000 years, so you can't be African no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, how do we definitively know how to identify people? Because it seems as though we all can just say what we want to about people. Like, again, you have you have people that are in Australia that have alleged so-called Negroid features, and everybody will say that they come from Africa when they have their own origin story. So
But
then
I know the
when do we
Aboriginals
start
declared that themselves.
correcting them? But when do we start correcting them and saying, no, you are African because everybody comes from Africa, and you don't get to have your own language and call it something else. You don't get to have your own culture, your own dances, your own origin story. You have to start from your history from
We are
like,
new beings. We are new
like, how
beings
do we
over
do that?
here.
But
We
see,
are
okay, but see, did you guys remember that back in the
we
day
are
they
new
had it? Do
beings
you
over
remember back in the day when they had this study going on about the people in India, right?
here.
They were sitting here saying that in order to be considered white, right? They were saying, no, the people from India are not African. They are white because they have stringy hair. What is that phenotype called? They have the stringy hair.
They not.
They had they have straight hair, they have small features, and then they had something else. Hold on.
Like that.
But
Why even
it's a
say
study.
it?
Hold on.
When you know
It's called something. So they were saying these groups of people. Now this is a study from back in the day because science and things change all the time.
Oh my
right?
God! Don't you start that? Don't you?
Okay,
Start
so this is what happened. So
start
this is
that
what
Johnny come lately science talk.
This is what happened with that study.
On Pluto channel, because over here this is not gonna work.
This
Please
is what happened with that study. Okay, so they were sitting here saying all of these people. It was something Dravidian or something like that, where they had these their phenotypes deemed them not African, but more like European. They are European descent, even though they are melanated. Well, some of those people who had historians within their group said, no, you're not going to just make us European. Our ancestors traveled from Africa, came here, and did da 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 da. So I'm saying all that to say that one answer is not going to ever cover everybody because people have their own historians that will sit here and always bring up some African descendant that came over. And this is how their people, from their origin story, and this is how their people also populated. This is what I'm saying. So they did not like to be called white people. They did not like to be called white melanated people. They did not like that term. All of them did not like that term. All of some of them wanted to acknowledge an African history, and they did so.
So look, this is why, again, what you just said proves what's problematic about using ambiguous terminology to describe people who can describe or identify themselves. Because if I ask you again, if pale-skinned people migrated out of Africa, or they were once dark and then they moved somewhere else and turned light,
Nitro.
Does that then make them non-African?
Let me say this to you: ain't no pale skin.
Is that not what Sister Freedom just said?
No limit.
Just because you are dark does not make you African. And I am saying to you, and we use the people from India for an example. And I remember the study because they kept on saying and they were saying the same thing about the Asians because they had straight hair. Right, and one of the groups to make you European and make you non-black is if you have that straight hair. But that again has been debunked because we find people in Africa, right, without an admixture that have straight hair, and just like we find people in India, right, who acknowledges an African history.
Where they at?
So we're not saying. So we're not not based upon phenotypes, based upon people who are not afraid to acknowledge their descendants from Africa.
Okay. What about those who don't though? Because
I was going to say that too, Nitro. Because there are people that do, but there are groups that don't. And Nitro brought up a big group that doesn't, which is the Australian people, which the Aboriginals of Australia do not believe they are from Africa. They say their origin story is from there. They say we've been here for thousands and thousands of years, and it's other researchers, other outside influence that are coming in there and saying, no, you're of African descent. So
and I've never heard that, Dulcinea. When I was growing up, the Aboriginals did say they were from Africa, and they acknowledge a whole African history. So now you're saying, because you and Nitro are about the same age, and I've always heard that Australian people,
culture still, as far as that are in Australia, have not been touched by outsider influence. Sure, the ones
and that's not true.
Europeans, but I'm talking about actual tribes that were not.
Completely different story about Aboriginal people. And I've heard a completely different story about Aboriginal people.
Of everything in existence. I just don't get how, and I hate to say it's Nitro, please don't take this the wrong way. When men start making these darn distinctions and codes and separations and all this, and you off. That's, I don't know why we keep saying that bull crap. Because what Delsonaire just said is true.
You know it's not true.
It is true.
It's not. They have different versions of a history the same way. Me and you do right now. And you definitely don't look like you have an admixture. You look just as Negro as all outdoors. And you really probably hoping your DNA. You don't have any. But we have different viewpoints. And we're the same.
I can look like me, but I don't look like them. How about that part?
See, there you go. So we have the same. So within one culture,
and I don't look nothing like
different viewpoints of origin. That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying,
it doesn't make you any less wrong or right. It's like it doesn't make me any less wrong or right. We just have two. We have two versions within the same group, same culture of people of origin. That's it.
You're talking about you looking like Negroes and compared to some damn people with stringy hair and all that.
I'll go back. Yeah. This go back to the whole labeling of African, basically, because again, the premise of it is this: if they identify as Aborigine, like Australians or whatever the case may be, where does the disrespect start and stop when we don't want to identify them by what they say and their origin stories?
That's right.
And now we start to project our understanding onto them, because if it becomes problematic. That's the whole premise of what I'm saying, is that, like you said, Gemini, you can't use liquorship, because I also explained oculocutaneous albinism, which can be created on any continent. So just like in our families, we have different hues. Like I got dark-skinned aunties, light-skinned aunties. Got dark-skinned cousins, light-skinned cousins. I can't then say that my light-skinned cousins are from a certain tribe, or they only have a certain specific set of genetics. No, there is variation within our genetics, but also the labeling of people outside of what they call themselves has been problematic over the last 600 years.
And there's also variations of history. And that's my point. There's also variations.
No, we're not disagreeing with that, but we're talking about the application of that term.
And there's also variations of history. Let's be real. There's variations.
But that's why I asked, like.
And this is why timelines be so important to people, so that we can get an understanding of what you're talking about, when you're talking about, and what was going on in the mind of man in that particular time.
That's why I asked, though. But that's why I asked, when like, let's say you're under the notion that everyone migrated out of Africa at some point. We shouldn't have individual identities today. Because when did your African card expire, and now you have the permission or right to claim the land that you're in, claim the language that you speak, claim your own culture that did not come from the continent that you allegedly migrated from? Like, when does that end, so we can clean some of this up if people aren't who they say they are? Like, I'm not disagreeing with people saying they descend from Africa, but what about the stories of people who say they don't? Do we then get the right to come and tell them where our science says, or what we have found is, or we believe? Do we then get to remove their culture and their language and their name and replace that with African or whatever we choose?
Listen, we have a story like that. Sankofa family had always told him he was Indian until he did DNA. Then they all found out they was black as all outdoors. No Indian in them, no indigenous Indian in them at all. And so again, he did not say
just because he believes that. It gave him the whole continent of Africa. It gave him the whole continent of Africa to say he was from.
He went in believing he was Indian and learned all that Indian
didn't even give him 3 areas of Africa. He gave him every single part of Africa highlighted except North Africa.
He went in believing he was Indian with no African, and found out he was African with
he's
no
African
Indian.
Because it gave him a lit up map of the continent of Africa. So he just believes. He doesn't know.
I'm trying to answer now. So the answer to that question is we need those DNA tests. The DNA test will sit here and cover what everybody actually is or is not. He did not feel no type of way because he wasn't Indian. He didn't feel no type of way. And all that history he learned about the Indian and being indigenous, it actually is, it's a plus. It's not a minus just because he wasn't Indian. It's not a minus because you're not what you believe you are. That's not a
So
minus.
Hold
so
on,
let me,
hold on. I'm sorry, I ain't been saying that for a while. I just want to say this. Don't you realize, like, okay, so my DNA results updated about a month or two ago. So it's constantly updating the more information that they have in the database. So 6 months from now, Sankofa's information could change. He
There
could
you
just
go.
like I have, just like I
He
have.
monitors. Don't forget, he monitors it
Let
like he
her finish.
monitors.
My God,
He
let her finish.
monitors it. Don't forget, he monitors that thing like he
So
monitors
what?
his
Let
skin.
Nisha finish.
It's not about monitoring it. I have the same thing. So they send you the updates. You don't have to monitor it. They send you the update. They let you know
I just
when they.
mean that to say he keeps abreast
Oh
of it.
my
I
God.
didn't mean
Lord
that
have
to
mercy.
mean in a
What
literal sense that he's sitting there monitoring it. So let's
what I
not do that. Let's
Well,
not do
can
that.
she
You know
finish
what I mean when
his
I say
statement?
what I'm
But the
saying.
point is,
My
it
bottom.
changes.
What my bottom line is that it changes. So 6 months or a year from now, he could have 2%. He could have 1%. So right
right.
now, we really never really know. That's why it does help to do your genealogy, and it's like a coin toss with all of that. You getting good information from here, you getting good information from this one. So
that's why I
just
said it's not a minus. It's a plus. Just
No.
saying.
Oh my God.
but
Lord.
also
Just think that
that, all right. So
it's
look,
not a
Wait,
so
minus
look.
wait.
because
Hold
For
on, hold on,
instance,
you
hold
for
on.
find out
instance,
something that you're not because you want to believe wholeheartedly you're something and you find out you're not that thing. It's
Where's
not a
that
big deal.
manipulation coming from? Where
but
that
I'm
It's not
coming
a
speaking,
from?
big deal.
but I'm speaking about something a little more grand than just a little bruv knowing his genealogy and his DNA. This is what I'm saying. You have whole groups of people that are not on the African continent that are melanated, right? We know there's a lot of groups like that. So when do we get to, like, let's say they've been living in Iraq, and their story is they've been there since the beginning of who know, like, forever. They have no story. The ancestors never told them about them coming from any land but that land, and they don't identify by what we term as African. When do we then get to correct them and say you're wrong? Because based off of what we know, you are African. When does that become right? And when does it stop being the relabeling or misclassification of people? That's what I'm asking. That's my question, Jimmy.
Okay,
Now
we're all gonna
is that
answer the question starting with Sister Freedom, but I gotta ask: when do we get your mama, Miss Gina? When do we get her to come on here and talk with us as well?
I ask her. I see what's up. That's Big Dog, and I got my shooter down there. Roots
Say
below
that's big dog.
I
genealogy.
see
So
Roots, and he hasn't,
yeah.
or he or she hasn't want to come up, but them both for sure. We need to have
I
this
know I
No,
want
conversation
I
with them
plan a
both.
I plan a whole nother show just for them. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, that'll be
they,
you know
awesome.
who
yeah.
Roots is? Who's
Huh?
Roots? Do you know who Roots?
So that channel is our genealogy course that we you know what I'm saying, building.
Oh, I'm
Actually
definitely
about to
coming
launch.
on there. I'm going to put the link in so we can all subscribe.
No, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, drop the link. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna have that done. You know what I'm saying? Then I have my Dukes come on and talk. You know what I'm saying? And she can give more stories about the family, what we got going on, how, you know, because she led the journey for us doing a lot of our family research. So she can tell you what she's been able to find, the challenges that she's found, a lot of the different leg work. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I definitely set that up. You know what I'm saying? And had them come on here and you know.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. But okay, Sister Freedom. So his question, and
I hope
Nitro,
I'm
you want
able
to go
to.
ahead and just repeat it for us, and then we'll all
Yes,
go around.
please.
Yeah, so basically, at what point in time do people stop being African and then they deserve to be called by the names or the lands that they come from?
I think as soon as they get ready to. No, well, no, I'm just teasing when I said it that like that. Let me make sure that we realize that Africa just was named Africa in the 1700s.
Yeah, that
Okay,
continent. Let's say that
that
that piece of
continent,
land. Yeah.
that piece of land that was added, different parts of that part over there made into one big spot now that they call in Africa, but they were separate places, okay? And now it's all put together and they call it Africa, one big Africa. Well, we're talking about stuff we can't even prove. When they start talking about millions and millions and millions of years ago, that people were separated and all that craziness, I can't even phantom that, because I can't even see how they can phantom it mentally. Don't even make sense. You come up with some weirdness. Anyway, if my family, if we're going to use that continent over there, right? Because we really live in somebody else's book, right? And you come over here, you start having your kids over here. Say you came from over here a million years ago. That's what you want to say. You start establishing your family and life over here. How you going to still be African? That don't, we talking about we African because of a million years ago? That don't even make no sense to me. I don't know, if all, and then you got the nerve to look different. Even I'm in Jamaica right now. You would think that the Jamaicans would look similar to the Africans, and they don't. Africans come over here and they look different from the Jamaicans. And it is, the Jamaicans might know of the slave trade, but they Jamaican, and they proud of it. And as simple as that, I'm a descendant, if that's in my DNA, but I'm not African. I'm a descendant. That's it. If I'm a descendant, not African.
It's gonna go around and then okay, Sister Freedom. Let's go to Sakina. Let's keep it 2 minutes, go around, and then see Moses is gonna.
Well, I ain't get my 2 minutes as far as that go.
You had 3.
I was
a little over.
I was not, because Dulcinea would have said something.
That's why I was stopping you right now. It was like right at the 2 minute mark. Go ahead, Sakina.
Thank you, Dulcinea.
All right. Well, I'm at an awe because this is why, again, I don't get my DNA done, because I don't know where to go. Because if I'm not African, then what am I a descendant of?
Your mama and papa.
Nothing.
Exactly. I'm a molecule.
Air.
Water. I mean, what is the slave trade about? What did they take the slaves from? What is the slave trade? The descendants of what? I mean, what is this all about? I don't understand. If the slaves were from what? And from whom?
Why just the slaves? You might have quite a few things.
I don't understand.
Wait, hold up. It's her 2 minutes, y'all.
It makes no sense now. And so, I mean, we debunking everything. We can't have nothing. We can't be nothing. We ain't nothing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's why even in these Bibles and books, it don't describe great. Because the greatest thing that ever happened to me is when I had my children. And anything else after that, I make it happen, or it happens for me, or I make it happen, and it's called manifestation. So,
Okay.
I'm going to leave it at that, because y'all breaking my heart.
Oh.
But so hold on. I want to kind of make sure.
Wait, hold on. No, Nitro. Let everybody answer your question
my bad.
first, and then we'll go. Let's see. Moses has a question too first, and then we'll go back to you. But all right, now it's Gemini's turn. 2 minutes.
Okay, so how in the world is when you ask when do we stop being African? Never. If that's what you are, how is that DNA gonna not be in a part of your DNA? I don't care if it was millions and millions of years. This is how we go back and start talking about the Neanderthal and this. We're sitting here saying by his fossilization, the fossils left behind, we can determine that this man is 250,000 years old and his DNA is this, and he comes from this group of people. Yet you're going to sit and ask the question about when we stop being African? Never. Now, just because we pick up new ways and new habits from wherever we are currently living at does not mean we are not the people that we came from or originated from the start. That'll be like you saying, so when do I stop having great-great-grandparents? Never. When you have kids, they'll have great-great-grandparents, so forth and so on. That kind of stuff does not end. So that kind of question is just doesn't even really make sense. Now, adopting new ways and adopting new cultures does not make you not the thing you started out as. That's gonna always be, always. And you can call it a descendant, you can call it an ascendant, you can call it a north node or south node. It's gonna be there at the end of the day. And this is when people are getting their DNA tests done now. It is sitting here, this only backtracking about 400 years, but that's good enough to know. That's good enough. Lots of people don't even know their history here in the Americas, let alone be so definitive in their answer saying, we are not African, we are this. Yeah, we know that we are not on the continent of Africa any longer for 400 years. Plus, we have not been on the continent of Africa, does not mean that we're not African. That's crazy.
Girl,
that would never change. I don't even care if I had children by a white man and all my children look more like him than me. When they do that DNA testing, that's when they're going to find out that they are partially African.
Her 2 minutes is up, but go ahead.
Okay. That's when they're going to find. They don't took my land. I was trying to land unless you put more seconds on the clock.
You ain't going to do nothing but repeat the same thing.
Let me land with the last thing. With the last
statement. It's 2 minutes.
Okay, and so again, even if I had children by a white man and all my children look more like him than me, when they do DNA test,
let her repeat it and let her finish.
When they do that DNA test,
let her finish her 2 minutes.
It is going to show that my children are part African, and it doesn't even matter if they have children.
Yeah, but if you just let her finish right now.
Even if they had more children by more white people, when you do that DNA, that
you not going to keep because it
doesn't ever end. Doesn't ever end. That's my answer.
Ooh, okay, all right. Y'all know it ain't gonna take me 2 minutes.
That's what you always say, Nisha.
Go ahead, Nisha, baby.
I know, cause I ain't long-winded. So what it is I look at it as we stop being Africans when we or should I say, it's really up to how you see yourself. So if you do not look at yourself as African or descended from Africa, then shit, you're not African. And I don't it's plain and simple. If you don't look at it like that, I can't force you to think I can't force you to think anyway. I can't force you to do your homework and go down that rabbit hole of looking at them senses and looking at and researching this and researching that. And if you want to think that you're one thing, then that's fine. That's fine. That's the way you want your life to be, and this, that, and other. But as for me, by the work that I have done and what I have saw, I am a descendant from quote unquote Africa. And I'm never going to stop being that. It's going to always be a part of me, regardless if I'm an African in America.
But none of this.
It only stopped when you want it to stop. It's your choice. And that's it for me.
All right.
All right, real quick before we go to C Moses, real quick.
No, it's my turn, and then
my bad. Yeah, I wanted to address the question part before we move to bruh question.
Okay, yeah. Give me 1 second. So let me go ahead and give my point of view on it. I think it is based on who you are. So it just depends on what's passed down through your family heritage. I would say normally, probably more realistically, you see it go in about 3 to 5 generations, because by the time, people have been sleeping with people that are from a particular place, you adapt it to the culture at a different particular place, and your children are from that culture, they're going to feel less, even though they'll know, oh, my generations are from Africa. They'll be like, well, my culture is more this place, so
Thank
I'm
you.
both.
Boom.
So they'll say, oh, I'm a descendant of this, but I see where I'm more American now, because all I know is the American lifestyle. I just go back to Africa to visit. And then if they don't go back and ever visit, if they're in a set place, then I don't believe after 5 generations they're claiming the place that they never go back to. No,
Or
they're
never been
now
there.
solidified in a new lifestyle, and they're from the place that they are. So I don't think there's this attachment to land that we make it because of the fact of our history has made us attached to land more so. We've never been attached to land. We've only been attached to family ever. We've only been attached to the people. We've never been attached to the land mass. That is something that is passed down to us through colonialism and Eurocentrism. And that's my time.
Let me hear your answer, Nitro, and see Moses.
So first I want to address that.
And I agree with you, Dulcinea.
And first I want to address that. I don't think a few people really answered the totality of the question, because it wasn't when do you stop being African, like your DNA just cut off and your
You
African
only
card
get
don't
two
work at the
minutes,
door.
Nitro. Remember
Hold on,
that.
hold on, hold on, hold
Oh
on.
my
Let me
God.
get my 2 minutes. Let me get my
Tongue
2
gonna
Two
minutes.
lose.
minutes.
I muted up. I muted up. So
Damn.
what I'm saying is that the question I asked is, when do we get to deny people of them having a life outside of Africa and being identified as whatever they want to be called? That's the premise. Like I feel like we're so used to defending who we are and that we are somebody or something, that we get triggered when questions like that come about. Because again, if everybody came from Africa, that also means that the different mutations of the people are descendants of the people that originated in that land. There have also been mutations of humans in Africa that left and aren't the same genetics or haplogroups or any of that of people that we identify today as Africans. So when do some of those Asians that don't look like us, when
That
did
part.
they get the right to stop being African? And then we respect that and we don't challenge how African they are, because they have established their own culture. They've established their own languages that are not symbiotic with any language group on that continent. So that was the premise of my question, is that we don't hear how problematic it is when someone tells people they are not something. We then say, well, yes, you are. Like, we sound like the people who removed that from us, because we don't respect what people identify themselves. And this ain't got nothing to do with no pronouns or none of that. People have been on earth for so long that at times they don't even know where they came from. So for us to then say, nah, bro, you came from Africa, if they don't identify as that, I think we should respect that. Because we
Right.
don't do this with Asians, no matter what tone they are, and all of them do not. We ain't gonna say, well, some of them say they no. All of 100% of them do not acknowledge African ancestry. A lot of tribes have origin stories of them coming from different planets, them coming from the dirt, them coming
Have
out the
you been
water.
2 minutes
You
yet?
know what I'm saying?
Oh my
So,
God.
It just became
Okay,
2
it's
minutes
He's our
Moses'
guest
now.
dang, my
turn.
bad. I ain't mean to do
Okay,
that. I was just
so
trying to
Dulcinea,
ask a
he can get
question.
3 minutes. He's our guest.
You
yeah,
know, that's what
yeah.
they
Well,
all
hold
do.
on. It's not. But let's see. Moses come in because he has been waiting for a long time, and he had a
But this is
question.
Nitro's
So
show.
yeah, it's Nitro's show. So yeah,
Right.
we don't want to put too much limit on him or anything. But we
I'm
just
not
did it
putting
for
no limit
that.
on
We
Boy,
just did it
even
for
when
that
Nitro
round,
ain't
just
here, we
so
all
he
get
can come
limits.
back and clarify. But we're gonna go to see Moses now. So see
Right.
Moses.
See, Moses can't get turned because it's Nitro show.
Your tongue don't even get dry. My goodness.
So the timing of my question is kind of perfect. I'm gonna pose it to Nitro. If I can word it correctly, it will align with the conversation and move it a little bit forward. what's the difference between American culture and African culture? And here's where I'm coming from. So I don't believe I'm an African, but I also like, and in my mind, when I was typing it, I was like, I really want them to answer this because I don't know if all of y'all or Nitro, you've seen what is it? Avatar, The Way of Water.
I did. I think I did see it.
Okay, so in that you had the people, and then you had the avatars, and it was blue and green, and I guess I'll call them the humans thought that they were together, but when the blue and the green got together, one of them could not survive in the water. They had to learn how to swim. It wasn't natural to them. So when you think about how, I mean, I'll just speak from my point of view. I've always seen other cultures, and I can understand, like, this is my culture, this is not my culture. Here in America, like, if we were to change the Olympics from USA to America, we would represent a culture that is very strong. Obviously, we're global, like, everyone is, you know what? I don't want to answer my question. Nitro, I am posing at you, but there's elements of all of that you guys are saying that I agree with, but I think I'm mostly aligned with Nitro's way of thinking. What's the difference between American culture and African culture?
That's a great question. And America has many different subsets of cultures, just like Africa. I don't think that Africans have this ambiguous culture where they all eat jollof, they all wear kufis, they all dance to the same drum, the same cadence. They have 54 nations with thousands of language groups and thousands of cultures and subcultures within that. America is just as diverse as that, just like the rest of the world. And when we travel or meet people from different places, we see that they don't have this ambiguous way of grouping or identifying themselves. We can pinpoint when people started doing that to them through a certain type of taxonomy, whether it was cultural taxonomy, whether it was your language group. They didn't have DNA tests back in the day, so we can't say that people label people as African or African culture tested the haplogroups before they made these decisions. So yeah, there's a lot of differences between American and what we would call American and African culture, because there are subcultures or elements that mix together to create these things. Like, there isn't one American culture, just like there isn't one African culture.
Facts. Can I take since I'm number over here first? Can I go from with answering it? See, Moses.
Please, yeah.
Okay. I'm in Jamaica right now, and I'm trying to tell you, it's nice to visit. I'm gonna leave it like that. It's nice to visit, just like I would say about Africa. We would not be able to, just because of how our lifestyle is over here, over in Africa, to live in Jamaica with how their things are. You can't wait to get back home. That's what I'm gonna say to you. Their cultures and everything and the way they live is not the same as where we live at. It's completely different. It's different. They don't cook their food the same. Everything is spicy. My lips is chapped and burnt. Tongue, top of my, everything is different. Everything is different over here than it is in America. Their music is different. The way they dance is different. Their respect for each other is different. Everything is completely different. It's different. And I'm just saying, I could see why a person from Jamaica or even Africa would want to come to America. Our cultures are different. Our ways are different. Our ways are different. So my answer was it.
See, Moses, are you Pan-African?
See, and let me also say, I'm not saying that I'm not a descendant of Africa, but I'm also a descendant of other races too, and I am a native of America.
And see, Moses, sorry, you just had an echo, so you can unmute yourself now. We'll have to mute up when he's talking.
Okay. So I don't even really know what Pan-African means. I learned about that word or term, like I would say within the last 5 to 8 years. Growing up, I never connected with the term, the label African American, or just the things that I would read. Like there was something inside of me, and when I would have smaller conversation, it would be, I don't really think that we're from Africa. And my family owns a bunch of land in South Carolina, so I understand my story, and no one ever said African. So I never connected to anything having to do with African, but I was never able to be open about that. But I do believe the sign of the times and where we're at right now with the truth and how deep it's getting. And shout out to Ye for a lot of even his latest stuff of unveiling the big picture and what we're really up against. But to answer your question blunt, no, I'm not Pan-African.
Okay. Go ahead, No Limit. And that name fits her, but go ahead, No Limit. Where's she at?
What is the question?
Are you coming over to my house or coming over to the houses?
What about the houses?
Are you going over there and make an African meal?
You listen, they ain't getting no meal if it's coming from me. I don't give a damn what descendant I was from. You ain't getting no meal. If
That's
I was
very
Indian,
non-African. That's very non-African of you, because African women are gonna make you
if I was Asian,
no matter what.
If I was Mexican,
With no
your ass is gonna be hungry. I don't know what the
question.
question
Gonna make that meal.
African women are gonna wash your hands and feet, bring you a plate.
I'm telling you. It's like, nah, I'm playing with. She trolling. But nah, see, Moses asked, basically, like, what is the difference between American culture and African culture?
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you. From my experience, I had an African friend that I worked with, and they invited us over to their house, and let me tell you, wow, the wife and the sister, they prepared the meal, and everything, it's a big difference when I tell you. It is a really big difference.
Okay, so listen, for me, it's very distinct. I believe because of our trials and tribulations of how we arrived here, the ones of us who, don't mind being African from the transatlantic slave trade, it's a huge difference. I feel like we were blessed. I feel like that made us better. I feel like that made us stronger. I feel like that we are broader. So if there's a distinct difference between African and being African American, I feel like being African American gives us the leg up. I always feel that way. It's too bad, so sad. It's not my fault that we have certain privileges here in America. Being African here, living in America, that's what it is. It'll be the same difference if you grew up in a wealthy home and I just came from the neighborhood, right? Here in America, there are distinct differences, but culturally speaking, there are a lot of things here in America, being African here in America, that just makes us, for me, and this is me speaking only, no one has to agree with this, I feel like just makes us the better African. And that's just what it is. If that is what we have evolved into, then that is what we have evolved into.
I am so.
You better not say around no continental Africans. Talking about we the better African.
Shame on you.
I'm just saying.
Saying that. You should have a limit, no limit. That was not nice. I'm so
Hey, that's
sorry.
a spicy statement right there. Did you evolved into a better African? Hey.
Yeah,
Shame.
that's the way I feel about it. I really do. I feel like, and this is in being around African people too. I know lots of African people. I know so many African people help me even where I'm in the state that I'm in now. If it wasn't for an African person, I wouldn't even have a degree in early childhood.
So do
That's
you
how
feel
much
that
they
you
did for me because
that
their
you've
money
do
could be
you feel that
long, but it
you've
doesn't mean that
elevated from
they were
the
better.
so do you feel that you've elevated from the original form of an African?
Yeah, and I think that being here in America has given us other
Yeah,
advances. I think
what
being here in America has actually advanced us. Yeah.
only an American would say
Mm,
said you're not better than them.
mm. So you discredited all the hard work that the ancestors did for these thousands of years to learn medicine, agriculture, sciences by heart, no Google. And you
Hmm.
think now that we have morphed because of the way that the society is built by a conglomerate of immigrants and people here, that this has caused us to develop or evolve better than the original form of Africans. I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding what
Yeah,
you're
I
saying.
think our ancestors. For me, I think that's what our ancestors wanted. I think our ancestors wanted us to evolve into the best form of human being we can be from
So
our
is
from
that what?
our from our ethnicity. Yes.
Hey, I should be an attorney because the way you walking in this spider web is wild. So,
Girl, you
so,
gonna
so,
get
so
your
look.
ass
So,
whooped.
so, so, so also earlier when you said about the selling of slaves, do you
Hmm.
think that that was rooted either subconsciously or consciously? Like their intention on doing that was to create a better version of themselves by
Thank you,
giving them
Tony.
or selling them away.
That's
Well,
don't what
I think
Ola
they can go ahead.
said. Look at what Ola Risha said though there. He said I snuck
Oh,
in the
I see. I see it.
I
That's
think
funny.
that
Yeah.
I think that the ancestors uh, uh, have known that without hardship, without trials and tribulations, because they understood time as well, and time would keep on going. It'd be different if time stood still. Then
So would
those
you under?
things,
Oh, my bad.
then
Go ahead.
those things could not have helped in our advancement. But because time keeps going, you have to keep learning from all that has happened in history. That's the reason why history is so important, because we have to know where we've been in order to know where we're going. And I think that even when we have children and as our children advance, that will be, and I will become an ancestor. Definitely, I will be. There's no way in the world that I would not be sitting here rooting for my great great grandchildren, not saying advance further, be better, because that means the
Oh my
ancestors
goodness.
before me at whatever time that people became an ancestor, that is what they were rooting for. And if I'm not have not died yet, so I don't know what's on the other end. I cannot be for sure if they knew that we would be in a time such as this. But
Right.
the current
You don't
ancestors
stop her, she'll just
definitely
keep on.
definitely
And then
wanted me
so
to
then so
advance and
But
be better.
Nitro, they claim
so
to be African, right? But guess what they won't do? Send a barrel over to Africa. They won't get one
but
still
not but look
I
also
don't know.
a
I don't know
better
no
who she's.
it's
I
African
don't
is
not
know who she's
wild
talking
because
about.
let me
I
ask
don't
this
know
let
who
me
she's
ask this
talking
Jimmy
about when she
now.
didn't say won't send a barrel over to Africa. I have no idea who she's referring to, so I cannot respond to that.
because
But let me
you've
ask
done
you
it,
this
right?
though. Let me ask you this though, Jimmy. Now, so would you understand if a continental African felt disrespected by your statement,
Yeah,
saying
I
that
do.
that you have ventured away from the culture, you haven't made it back within that same bloodline or bloodlines that you claim you descend from, you haven't made the pilgrimage to assimilate back into your culture. Yet
Ain't
you've
even got
adopted other things and also mixed with outsiders in some way. So would you understand if they took that as disrespect?
Yeah, the assimilation wouldn't be true because for some strange reason I've had assimilation with Africans since I was very very young, and don't ask, and that could be part of something else greater, right? And everything, and I can name you lots of time in my life had it not been for an African person, including now. I wouldn't even have a degree if it wasn't for the African family, the wealthy Nigerian family who lives out here and owns all of pretty much Raymore, where I live at, and gift their houses, okay, 7 bedrooms plus 4,000 square feet homes to each other. I'm not in their lineage. They're not gifting any of that to me unless I marry into that family, right? So the assimilation part is definitely there. To understand who they are as a culture is definitely there. There would be no them if there was no me. I can tell you how I have helped that family considerably in many, 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 many ways as they were trying to assimilate here in the Americas, and not me trying to assimilate over in Nigeria, how they needed an African Americans help here in Nigeria. So you work together as a unifying, right? So they may have had more money, but it did not enhance their understanding about where they were as a people.
Yeah,
They needed help
see,
with that.
that's more of a again, like they have a lot of situations in Africa where the people that are African in those places are not trying to push education and liberal arts and all these things forward, so they have to go outside of Africa, which goes to my next question, because you identified as a better African. So do you think that other groups in history felt that same way and wanted to recreate themselves and establish new identities because they felt they were better Africans?
Well, I don't know if they got
Do
an
you think it's
opportunity.
possible? I say, not that you
Well,
know, but do you think it's possible?
they've never had a time such as this. So probably had I not even lived in such a time where we could be free to even do this, I probably could not say that. But
For
because my
instance, but
experience, because of the people who went before me, went through hell and high water to get me here, then I exist
but
in
not just your
today.
situation. I'm saying hypothetically. Let's say
There
a
is no
group, a
hypothetical.
group.
We
No, no,
can't
no. Hear,
switch.
no,
We
hold on,
can't go
hear me
back
out.
in
Hear me. Hold
time.
on, hold on,
Why
hold
are
We
on.
you
can't
It,
doing
it
we
this,
is.
can't
bro?
go
It,
back
it
in
no.
time.
I promise. I promise. If you hear the whole thing, you could disagree with it. I promise.
But
There's a
she won't
hypothetical.
let you
You
though.
feel me? So this is
You
what I'm
can't say
saying.
what I want to
Because
know. You still talking.
because you are a descendant of people that were off the continent of Africa that had an experience that shaped who you are today, and you are identifying yourself as a better African. So what I'm saying is that do you think it was possible that other groups of people didn't go through the same thing you went through, but hypothetically speaking, went through things that molded them to become a different person, a new person, and they themselves didn't necessarily call themselves better Africans, but do you think that their identity shifted and changed with their experiences because they were no longer
Yes,
living the life that they lived before? So boom.
absolutely.
So look, and I'm gonna rest my case on this, judges. That I think that we have a problem with allowing people to live in that greatness because we have to establish that for ourselves now and identify that as a bigger group and live with that. Because again, it could be problematic in a Pan-African mindset to have better or less or original or hybrid Africans if everybody ain't the same on the same level. Like those Africans in continental Africa could feel the opposite. They could feel that they are better Africans because they actually stayed and survived the onslaughts that were given to them.
Facts.
You see
We
what I'm saying?
survived too
So,
because that's why we're here
but
talking
no,
with
hear me
one
out though.
another.
Hear me out
So
though.
you
Hear me
can't
out.
use that
No,
analogy.
no, no, no,
And
no,
as
no.
far as
Hear me
hold
out. Hear
on,
me out. Hold
hold
on.
it, hold it,
Hold
hold
on.
it,
Hold
hold it,
on.
hold it,
Hold
hold
on.
it, hold it, hold it, hold it.
Let me
Nope,
land my
nope, nope,
plane.
nope,
Let
nope,
me land
nope,
my
and nope.
plane. You might disagree, but again,
Feeling like they are
Gemini,
better,
Gemini,
yeah,
let me
the
land my plane.
African.
I'm gonna listen to you. I didn't cut you off. We can
Go ahead,
converse. I'm with you. I disagree with a
go
lot
ahead,
of things you said, but I don't want to cut you off because if I want to disagree, I want to disagree with the whole thing and not one sentence. You feel me? So what I'm saying
go
is
ahead.
that it becomes objective in a way where I can say, or even subjective, where based off of my timeline or what I went through or what my ancestors went through, I can identify as a better African. Because then an African or someone else can then use that against you and your premise. And then we got to say, well, true, that makes sense. Because if they stayed in Africa, never got sold, never got enslaved a certain way, they stayed in the front yard, they built it up, they ain't left, they ain't went and became something else, they can say that they built a certain type of dexterity and fortitude to be African and preserve themselves in a way that no one else has. So that type of mindset and statement again goes back to why I made the point about what I made with how problematic it is to identify people that way. I'm gonna call a Nigerian a Nigerian. And if they have a tribe that they identify, I'm gonna identify them by that if they choose to be that. Because with that comes the culture, the experiences that they feel makes them a better African. You see what I'm saying?
Listen, better here's what constitutes. Hold on, because it warrants a response. Here's what constitutes a better African. What constitutes a better African is your trials and your struggles and your tribulations. That would be like you saying you had a child and you were poor and you were struggling growing up, and you had a child who could not make it outside of you. And then for that child to turn around and say, well, you know what? You have the fortitude and you stayed yourself. No, that's not what life is about. Life is in constant movement forward, progressive. So then therefore you have not done your job right unless your generation, less the people who come from you can say, and you can identify and pick and say, yes, that which came from me has evolved past me. The student becomes now the master. That's the way it is.
But you didn't, though.
That's the way it is. Yeah, no, but I did, because there's no way I could be. There's no way I could be, or you could even be talking to me. You'd be talking to someone else. It wouldn't be me.
No, listen,
you would be talking to someone else.
Do you hear what he said? They got pure culture over there.
Listen to what I'm saying. Pure culture does not denote, and what I am saying is pure culture does not denote that a thing that comes from a pure culture, like for instance, your parents
got over there.
For instance, like your parents or your great-great-grandparents and the people who started this journey for us to be over here in the first place, right? They were, as a matter of fact, when we first landed here, we were pure before it all the inter and admixtures.
Oh my God,
when we first got here to the Americas, we were pure. Did we not start off like that? Did we not start off like that? Did we not start off like that? We did not start off as an admixture. We started off as pure African people, fresh off the boat.
You don't know because you wasn't there.
Okay. Yes. If I wasn't there, then what you fussing with me back and forth for? Like
I'm trying to tell you,
and I am answering his question, but then I keep getting cut off. You see what I'm saying? So, like he said to me, I didn't cut you off. So why do you keep cutting me off?
You always cut everybody
off.
And
I can't even sit here and get in one statement.
You're an American.
So I always do it. See, this is the banter back and forth that we're talking about. He asked a real serious question, and I'm trying to answer it. And you keep throwing in this and that.
You're an African. You're an Arab American.
Okay. So when we started this journey here in the Americas, they were fresh off the boat. They were African people coming straight from the transatlantic. They survived so that I can survive. And it is my job and my duty to always evolve, to get better and have children that will be better. So that we make our ancestors proud. We don't make our ancestors proud by staying exactly the same. But we do make our ancestors proud when we acknowledge who we are and how we started. That was the original question. Do we all come from Africa? And I am saying, yes, no matter how we have evolved. Again, you can see it can be 1,000 more years later. The DNA is still going to show Africa does not never stop. So I do my ancestors very proud to sit here and say what I am saying here today.
Okay, Larisha, and I have a question for everybody on the panel based on what he said. So
doing better and being better.
Different branches. There's 1,024 great grands.
You definitely don't come from the same tribe, because look at how you feel and look at how I feel. Two different feelings.
Doing better and being
let me ask a question. Hold on, Sister Freedom. Let me ask a question. So it says, remember here, we have different branches, 1,024 1,024 great grands going back to your 8th grades.
Woo.
So everyone knows that genealogy is a lot, getting it. So let's say you've gotten up to, we'll say 524 of your ancestors, of your great grands. So say you found out that 24 of those you were able to find connection with as far as with Africa. But 500 of those you weren't, and only connections are leading back to that they've always been here. Would you say you still feel more African or still majority African, even while your ancestry is showing you as more indigenous to America?
Oh,
I don't know. No, I haven't seen a chart like that ever. Never. So until I see one,
it's not your turn, Vips.
It doesn't matter. I'm still answering it.
Why it's not your turn, African?
That's okay.
It's not your turn.
It's okay. It's okay.
She's using her better African privilege
mixture
right now.
It's okay. Add mixture.
Okay, and you are admixture too, y'all.
It's okay.
Yeah, I would like.
I can be an admixture.
Please, Nitro, you are the guest, so you go first on that answer, please.
All right, cool. I get to use my better African privilege right now. You know
Thank
what I'm saying?
you.
Fill out your African black card.
See, she can't even
so,
let you
so,
answer.
so to answer your question, Dulcinea, I got a great analogy that I use to kind of help people to understand that premise. Is that if you got 7 Smiths in the house, 3 Browns come in and mate with those Smiths, do that make everybody Smiths now? You know what I'm saying? I think that
Right.
the premise about who we are, again, if people can't pull up that receipt about that family tree and then start to cooperate those people to a certain point when they got assimilated into American society, and how, again, like you said, if you got only 5 ancestors that you found as African, but the other 500 or 1,021 of them were either unknown or something else, then how could you then say that that's what you are? If you choose to identify it as that, that's, again, you can identify as a broken door. I can't then, you know what I'm saying, make you believe that you're something else. You feel me? However, we're dealing with a situation that's very similar to that, where the numbers, people aren't really taking that into account. They might say, I got this one line, and that could be indigenous or African. That's not the point. You feel what I'm saying? The point
That's
is that
freedom.
you have various generations that go back from you. You feel me? So going back from you, if you can't correlate where those ancestors are from, then don't speak definitively. Like whether you identify as African, Indian, or any of these things, say you don't know what you are, because that's the truth. You feel me? We can clean the ideologies, stories. Like, again, a lot of the notion about us wanting to claim that that premise of being Black, African, Negro, Afro-American, all of these things is because somebody else showed an outward hate for it, and they put you in that class, so you're naturally going to be defensive about it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to defend it. You're going to say, I'm Black and I'm proud. But
How
my
are you
granddaddy told me,
naturally defensive about being what you see in the mirror?
She could not let her tongue dry. Not even let you finish your answer.
How?
Because you can't say it's something that he sees in the mirror or anything as far as to be defensive as.
Yes, you can say like
Gemini, you said how.
Here's how.
When it has a set date.
I can say I'm Black and I'm proud and never know. Y'all would like to know who y'all are because y'all have answers that you're looking for. However, some of us ain't looking like that, and we don't need to know. And we are proud to be called and mixed in that boat and reclassified as a Negro, Black African all day long.
It's a lot of your family that's related to you. It's a lot of your family that's distant relatives to you and your bloodline when you ain't did their DNA test, and you would deny them. Again, if you, like, for instance, when you get into the actual misnomer or whatever you want to call it about a lot of North Africans, this is how you really ruffle everybody's feathers, because they love to just blanket all of them as Dravidians, but they also mix with the native people in them land masses. So them pale Arabs with them big old noses and them curly hair, are they African or not? That's how we gonna do this. We're gonna are those North Africans that everybody say look like Arabs or look like Europeans? are they less African because they have admixed with somebody? Or like, do you identify them as Arabians or are they Africans?
Arabians.
You know
It's
what?
whatever they identify themselves.
Oh, so now it's that. But just a
It
couple
Yeah,
minutes ago,
it
it wasn't
they
that
are.
though.
I mean, they are because technically, right? They were a lot of that map. A lot of those people who are not identifying on
He
the
don't know
borders
what
of
you talking
Africa,
about.
they were technically in Africa. So we can argue all day and say, show them a map from
Is
1800
Turkey
per
in
se
Africa?
that puts a lot of Arabs countries in Africa.
Is
Right,
Turkey in
Libyans
Africa?
are light skinned. They're African. There's lots of lighter skin. So I don't think the color is the issue. I
So
think
then,
where people live at.
The
They
issue
want to
was
identify where they live.
the
But that's not
issue was
even
the
look.
map.
The point
The
is that
issue was the
but if
maps.
you want to just say you got some African in you somewhere, then go ahead. You got African in you, put an African in you. I don't know how you gonna do it, but we're gonna let you have some
I don't know
African.
how you not gonna do it.
My
I
thing
don't know
is,
how you not gonna do
but
it.
the premise is kind of all over the
You
place
don't
because
live in Africa. You don't know
in
nothing
one breath,
about
in
Africa.
one breath would say someone can obviously be melanated and they have to come from Africa or descend from Africa. Then we'll say in another breath that you can't do that because that's liquorship. But then we'll say in another breath it's about the genes that you have where they have all type of gene groups over Africa. So if they can trace you to any of those groups, you are now African. But then we'll also say that you can still be that outside of Africa and you still African. Like it's
And
so
Africans
problematic.
don't look
All of
at
this
you
goes back
Isn't
to
that
the
but
all of
then
this goes
Nitro,
back to the
I would have to ask you,
all of
but
this goes
isn't
back
that
to the
life though? But
ambiguous.
hold on. Isn't
Well,
that life? You have
hold
plants
on.
that
All of this
need
goes
water
back.
and some plants that don't need water. And they
Again,
both can exist together in
that's
an
not the
atmosphere,
point. That's not the
in
point.
in a whole
Again,
ecosystem. That's
I
the
agree with
point.
that. I agree
that's
that
not
everybody don't have to be African or identify as that to coexist.
but my question is, if I myself got to see 8 of my great 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 grandmothers that you know, ancestors, if I could trace them all the way back, I could be able to tell them we go a long,
oh
long,
my goodness. Okay. Let me have my conversation.
long,
God.
long way back,
Oh, okay.
long way back. Woo! We
Sakina,
go a
let me ask you a question,
long,
please.
long, long, long,
Oh my God, Lord help us tonight.
long way back,
Okay, Sakina.
long way
When she
back.
put that mic in her hand, I'm telling y'all, I'm
We
just
go a long, long, long,
oh my
long,
Sakina, can you please? I'm gonna put you on mute. I'm gonna do it.
long way back.
Okay. Put my glasses out. I can't even see what she's doing.
Right. No one cares about your threats,
We
Sister
go
Freedom.
Golly.
That's her way of saying, yeah, drink break. Everybody had a libation.
You got to put the glass in her hand. That's all it is.
nice.
Okay, Sakina, the song is over with, especially if it's off key. But anyway, I don't.
Oh,
But now I don't want to pivot off this. I don't want to get distracted from this because again, this is a great topic, but it's important because again, in one breath, we talk about being original, that DNA doesn't change, that no matter where you move, you're still the same person. And
yeah.
then they have certain situations where them people of Africa of 100,000 years ago, you would call them something different than Africa today.
Thank you. At
So
part
so
two.
so 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 like so like that we get to cherry pick
No,
what
we
makes
wouldn't.
someone African.
We wouldn't.
We get to cherry
Evolution
pick
Finish
what
would
parts of the culture
classify
we
the
get to
Y'all
changes.
saying
we
for real.
we
I'm
get
gonna have
to
Evolution
we
would
get to cherry
classify the
pick
changes.
Hey, this man can't
we
even
get to
finish his
cherry pick
statement.
what part of the culture is African, which is it's 54 nations in Africa. All of the language groups are not even related. You have groups in Africa that have traveled outside from Africa into Africa, no matter like it don't matter how long ago it was, whether they left, came back, all it don't matter. We get as Americans, we think we have the privilege to cherry pick about what we want to acknowledge while then fighting the people who created these type of taxonomies.
We don't know if it's true. That's your version of
I
truth.
want to answer the question because it's my turn, please.
That's
Anyway,
your version of truth. This is all stated by Nitro, and this is what Nitro believes.
No. Again, I'm not the one that stated. I said I don't know if everybody came from Africa or not. I didn't put my dollar on that. So I'm just making sure that the premise, we understand what each other are saying, because I don't have a problem with people identifying as anything. Whether you want to identify as African or not, I don't have a problem with that. I think people should have the right. It's not a privilege. You got the right to identify as what you want to. I think it's problematic when we remove that right from people and then we act like we're not doing that by making them ambiguously off from one land. That's what I got a problem with, because then we'll turn around and we'll call somebody else racist, discriminative, and all of this while we do the same thing. It's literally the same thing. If somebody moved out of Africa, or they could even be African and say, well, don't call me that. I am who I am. I'm Dogon. Call me Dogon. We then follow up with this arrogance that we have the right through information to call somebody else different than what they want to. And how is that any different than the colonizers and what they did?
I agree with you. It's my turn, right, Nitro? Right, Dustin? It's my turn because
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, because I got my point. I remember my point. Go on ahead.
No.
See?
I'm sorry, but y'all got to realize I'm not asleep. And I ain't said nothing in a while. I'm just letting y'all know I'm not asleep, okay?
I know that's right, Nisha.
Yeah, let Nisha come in and then we'll go to Sister Freedom.
No. Go ahead, because she was getting ready to speak. Go ahead, sis.
Okay.
No, I'll let you speak if you want to say something, Niche. You don't take long.
No, ma'am. I just wanted to let y'all know, don't skip me again.
I didn't.
Boom.
Thank
I
you.
don't know you.
Right, it's all over the place right now, Niche.
Okay, it's going to be every time Dulcinea comes. I mean, not Dulcinea. No Limit comes off of mute. But anyway, what I was saying is we don't eat, sleep. I was going to say something nasty, but it is after 12, so I might say it out. We don't eat, sleep, cook. We don't have the same cultures. Besides through colonization, they're Muslim and Christian. They got Muslim and Christianity now. I'm okay with being an African American or American African or whatever you want to call it, because I'm a Black woman. Okay, because our situation is so unanswerable. I'm okay with just being Black, and I'm proud, and I'm Black and I'm proud. Okay. This mess about the DNA showing, and you can't even tell me where in Africa I'm actually from, what tribe, and listening to Nisha saying it change it keep changing up whenever these people change up. They want to say where you from and all this here kind of stuff. How about we new beings, not Nubians, new beings? We mix with a lot of stuff, and Africans are Africans, and they don't even see you as African. I have African friends that they'll say, yeah, y'all, somewhere, I guess y'all, but we 100% African. They say it in my face. We are 100% African. So what is that saying to you?
That you got sarcastic friends like yourself.
That you not, because you're not.
The Africans, are just like you. Birds of a feather flock together.
Wait a minute. I got to put it on mute. I love my African brothers and sisters, but I love my Jamaican brothers and sisters. I love my Guyana brothers and sisters. I love my Haitian brothers and sisters. I love all my brothers and sisters. I don't give a care where you at. But I know I'm not 100% African. Jamaicans are more African than we are, if that's what you want to say. But I'm just saying, we are Americans. I don't know why the African is put on our names. I think it's because of our complexion. Ain't got nothing to do with how we are, our culture, or nothing. Because we ain't got no African culture, period, unless we go over there, learn it, and bring it back over here. But we don't have that. And just like Dulcinea said, 5 generations from now, because I don't even know how the DNA can go on. It's going back to some darn Africa. But it don't make no sense. You cannot connect yourself to Africa in no way, shape, fashion, or form unless you were just recently born in America from African people from over there. Period. You ain't connecting yourself to nobody in Africa. I don't care what you said. We are not 100% African, period. That's why you cannot connect yourself. All you can go by is the undone people telling you or writing on that paper, you say 60% African. But then you got all this other stuff that you are. And it ain't even pure when it's the 60% is broke all up into different parts of Africa. Why can't we just be proud of who we are? Because they damn sure proud of who they are. Jamaicans are proud of who they are, and I appreciate that. Be proud of who you are. That's crazy. That's crazy that you don't be proud of who you are. You be proud of who you are. You got a different culture. Allah said different tribes that you may come together and learn from each other. You come together and learn from each other. You don't know their culture unless they teach it to you. I don't get it, but okay. Okay.
All right. It's Sakina's turn next.
Boy, that's a pill to swallow. But I must say,
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know which one of the Round Table Gang is making that claimant. But if European is in my DNA, I can't think about it. Jay, I'm gonna get you. I'm going to get you. I don't like that how my grandmother got European in her. She was molested. I'm not even gonna say the other word. My great grandmother was molested. That's how my great grandmother got it. I don't want to claim them. That's just what it is.
But also, those same people will deny people that look like them that was in Europe. Like, were there indigenous Europeans that look like us? Were there people that travel into Europe that look like us and move other places? Like, it's a lot of, like I said, it's a lot of cherry picking on the, again, because we did not classify ourselves as a lot of these common names, because before that, all of our ancestors had something they belonged to. So because we don't have the ability to claim these things and live within them, now we get to cherry pick what part of the history. You said what?
Akil said that 75% of our DNA is African. That's not true.
And see, again, speaking for everybody is nasty work.
He said the average.
Again,
but that's even not true as far as what they say.
Yeah, that's what I mean by like.
They're saying it's a 30% chance that 75% of your DNA.
I don't believe that. Not for one moment. That's retarded.
They're saying you African. Putting that on
probability as far as to say that
so you see how we cherry pick when we want to go in order and when we don't want to go in order.
That's why it's always changing as far as. Hold on, let me finish this. That's why it's always changing as far as what Nisha was saying what's happening with genotyping and not the autosomal DNA that says your family members. What it's giving you is a probability of how much percentage you are from each region. So that region probability is changing as more information gets updated, as more people in those regions of DNA are in those to be compared, or the genomes in the comparison. You'll see those changes as well and updates take place. So it is a probability of a chance of you being from that place. So when you say 15% from France, there's a probability that you're 15% from France. It's not saying it's indefinitely you have 15% of France DNA. No, that's not what it's saying. And no DNA test would lie to you and tell you that's what
when you get yours back, then you can prove all of that.
No, and look, on the website, they tell you this.
Yes, in the white
if you go
papers
to
they
the
tell you
actual,
this.
yes, they tell you this. So again, we take the results and we start trying to tell everybody what they
Yeah.
mean. But the people
Exactly,
who
and we
create
don't
the
even use
test
what it
tell you
says it
exactly
means.
what their rule of and their metric of measure is on how they get
Exactly.
actually
So
create
y'all
percentages for these
gonna write this
haplographs.
letter to the
That's not
experts
what
and
it
say
says,
y'all
Achilles.
No,
stupid,
That's
no,
not
we
what it
ain't
y'all
says.
saying
It's
that.
not
stupid, and
We
we
good.
know
Right.
me and
We're
Dulcinea
not
know better
experts.
than
We're
y'all.
just
Again,
right.
again.
Okay.
The point is not trying to prove none of that. The major thing about it is, for one, how it works. They have to create a database of samples, meaning that they have to go and test people. They got to dig dead people up and do all these different things to be able to compare your DNA to another group. Then they're
See,
not telling you
because
that
because you
you
believe
got. Hold
only
on,
in
wait.
genealogy.
Wait. Then they say they're not telling you, oh, you 8% French. No, they're saying that there's a match. This is the percentage match of what you got that we found here, and this is the probability that you have ancestry from this place based off of the records that particular company has found.
Facts.
So when everybody start trying to move the goalposts, like I said, we set
That's
metrics
not
on
moving the
things.
goalpost.
We yeah,
It is moving the
I promise
goalpost
it
the
It's
way
not
you
is.
moving the
want
I
it to
promise it
goalpost.
be.
And
is.
we have
It
heard this
is from what
before
the
because
company has
Dulcinea
said.
has said this before and it was wrong
Yeah,
then and it's
because it
wrong
was,
now.
well, then it's wrong as far as
He was
from
right.
their white papers because it's what their white
Right,
Because
papers said.
right. That's what
I didn't
they're
make it
telling
up. It's
everybody
what
on how
they
they
asked.
test
The
work.
company says this is our
That's not
policy. This is
Dulcinea.
how our
Yeah,
policy works. Exactly.
yeah.
Dulcinea
That's
didn't
not
make
her.
that up. I didn't make up their company. They made up their own
Yeah,
company.
yeah,
But
yeah. We ain't
it's
got to
Akina's turn.
individualize what
And
they telling
since
us.
this has been on for a minute, hold on.
I
Let
took
me
it down.
go.
I got another one to put up.
No, because we're going through this one. So, Sakina, hold on. Sakina, why is it so hard to accept proving African descent? Why are so stuck on proving everything else, but we're cool with guessing a random African country is our ancestors' birthplace? Hypocrisy. So I wanted you to definitely answer because you were saying they were trying to erase everything or anything. But I want you to answer in the basis that you have a definitive tribe that your grandma has said that she's from. It's definitive. You know it to be exact, but you would feel like everything is being taken and stripped from you just to not be African. African is a continent, but you have a specific tribe that's already been passed down
I
on your
told
mother's
y'all I
side.
got some shooters in
So
the chat. Hey,
I want you to answer that in the fact of why is it that it's such a big deal for people to ask you to prove that you're African from the continent of Africa, but everyone's so stuck on prove you're Indian, prove you're from the Cherokee tribe, prove this, prove that, but why isn't African held to the same standards?
he must be asking that question to Nitro because Nitro started off this
no,
conversation by
no,
sitting
no,
here
no,
No, it's
no.
saying
not
You're
to
not finna do that.
Nitro. It's
That's
about
my
gonna be
not
to,
shooter.
hold on.
That's
It's
my
gonna be to
shooter.
everybody. It's not to
Read that,
Nitro.
Nitro. Read the thing,
Hold on.
Nitro.
No. It's Sakina's turn. Sakina has 2
Well,
minutes.
can Sakina read that?
Mm.
Sakina, read that first.
Yeah, put it back up for me one more
I
again.
did, baby. There it is.
No, that's a Gemini, the goddess. Africans don't wear them shorts.
Uh-oh.
that's
No
because it's the
shorts,
freedom I hate her
currency, sticks
sometimes.
and skills. I saw you in.
Uh-oh. Not the booty
Uh-oh.
shorts.
But this is what you were saying. Why is it so hard to accept proving African descent? Why are people so stuck on proving everything else, but we're cool with guessing a random African country is our ancestors' birthplace? Hypocrisy. And I asked because you said that if we stripped African away, you would be left with nothing, but you have an actual tribe that was passed down on your mom's side that's not African. So why would you still feel like you have nothing when you have genealogy telling you who you are?
Uh-oh.
I said I had something from my mom's descent that proved I'm African.
No.
No, you said you're Cherokee. But
Yeah.
you said you feel like people are taking away your full identity just to be like you're not African. My question is first, well, you can go into why it's hard for people to accept that they need to prove that they're African or show some proof that they're African. But I asked on additional to that, why would you feel like everything is stripped when you actually have passed down lineage that's not African?
Uh-oh.
He has a father and he is African.
if
Till the
she can
commercial
prove
break
that the
coming.
father is African, but I don't think
No,
she has any proof.
No,
why
right.
can't she prove that the
That's
father is not?
That's the whole point, because I will have to prove that my father is African.
Right,
That's
but you
the
have
whole
that your
point.
mom's side is Indian. So that's my question.
But
Since you already have your mom.
that's not the question that I'm after, though. My question is that my father, I would have to prove that my father was African or had African in his heritage. It had nothing to do with my mother.
Because Dulcinea gonna make you Indian because you saying your mom was Cherokee, so she gonna make you 100% Cherokee.
So that had nothing to do with my mother. It was.
I'm not making her 100% Cherokee. I'm asking as far as based on what you said earlier, because when you're saying that everything is stripped away, everyone's trying to take everything away, but
That's
you have
very
a
true.
culture. If you have a culture already that's been passed down, how can you feel like everything is being stripped away when a doctrine is being stripped from you? It's not something that you got passed down, this information. These are doctrines that you got from over the internet or out of books.
No,
or in
I didn't never
college.
get none of my doctrine from over the internet. I got my doctrine from over knowledge and history over the years.
Right. Well, I just said that. I said over the internet.
No,
Look,
you got it over the internet.
master teachers, college. I just gave a whole bunch of different ways to get it, but all of those ways are none of them is your grandmother, none of them is your grandfather, none of them is your great grandmother, none of them is your great grandfather. All those ways are books, doctrines, things that are outside of your actual family. But you would feel like that being stripped from you is everything, and not the fact that you got something directly from your family about who you are. So that's why I'm like, how can you feel like that's being stripped? That's more than what your grandma already told you.
Though? Did that teach you all of history, though?
I mean, it teaches you the most important part of history, right? Of who your family is. Isn't that the most important part outside of the books and college or anything? Isn't the most important part your grandma?
But all of that's still not 100%. I'm sorry, Sakina.
No, go ahead, because that's getting a little too much right now for me.
That's because they like to take personal digs and don't know a boundary to have a boundary when they should be having one. That's crazy.
I didn't say anything to disrespect someone's grandma.
Not at all. Sure didn't.
So it's nothing like that. And if
that
you
could definitely be seen as not a disrespect, but digging so much in a person's background.
If you feel triggered about it, you should feel triggered, because that's not me that's triggering that. That's your ancestors that are triggering that. Nisha, go ahead, and what were you gonna say?
How you gonna tell somebody what's triggering? That is deep, and I didn't say breath say what you
was the
ain't,
answer to the question,
how you ain't
Gemini?
offended nobody.
Gemini, do you have an answer to the question?
Yeah, I had an answer.
No, it's too offensive.
But we going around, so I thought, but yet it keeps crisscrossing. So whatever.
Well, now go ahead. You don't took the table over.
No, it's not. Because we're sitting here talking about whether or not that was semi-offensive or not. And I'm saying it was. Why you got two people on the panel saying it wasn't, and now she got it because it absolutely was. And if you can't see that, then how are we gonna see anything else about African?
I don't understand what was so offensive. What did you say?
Oh my God.
I'm totally
nothing that was offensive. Nothing.
I was still waiting for the answer to the question.
Yes, it absolutely was.
It's a great question.
What was it that she said that was offensive?
Oh my goodness!
You won't
be able to say.
Because the way she took that to me, the way that she took that to me when you asked her about her mom being Cherokee, and she told you once, she said, "Well, it got nothing to do with my mom," and you said, "Well, it does too," because you said earlier that your mom, when you sit and face stuff, sometimes people don't want to answer that like that.
Dulcinea said if they take African from you, You still got the Cherokee
You
part.
still, and she
So
said, and she
that-
said it, and she
Oh,
she
yeah,
said
you
and
said
she
everything.
said it in a
Right.
cleaned
it's
up way,
offensive,
and
though.
she said it in a cleaned up way. This don't have nothing to do with my mom. So right then and there, stop pressing the question.
Oh
Move
my
on.
God.
Move on.
No. All right.
She
So,
didn't
Some
say
people
no.
are,
look.
some people
So
are,
look.
and
She
some
was
people
talking
are
about previous.
Nitro.
about
After this,
about
Nisha's coming
questions
in.
like that.
All right.
That's
All right.
absolutely crazy that you can only see this one way, just like this conversation we have. It's a one-way street and not a two-way road, right?
What you
It's a
talking
one-way
about? You
street.
just talking to be talking,
You
Miss
know
Better
that
than
I'm talking
the
to be talking.
Africans.
Otherwise, she would still be here.
What you said was offensive
This is
too.
fine.
Really
No,
offensive.
she just
This
got
is
offended
fine.
by
And
it.
because
This
you
isn't the
didn't say
first
no
time
when it
Sakina has
happened.
left
This is what
because
we
she
talking
doesn't
about.
want to argue or
Something
anything
happens
like
and you
that.
still say no.
She's left when you were on Brown Table Gang and stuff like that. So this isn't the first time or anything, but there was nothing offensive to ask why she's the one that said,
It
I'm
was offensive.
heartbroken.
You
Let
didn't
her
want
It's
to
not
answer the
offensive.
question,
Let
and
her
because you
speak.
did not notice that she didn't want to answer the question, you kept pressing, and she left. It's as simple as
Okay,
that.
let's move on
You
though.
looking for y'all looking
She
for a
left
deep
it. Let it
answer
be. Let it
and
be.
shallow.
Let it
You
be.
looking for a deep answer, which is crazy to me because y'all
Let
women,
it
y'all
be,
females,
girl. Let it
and
be.
stuff
We
ain't
have
gotta
deep
be that deep with
conversations
us.
all the time. We have deep
She
conversations all
does
the
not
time.
do this all the time. Who does this all the time?
But guess what? Can we talk about this
We
after
do it
the
all
show?
the
Not
time.
now.
So let's go ahead, Nisha. It's Nisha's turn.
God damn, man. Sometimes we got to learn how to just let shit be.
Yes,
Keep
that's what I'm
beating the
saying.
dead horse. So tell me the question again. I answered. Let's go.
Okay, so my question, well, I was asking something to Sakina, but I guess to you, because I don't feel like you do it on, you're not saying one is taken away from the other. These are both sides of your culture. But let's say that you do find out, like before, that you have way more ancestors that are showing an indigenous culture, even that ties you back, let's say, to the Olmecs or Mayans, and that you are more so tied to them than you're tied to any specific tribe in Africa. Would you feel like there's pride to having that? Would you feel like a joint, okay, now I'm mixed? Or would you still be like, I'm definitively more African than American?
Well, I mean, come on now. Y'all know me. That's not the foundation of my life. I recognize, okay, so y'all know I do my genealogy. I done took my DNA test. So I do know of some things that help create me. So I do know, and y'all seen it when I showed my ancestor that had from Africa on the census. So I understand that. But regardless, if I'm half Ikawala Bula Bala, it's not okay. I know that. But it's what I do with that is the thing. And as for me, y'all know my favorite saying, I don't really, it ain't all that. It ain't, I took the DNA. Let me tell you why I took the DNA test. I took the DNA test not because I wanted to see how much an African was in me, or that was in me, or a white, none of that. I took it for a purpose. I took it to find my grandfather's father, who he really is. And that led me, that starting point led me down other little avenues, other little rabbit holes of seeing that, oh, this is my grandmama's such and such and such. This is it. So that's beautiful to me. Just to see that, just to know that. It doesn't make, I already understand my skin tone. And I understand what that represents in this world. But I'm gonna call it a nuance of saying that I'm African or I got indigenous in me. That doesn't do anything for me for real. It does not do anything for me for real in the real world. I know it, and that's fine. I research it in my pastime. and that's fine. And if I want to go further with it, then I could do that. But still, it's not gonna make me a better person. That's my point. I am who I am. And you are who all of y'all are who y'all are. And I'm never gonna take it away from anybody or saying that no, you not this or you not that. Be who you want to be. There's people identifying as dogs. So shit, be who you want to be. But you also got to understand to enjoy your life at the same time. And don't let all this shit mess your head up to where we arguing. It's good to get the information, but don't never let it get you to the point to where we doing this. Be you. Be proud of who you are. I'm gonna be me. I'm proud of who I am. But at the end of the day, I am Nisha. Period.
Hey, talking about.
Okay, whose turn is it? I never answered that.
Oh, I was gonna say what was Nitro gonna say, but yeah, you answered and then Nitro after.
No, Nitro can go before me.
No, go ahead. You good? You good?
Okay. All right. First, I'm gonna apologize to the chat and whoever's listening because somehow I got discombobulated and misunderstood. But whatever Dulcinea was saying, I totally missed the whole situation. It just got misunderstood. I just talked to Sakina. She will be coming back. Answer me the question, Dulcie, again, please.
Okay, let me do it a little different because yeah, it's a little different for each person based on, you guys are willing to accept other portions. But let me ask it to you like this. The CIA comes out and they release something and they release saying we apologize for lying to you guys. We lied about the transatlantic slave trade and we didn't get any slaves from Africa. And we always knew because you guys are indigenous to here. I mean, they put it all out on the line. The CIA just has it all blurted out and says, here's the truth and all this other stuff. Will you feel like you're slighted now to have that portion of your life taken from you that you spent so many years feeling you're a descendant from Africa, but the CIA came out and said, you're not, we lied to you?
For me, I'm gonna say no. I'm not because I feel like I'm a part of nature and nature's a part of me. I'm a part of the all and the all's a part of me. So even if they said that, I still love my sisters and brothers no matter where they're from. I'm not going to feel like I ain't never even been to Africa. I don't like their food. I love them as a people because I know they're a part of me. The essence is a part of me anyway. I'm just seeing that. I know you lying. I know you lying about a whole bunch of stuff. And even if I was or I wasn't, I know that they are somehow connected to me. I just feel like they are. But I feel like that about all my melanated brothers and sisters, no matter where you from. So I'm just feel like I know you was lying about something anyway. No, I'm not gonna feel like I lost anything. I mean, I'm gonna feel a little disappointed, but not like that though. Cause I just, I'm a part of nature. Nature's a part of me and they are a part of nature. So I don't know. That's the only way I can answer that. I'm gonna be me at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I love you. I don't care where you from. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to answer that really, Dulcie, because I think they a lie about everything anyway. I think they lying about a lot of stuff. Especially when it comes to America. But that's my opinion. That's the only way I can answer it.
I understand. What were you gonna say, Nitro? Come in.
Was the question the one that got posted on the screen earlier about proving?
Oh, that's what Roots was asking. Why? You can definitely answer that. Why is it so hypocritical when we ask people to identify or prove that they are of African descent, but they're so stuck on proving everything else, but they'll accept a random African country?
And I don't want nobody to get offended by this. I'm saying this respectfully. I feel like the reason why is because maybe we believe narratives that we haven't really vetted all the way thoroughly. Maybe that if we had a more open mind to honoring all of our ancestors, or as many as we could find, and where they say they from, or where we can prove, then we wouldn't run into certain difficulties about that process. And for instance, like, we're told a narrative that the Europeans only went to certain nations. Cause I seen somebody in the chat just saying this too, that the Europeans, the pale skinned Europeans, only went to specific certain nations and picked people up and brought them here. And then we don't question how many, like, are there more South Americans that are of African descent than us? Are there more in the Caribbean islands? Did they send people back and forth through the Americas and they never left the continent and became slaves? We have a very tunnel scope on who people could be. Did they, because the Spaniards went into Southeast Asia. That's how the Filipinos got mixed with Spaniards. So could they have possibly brought people from there to the Americas? There's a lot of questions when we want to find the truth that we should ask. But again, we get very definitive in our own opinions and we don't ask those questions. So then we deny, reject, or challenge anything. And I'm a firm believer in, before I challenge something sometimes, I definitely want to do my due diligence, because I might look foolish challenging something without uh uh the what you would call, I guess, the prerequisites, the foundational understanding. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think that it's very hard for people to do, because they haven't put themselves in a certain position to say, well, maybe I don't have as many people from Africa as I think that I do. Then the second part about the hypocrisy is very hypocritical, where someone can allow a very general test to tell them that they match percentage wise, maybe with a certain group of people. But then if the shoe was on my foot and I got all this proof to show who I come from, they're gonna use lookership. They're gonna tell me about how I grew up in a certain culture and I'm not that. It's like this: if the same tactics were used against the people who do not deny people, then I think that, like, it gets very triggering, because then it sounds like you're being petty, you're being argumentative, you're being problematic. But I don't think we really pay attention to how it's being done on both sides. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm an advocate for doing genealogy. And if you want to take the test to find more information, I'm not opposed to it. I think we should be a little what's the word, more stern on these companies and how they use the information, what they do with our I guess you could say DNA, our samples that we give them, little things like that. We should definitely show more responsibility with that process. So if we're going to depend on it a certain way, we should become more involved. So I think that when you get into that aspect of it, it becomes very problematic when people who claim African ancestry don't put themselves through the same vigorous process of what they would put somebody else through if they said they were of Asian descent, of Indian descent, of any other descent. It's just like you have to jump through all of these hoops to prove that to somebody. I don't think that's fair at times. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what bothers me really quickly, and we'll go to Jay. I would say about the DNA test that they tell you that they're doing is they take segments, and I'm researching this. I'm not saying I'm an expert when it comes to this, but that bothers me to say that you're going to cut it up in segments and then say what is alike based on segments and not whole genomes. We know the human race, period, is 99.9% alike when it comes to genotypes and typing DNA. So when you're saying, oh, this one is more alike than this one, and this one has more differences, my question is how? And even if, like, could you come across a random Chinese person and we have the same amount of alike and differences? And then it's going to be like, oh, you could be from China too, because this random Chinese person. Like, the logic that they're doing to tie you to a land is not as good as the logic that they're saying as far as DNA testing for actual family members, because they're seeing what's being passed down in your DNA from your actual family group and saying, okay, you're family with these people, versus, okay, let me just cut up segments of your DNA and see how alike and how different it is to say you're from a particular region. Akili, that's what is happening, and you can definitely come up here if you want to build on that, but you would have to actually look in the different kind of DNA test. The autosomal DNA test is not the same as the regional mtDNA test.
All I want to say is genealogy is important to do, but we also got to remember, and well, I won't even use remember. Some of those papers were falsified. Everything that you get out of that, just like if you read in a book or a history book. So now, when we were kids, we were taught that Columbus found America and all of this, but now we're grown and we understand and we know better. So things can get falsified.
With
So
DNA.
I'm not, no, of course, I'm not saying nothing is absolute.
That's right, baby girl.
Yeah, I'm never going to say that. I'm never going to say that just because I question things on the DNA, but I don't get into it like that because that wasn't my purpose for it. I don't give a damn if I got 30% African, 10% indigenous. That doesn't move me. I did it for family. That was my only purpose. I could care less about those percentages of my African, my Mali, my Cameroon. That doesn't move me like that. What moves me is family. So that was my purpose. But as looking through census, I also seen things on there that wasn't correct. Because everybody daddy ain't everybody daddy. So you really have to peel the layers of the onion bag. You really have to get a lot of sources to corroborate one story, and it's time consuming. But if it's something that you enjoy doing, and I suggest that everybody get into it. Get into open up them books, look at them senses, look at them records, look at it's rewarding for me. But some things can be falsified, and just like we spoke on earlier, that you thought your mama was your mama, but that's your auntie. And it can have it in the census just as that. Because when they come to your house asking you questions, everybody in the house gonna lie except for the little baby that don't know no better. So we also got to pay attention to all of that too, and just don't take that on face value. We have to pay attention and vet everything, not just the DNA, also these records.
Somebody just say why to the question.
Man, let's skip that. I about to say I'm gonna have to drop down too in a minute. I'm hungry. I ain't ate. But but yeah, and then too, I want to say because I want to reiterate what was said earlier. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I know a lot of people probably came in later on, and even to Nisha's point, like for me personally, like again, I'm not in no gang, so I don't want nobody grouping me in no group that you know what I'm saying. Well, they say the Aboriginal, all that. I'm not with that. I'm very counter that. This is my premise on why I think we should know these things. For one, you have a lot of people having cousins, baby cousins, or babies by their cousins. You have people that are dating family members because they don't know who they related to. And we can avoid a lot of that from happening, especially, I'm going to say, in the South. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of that still going on because people didn't move too far away from where they always been, in a sense, or at least been for the last couple hundred years. Second, people have, uh, inheritance, things that was willed to them through their family that they can't connect to their family. So there are things of value that are being held up and lost, and they may be in a struggling situation. You know what I'm saying? You have people that have been able to recover these things. You know what I'm saying? Like the family that got their land back, the California Beach. You know what I'm saying? They got their land back by using the same process that I've been talking about. They didn't have to go prove they was from Africa or none of that. All they had to do was prove that their family was on a piece of land and they owned that land, and it was forcefully and unrightfully removed away from them. You know what I'm saying? There are many different applications on why this information could fit or be useful to people in this time. Also, as a form of unity. Like you said, if family is important, then you might have family in other lands or other places that you could unify with. Let's say the family around you ain't moving and grooving the way they should be. It might be of utility to you to maybe link with other family that might think the same way you do, because we talk about probability of genetics. So they got your blood, then they might think like you, the way you do somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? And creating different coalitions outside of our own immediate environment. Also, then when we get into the recognition, some people might find they're African and want bilateral citizenship because they feel the need to want to fight that fight, the fight that they people going through. It could be a revolution, it could be economics, it could be education. They may feel impelled to want to actually pursue that route because of them proving who they are or things that they may have a connection to. So I think the issue is that when people don't use the information for any reasons, and then it becomes literally what the test say is entertainment purposes. I think that's where the problem comes in, when people don't have agendas, they don't have programs, they don't have curriculums, they don't have things that they create that can be of utility to themselves and people around them, and they start gang banging. So now you gang banging information, you basically belittling other people on what they could and could not be, just based off of the premise of a test. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I feel about that. Like, I feel like we in today's time, like I said, there could be factories that's polluting an entire city that somebody family probably got the rights to, but because they never did the due diligence and won't even fight that fight, them folk gonna keep getting poisoned. Because the people who set up on that land didn't even have the permission to. A lot of families, especially when you talk about Rosewood, a lot of these families got pushed off their land that they had receipts to.
I know my
They
family.
had the proof that they actually owned the land and had been there for whatever amount of time, and somebody else came and felt like they was above the law. So I'm the type, ain't no expiration on no get back. So if you know, not discussing anything off this continent, but for those of us who want to fight the fight right here where we at, it's a certain type of stance that you got to have in that, because even minus the physical fighting, the legitimacy of your approach and your claim, people are going to press that, and they're going to say, well, if you can't meet these classifications, then we can't recognize you as somebody who can speak on the behalf of that problem. If you feel Mr. John was this and that and this happened, can you prove your connection to Mr. John? Or are you just doing it because it was something you found that you thought was cool? You feel me? So um, that's how I feel like a lot of this can be cleaned up. Like you said, what people want to identify, again, I'm not out here in no soapbox trying to tell people what they are or are not. If you want to be orange, green, you want to be from Mars, again, my thing is I want to fight for the right for you to be able to identify as that without that right being impeded upon. That's the issue. That's what I'm coming from when I'm talking about how the renaming of people is us continuing a problem that we overlook or undermine. Because a lot of people can't even live in who they are because another group or another person will tell them they're not that, because they set their own standard on what that may be. You feel me? So
Boom.
that, so
And
so so
I'm
so
glad
so
you said that.
so
Oh
so
my
Because
so so so
that
that's
because
so hold
God.
on.
I she think you
Let me
agree with
let me
her.
land my
Please
plane.
keep
So
talking.
so 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 that's where, as far as the application of the genealogy here in America, is very important, because again, all of our ancestors were not these poor homeless people that needed to be saved and put on a plantation to get a better way of life. A lot of them were actually landowners. A lot of them were in certain places and never chose to, like, sharecropping might have hit them and they might have never got hit with a whip. So then later on, when somebody come and changes that status, what they were, or their name, or they come and push them off their land, some people deserve to know that, and some people want to fight that fight. So I don't think they should be deprived or discouraged or convinced not to take that route, because there could be utility in that. You know what I'm saying? What I don't agree with is the gang banging. That's why, again, like I don't agree with just labeling people as an African in a very shallow way that we do it. Because again, that's why I stated in the very beginning, I grew up around people that were fresh from them nations themselves. So I understand the mindset that they have and how they still deal with tribalism, where because they haven't been broken away from some of their tribes, they still bang on each other in them tribes. It's not all peaches and cream where they all sitting there dancing around a beating drum, got eating jollof. That ain't what is going on there. They are still dealing with ethnic racial cleansings in Africa,
Well,
in the
hold
Middle
on
East.
really
You know what I'm
quickly.
Okay,
saying?
I don't
so
know if
so
Jay.
again,
Wait, hold on. I don't know if Jay's mic is gonna work. Unmute your mic, Jay, and try to
no,
get
because right,
going
he
in and
went out
out.
a long time, and I'm trying to answer, and I'm
No,
trying
Why?
to
Let
because
answer
Jay
this.
talk.
And I
no,
was there
because Jay's been going in
before
and out.
Jay
So
came
Why?
up, and you skipped me twice.
no, we didn't skip you. We didn't skip
You
you. It
did.
hasn't even gone around. I don't
You
even.
did. No, you did not go all around. You did not. And I sat here
That's
quietly, and
what
then
I'm
I didn't
saying.
say
It
nothing.
hasn't gone
And
all
then
around.
Freedom
Why
said,
did
Jay,
Jay
come
start
on up.
busting?
Then Freedom said, Jay, come on up. And I was still
Yes, and
waiting.
I'm saying
Then
Jay has
Nisha went.
been. It's
Then
been
Nitro
dropping
just
for him.
went for
So let
15
him
minutes.
go first. See, it just dropped for him again. So when he comes back on, we're gonna
You
let
know
Jay
what?
go
Okay,
because he is
that's
going
fine.
back and forth. And
That's
if you have
fine.
a problem, just drop down.
See, she wanted to do that. People always trying to get unnecessary attention. That's ridiculous. But anyway, are you done, Nitro? This never. It just is.
Okay,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
gonna
for
let
sure.
his
Yeah,
charge
no,
go
yeah.
on charge, and then he's gonna come back. So
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down too, cause I don't miss my event in some more today. But yeah, that's my whole premise. Like I really actually was agreeing with Nisha. That's why I wasn't trying to go long or nothing. But you know what I'm saying? I was
no, you
reiterating
didn't go
by,
long,
you
and thank
feel
you
me?
so
By
much for coming in and
not for
postponing,
sure.
and everything that you did to push back your event and to come on and have this conversation with us. It's obviously really good. That's why everyone's in their emotions right now because it's a conversation that we need to have.
Nah, definitely, definitely. And like I think we should create more safe space to challenge, but also concede. Like it's cool at
Right.
times to say, "Well, I don't know nothing about that. I don't do," and that's why like I love Nisha. That's my dog, bro. You know what I'm saying? Cause I resonate with her. Cause I'm from Georgia. Like
That's right.
we are a tribe of our own. You feel what I'm saying? Like there's a certain way we move with just things in general. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I understand that. That's why I don't do the gang banging. Like people who know me know the most gang banging I might do might be about some food. You're not finna make me eat no chicken. You're not finna make me eat no dairy. I ain't doing it. And grew up my whole life eating it, but I'm on a different journey now. So you're not finna
Right.
come around me trying to make me do something I don't want to do. I would pipe up on your ass. You know, I'm like that. So anything else besides that, you can't make me do nothing. So it's all good. Like what you know what I'm saying? What make you go to sleep might keep me up. So as long as we can figure out a way to live in that harmony, I'm good on it. What I don't like, what I really be want to push back on sometimes is like, and I use food as an example when they say you can't get protein from vegetables. That's not true.
That's
So
not
when you
true.
start bringing that up, people get in their feelings about it, and people get emotional instead of taking in the information and vetting it themselves. Like Nisha said, you gotta vet the senses. You feel me? Because your granddaddy might be your cousin, bro. So if you just going off face value and you don't know, you just don't know. You feel me? And there's nothing wrong with not knowing. I think we feel uh belittled or vulnerable at times when we just don't know and we have to defend our premise or our point. So, I don't that ain't why I want to have this conversation at all. I really think at the end of it, we're gonna find a unity and like y'all been saying, is there's an admixture, and whatever that admixture is, embrace it. Cause that makes you, now you got the DNA to interact with other groups. And they be like, it's something about her. It's something about him. I actually fuck with that. Because it's in you. It's not on you. You see what I'm saying? So
That's
for
right.
those who actually want to embrace their admixture, do it to help all of us out. Don't do it to champion or wear a crown or something. 'Cause I don't care about your crown. I'm me. I'm a whole Nitro. I'ma always love me. But
When's
what
your
can I
birthday,
do?
Nitro? When your birthday?
April 2nd.
Okay, Aries.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like, He's talking about come back better African. You know what I'm saying? Like,
They come back, my better African goddess.
you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like I said, I don't want to be long winded nothing, but I
We know
love this
that's good.
conversation. Like, I talk about this more than I do business because in real life, when you talk about it the correct way, it actually helps people, whether they are of African descent or wherever the case may be. There's a lot of misinformation that keeps us divided about how connected we really are. You feel me? So once you get into the stories about the dark Huguenots of France, the dark Pits from England, the different tribes of people who live in Al Andalus and how they helped advance Spain, when you talk to some of these pale-skinned Europeans that don't know this, you might actually find that they really just prejudice or confused and brainwashed the same way we got brainwashed. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
there's a connection at the end of all this where it's really the rich versus the poor right now. In today's time, it's the haves and have-nots. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
I'm gonna look at that whole series again now that you said that.
Oh Lord. Well, I appreciate you, Nitro. Every
Yeah,
time you
we
come
appreciate your
on,
time.
I
And I
every
do.
time,
appreciate all
yeah,
y'all, man. You know, I love
yeah.
y'all platform, man. You know what I'm saying? Got my mama in here watching, you know what I'm saying?
You gonna say
Yes,
that?
we really do need. And Miss Gina, thank you so much for coming out tonight. You were dropping a lot of wisdom in the chat, and we
Yes, she
definitely
was.
want to talk to you. We definitely got to get your mindset too. We to understand more so how your son became all this entrepreneur, working hard in the community and so young. So we definitely had to hear the force that actually started that. So
No,
And he
definitely. And
told them
too,
off
I want
before
to
Miss
plug.
Gina brought to me, but he told them off. Most of the time when they come up here, he tells them off, not me, because I'm
No, he
always
did. He had got
I'm
at you
always
too.
with
Don't
that.
act like that.
I'm
And,
sorry.
and then real quick, I want to plug in uh the page that y'all calling Roots is Roots Below Genealogy course. So that's the course that I'm a part of helping and putting together for people to be able to take the information, use it themselves, you know what I'm saying, and actually start creating these steps. And you can use your family tree to teach your family about who they are. Some of y'all elders might actually like this information, right?
Yeah,
Everybody arguing about it, they might want to hear that. So and
yeah,
teaching the children about who they are. And we what we doing is
Absolutely.
we're trying to supply people with the tools and the information, like, what y'all asked me about. How do you vet through this information? Where do you look? That's what the course is designed around, is helping you not use your own biasness about what you've learned or what you think you may know, and allowing the information to tell you your own story. Like, I have my own opinions about a lot, but I don't get into that, especially if I'm being asked a question. If you ask me about my opinion, that's one thing. But if you looking for an answer, I'm obligated to tell you the truth and say I don't know. You feel me? So when we doing generational research and all of that, I think that's very important. So I just want to plug that in real quick. So it's Roots Below Genealogy course.
Nitro.
What's
Why
up?
they don't call themselves Boulons?
You said who?
Why they don't call themselves Boulons instead of Africa?
Oh,
African.
yeah, talking about like our Cubulons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why don't call themselves Boulons?
Because again, like
Why
when we
they
talk
didn't
to
come up with
Nigerians, for instance,
why they didn't
Nigeria got forced to be called Nigeria. It was a whole bunch of different names for what they
sorry, no,
called
I
that
need
land. You know what I'm saying? So like we supposed to be talking, and we just want to, we got our own reasons why we want to be a part of something, and I'm not
Yes.
opposed to it. I feel like if you that serious, go over there and get recognized as a citizen, and really
Yeah.
show them how to be a better African. You know
Go
what I'm
eat
saying?
some of that food, like how they cook it and stuff. Oh my God. Going over there. I done
Hmm.
seen them go out in the field and get one of them things and bring it back, look like a big possum.
Yeah, bring some of that Zoloft
It
back.
up. Oh my God.
no, I'm
Mm-mm.
good on all that. I don't
You
care
don't
for
want
no
them
food
dumplings,
thing, but I
Nisha.
don't.
You know you want them
No,
dumplings,
I
girl.
don't resonate.
it's called
I don't
food
resonate.
and it's good. I might be West African because
That
I
poo
love
poo,
that
look,
stuff,
this
but
man said,
well,
look,
I
I was
can't
gonna
do
give you
no
some poo poo.
delicacies, so I ain't that African. Because once you start bringing out
I
some
love my
food,
African brothers and sisters, but I
and
ain't
some
eating
Nah,
no
for
food.
friends
sure,
to
for
be
sure.
like,
It's all
"Oh,
love. Like,
eat
and
these
see,
crickets with us." Like, nah, I'm
nah,
sorry,
facts.
I don't want.
And look, that's the funny part, man. Like, even like Gemini was saying, when you have conversations with continental Africans, they don't defend some of the stuff that we bang on each other about.
No,
Like
they don't.
they really don't. Like they honest, like they do not have the same understanding about our situation that we think they do.
No,
So
they don't.
but
They don't
but
even
what
know
we're
I
about
trying to
their
hear
do,
own
you.
situation.
married to one. That's why we laugh and stuff like about like the certain things. People really think it's crazy to be like, oh well, he can listen to the Indians and not be beefing with the Indians. Like I have one from the continent of Africa, and he ain't
Yeah,
beefing
I
with
have a
none of
very
the Indians and what they're saying. He will tell you that yes, you're American, you're not African.
That's right.
Y'all are American.
My friend too. He said plain and clear. Me and him been friends for 20-something years. He'll say, you know what his name is in my phone? 100% African. He said all the time, I'm 100% African. And I be like they get offended a little bit by you saying that you're African.
Yeah, because it kind of is, which I got a little upset at them when they were mad about the whole Black is King, but I understand what their premise is, because they're like, hey, if you guys are taking over and you're the vision of what African is, what about us authentic indigenous people?
Right.
But when do we get to be the face of African if you Americans are the face?
Never, because they was colonized too, even though, and they the religion was forced upon them also, so it's not 100% period.
They talking about blood wise.
Yeah. They
But
saying they never left to
with
go
blood,
mix with other people.
But no, I don't even think it's a blood thing, because like I brought up the Black is King, and she was saying, oh, it looked like a whole bunch of westernized Africans were being used and not like the tribal or authentic Africans. So I can get where the premise of it's like, okay, if we're always modernizing, and I get it, because a lot of that is from colonizing too. Like it don't got to do with just Black Americans. But when we are having this whole Black Americans taking over and being the vision of what African is, when do they get to say what the vision of African is?
Right. Facts.
I agree.
And look, I 1,000% agree with that.
Me
That's
too.
why I feel like us being in America, we cannot let other people champion what it is to be America, because when these folks be on TV talking about death to America, you think they excluding us? Like, we are allowing other
You
people
don't
to
agree with that
represent.
bull crap we be over here doing. They do not agree with it. Let me tell you something. Don't play with them when it comes down to certain people. I'm gonna put it like that. They don't play.
No, they don't. See, that's
They
the
don't,
thing
and not the
where
Jamaicans.
we looking like an accomplice to the situation that's going on, because we don't fight to represent what a true American really is. And it's not about your ancestry. It's about, like I said, when they in Iran over there talking about death to America and they chanting that, they are talking about not just the people who controlling it, but the people who project the subcultures or the acceptance of what's being done. So a lot of the Muslims in the East, they don't like what's happening to them Palestinians, and they are willing to fight for their own kinfolk. So we have been kind of galvanized in modern times to not acknowledge the Americas that way, from Alaska all the way down to Chile. This is our homeland right now, regardless of where you came from. This is our homeland, and we're allowing others, regardless if they're us or not, they have separated themselves from the rest of us, and they running this ship in the ground. So there has to be a fight to be able to stop that from happening, and at least represent it. Just like when your mama come in the house and say, look, I told y'all, I called home and told y'all better have this house clean by 7 o'clock when I get home. I done pulled up here and the house ain't clean. We don't get to point fingers and say, well, the white man ain't clean the toilet and the Asian man ain't sweep the bath. Bruh, did you pick it up or not? Did you pick up that slack and make it happen or not? So that's what I'm a part of that. Everybody ain't got to do it, but I ain't finna let this just go on the ground. And I know at least one of my ancestors. That's all I need to know. I don't need no 800, 1,000, 24, none of that. Give me one ancestor from this land. I'm gonna fight for him, straight like that.
Okay.
Sakina, I get what you're saying, and I used to be like that too. You know, I'm with the Beyonce squad that says we're un-American, but even being un-American is very American of us. And I don't know, as time progresses, and I'm just seeing like us culturally here, there's so much about us that really is like American. Really ain't the worst word. It's not.
No,
it's just
really
we have a bad taste in our mouth because of the history, but
yeah,
being
connotations
American
to
ain't
it.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ain't that
yeah,
bad.
it's really not. Nah, we like I said, we let somebody else run the ship in the ground and we got to sail on. And I ain't laying down with that. You not finna let me tell me that somebody left their own land, whether it's you or them or somebody else, and now they get to represent everybody. When you say the Americans, we don't lead that culture until you want to start throwing out hip hop. So I like again, I have friends that are from other nations. I've traveled to 32 different states. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm well versed. I got business partners that's older than me and not from here, and we have these same conversations. These same conversations, and they agree with me. They want us to take this back on being American, so the others can't run it in the ground and use it as a scapegoat. Because guess what? A lot of these people have homelands to go back to. We fuck around and find out, bro. We're gonna be trapped in this thing where everybody else we've been talking crazy about. We're gonna be right here with them going down on the boat. So we really need to rethink this strategy on how can we align being American. Because if not, who's gonna accept you for who you say you are when you've been American?
One thing I can say about our heroes, Harriet Tubman and all of them and everybody, I don't remember them. I remember them fighting for us here. I
Facts.
don't remember them trying to get back to Africa.
No, facts.
I
Definitely
think they were
did.
just fighting for us here. I mean, seriously.
Well, it depends on the ones you go into, and I don't know about a name before this or anything.
Marcus
Yeah,
Garvey
yeah.
was making
I was just finna say, cause Sakina been down there with the fingers. What I will say is that those are further semantics games that people don't do with Africa. Like we all know there was a name of Africa before that, but we don't force them to identify or use that. The
But
tribes
what I
here
was
have
going to
many
say
different
too
language
is
groups
that
and different names. You know what I'm
when
saying?
it
So
taken as far as Africa or Asia or anything, there's always these reasons why we say that we call it that. We say Amaru, the god of Samaria, is why this is America. We can say, the same as far as African. They say it's Hebrew word afar. And Asia, the children of Yah. Like there's all these different things of why the landmass is, but one of the major things like that's always been in my heart, and I don't care if people believe it or not, is that we didn't name these lands. We weren't attached to a landmass. We went where there's gonna be food and where we could grow and where we could have a life. That's where we settled down. And
facts.
and we were
Most of the
attached to people. We were
Yeah,
not attached
and
to
look for the
land.
tribes here. Most of them, like for instance, like most of the tribes in the South, they name themselves after rivers, like the river, people of the
Right,
river.
the one
They name
which the
themselves
river is
after
going to bring them life. That's
right.
where they're going to be
So
able to do the agriculture. So of
right.
course, that's the Mama River.
Right. So they had no need to want to name all of the land and then start naming other like that wasn't the general need or consensus. It usually was worried about how to prosper and create an experiment we call like lessons and culture. That experiment was used through hundreds and thousands of years to figure out a better way to teach the next generation. And for us, a lot of us got removed from whatever those things were. So now we sitting here with this gumbo of a culture that we got to cipher through and individually decide what we do or don't want to keep. You know what I'm saying? So getting too caught up on all the names, again, you got hundreds of different language groups in America. There's no way they all called the land the same thing.
So
Same in
are we
Africa.
saying? I'm sorry. So are we saying what you and Dulcie said? So we should fight with America?
We are Americans.
No, no,
No,
no,
no,
no.
no, 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 no. That's not. I know what you said, sister. But what I'm asking this for a reason. So we fight with America.
So,
It
so
depends.
oh, go
I
ahead,
think
Dustin.
that's a loaded question, but it kind of depends. If there was something that was a big enough threat that it was like America would not be the same if people didn't get up in the arms and fight. I'd say yes, we would fight for our land, of course, but I would say too that part of our problem is that we don't fight for America, that we don't fight for our land, we don't fight them.
We don't. And
This
I
is
agree with you.
ours. And the whole little paper game to say, oh, we're just not submitting the right paperwork, and one of the
Yeah,
paperwork will
facts,
be like, cha-ching, you did it.
facts.
Like, that's not real to me. Like, it's gonna take paperwork, it's gonna take fighting, it's gonna take violence. I mean, there's no way around all of it. But yes, I say that we would fight for the land if there was a foreign threat that's threatening to take out our land. We would fight on behalf because it's our land, and we should fight for our land internally because it's our land.
But what about the systems that was put in place? What we do?
All right, well,
I
hold on.
think this
Let me
depends
answer
on the system, but Nitro, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would say first, we wouldn't have a choice because most groups, like if you talking about like an invasion, if they invaded here, they wouldn't go through the for one, they wouldn't be able to differentiate us because we don't even have a way to differentiate ourselves from each
Right.
other or anything else. So if they hate Americans, we're all gonna be Americans to them. Unless they start to come and find their own. So let's say China invaded. They may have a process of Chinese pledging allegiance back to China again. So your friend you grew up with down the street that was Chinese might not be American no more after an invasion.
Uh-huh.
On that premise, we would have to fight. But like you said, what about the system that is here? This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. And also the urgency behind why finding something to unify behind. If it ain't your genealogy, make it an initiative, something that you passionate about changing or protecting and link with other people. Because what ends up happening is from a political aspect, we really don't understand that the main thing that makes America is the government. It's the government. When people, well, again, like when we say we don't want to support America, we not talking about the land. We ain't talking about the chickens on the land. We ain't talking about the rivers and the mountains. You're not talking about the dirt that makes America America. You ain't got to beat around the bush. We don't fuck with the government. This shit, this making the decisions. So if we don't fight to change that, then we're submitting to it, and people gonna treat us like that. So it's like the old heads say, you gonna run from the devil and go straight to Lucifer. You know what I'm saying? Because any group that would invade this country is not going to just place us in our proper persona or put us in this elite status because we got done wrong. They're going to enslave your ass the same way these folks before them did. They feel like they got a template. Like, see, the last 600 years, we know exactly what to do with y'all. You feel me?
Right.
So that's the position we in right now where if we got to fight for something.
Thanks.
But yeah, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up real quick, man. I got to eat. It's 3 o'clock.
You not eating none of that stuff, is you? None of that.
Look, I got this
Stuff they
Jollof.
going out there. None of that stuff they done went out there in the jungle and brought on back. They
Man,
gonna
look,
throw
I
it
got
in the
this.
pot.
I
They
got
just
this
gonna throw it
curry
in the
goat. I got this curry goat and this fufu. And I was playing.
pot. I know that's right.
But Nisha, I have a question for you based on that. What if you had found, because a lot of this stuff, a lot of the government and everything are from indigenous people still too, when it comes to laws. They've just taken them over and manipulated them. So what if you found out that your ancestors were part lawmakers and they made a lot of these laws? Would you feel like there was a reason, there was a purpose that your family advocated for those laws, and then feel like that they are purposeful to keep?
It's a purpose for every law. Every law that's made, it's a purpose for it. So if I found out that my ancestors were a part of creating some of those laws that maybe hurt other people, oh yeah. I mean, how would I feel about it? I would have to understand why. I would have to understand the reason. And then that goes back to once you get into your genealogy, then it comes with newspaper articles. And I done saw when my granddaddy was incarcerated and the reasons and this, that, and the other. So by doing that, maybe I will understand why. I mean, every decision that is made, every law that is out there is not to benefit everybody. So some people is going to get the short end of the stick, and that's just reality. So
I would be mad.
You would be mad. I couldn't be mad because I don't know the reasoning. It's about survival, and self preservation is key. So if my
You
people
talking about
did,
the laws from who? Which? What you said? If you found out, let me make sure I heard. Thought I heard the question correctly. If my ancestors made laws that hurt other people,
right,
that's
because
what you
everybody,
saying, Dulcie.
Yeah, that
I
basically,
wouldn't
if
want.
your ancestors are indigenous to this
I don't
land,
even
they
want to hear
were
my
a
ancestors.
heavy part in drafting some of the laws that we feel like we don't even want to adhere to today because we're like, oh well, these oppressors are using these laws against us. But what if your ancestors helped build these laws?
I wouldn't want. I would be upset about that. I
oh,
mean, really, you did something to hurt other people. I don't like that. I don't even want to hear that my ancestors had parts in slavery, even in the my indigenous part of my family. If they was the type of scalping Indians or something, I would want to know none of that. I don't want to know none of it.
what
I
I
don't
would
want to be
want to
a part.
know.
I don't want to be a part of anything that would hurt me humanity. I don't like it.
But all laws are created. It's going to hurt somebody.
Yeah, to
Period.
benefit
And I'm
other
here,
people. I mean, all laws are made, yeah, but for what reason? It could be
but
just to benefit. Slavery was made. That was a law. Who did it benefit? Not us. I won't like. I don't want no parts of that.
Can I answer it real quick? And then I want to answer round table gang, and then I'm gonna drop down for real this time. Y'all gonna have me on here 30 more minutes. All right, so my answer to that would be if it was something bad, then I would work to right that wrong. Like I'm that's what I'm gonna say believe in with a lack of semantics is that I believe in that if my ancestors did something wrong, then I should right it. The same way if they had $1 million and it got willed to me, I'd be wanting to be up there claiming and hollering and doing all that, you know what I'm saying? So if they did some wrong to somebody, then I need to straighten that out. Whether I know about that wrong or not, I feel like me wanting to have a duty to help everything out, I might be correcting some wrongs that I never know about from my ancestors. You know what I'm saying? And then I wanted to respond to Roundtable. Y'all can put it on the screen and say, I'm waiting for the Indians to take the land back from the white man, and what military or legal standings y'all gonna use to do it? Why aren't the Indians banging on the white man who stole their land? And again, this is what I mean about like talking about it that way doesn't create unity. It's really like saying, so when you gonna get your chain back from them folk that took your shit? You feel me? It's like that type of attitude, and then it's not even all the way accurate. Most of the people on these reservations acknowledge mixed ancestry with these same groups that you talking about. They gave them permission to have them lands and reject the rest of their families, and gave them permission on accepting their own families. So like if we really talking about in the spirit of that, bro, what did them folks do, like I just said, to get that beach back in California? What are people doing to get their land back right now in America as we speak? And they can prove that it's being violated. Like to be a non-believer is one thing, bro. Like you ain't gotta believe people gonna make it work or do what they feel is necessary in this fight. But just say you don't want to fight, bro, and leave it there. Like say that's not my fight. I accept what's going on. I'm cool with it. I don't think y'all gonna do nothing just like me. And then it's cool. Like like you can do what you want to do. But to discredit other people or not acknowledge that it's people that's actually they have some strategy that they're trying to use. Some people are actually really out here putting boots on the ground trying to use something. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's how I want to answer that question because that's what I was talking about like what 6 hours ago about some of the divisiveness within our communities when it comes to like how can we do what we doing now and change our situation. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times people don't really see a way. They don't think it's any type of way to make anything shake at all. You feel me? So that's why, like I said, what we doing, like even us want to create the documentary, is to show the steps that we taking. It's to show the progress that we made. It's to give the references of other families that did the same thing with more or less proof than what we got. You know what I'm saying? And then as a collective, we all gonna fight from different war fronts. Like my fight might not be Round Table J, whatever his name is. That might not be his fight. But if bro ain't fighting, I wouldn't want to really have that conversation with him. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, are we going to allow this to keep happening, or are we gonna have some pushback? It could be education, it could be technology. Like I'm involved in all that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm fighting on many different battlefronts, and I'm empowering the people around me to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody say, so you're gonna continue to bow down to the white man?
Wait, hold on.
You
Let
see what I'm
me answer
saying?
this
Like
question that's
that's
on
a
here
weak
first.
stance, brother. No disrespect.
Let me just answer this really quickly. Why aren't the Indians banging on the white men who stole their land? It's a pretty simple from here, and why, you know, most Indians may have a different perspective, but I think this is majority of the perspective is that is it just a white man that stole the land? Who actually stole the land in history? Different things of just being like, we got to understand what actually happened in history instead of just believing a doctrine that said, oh, the white man stole the land. Case in point, why didn't Ghana just say, oh, I have no need to apologize to anybody, we just are going to hold these Portuguese accountable for what they did and fuck everybody else? No, what they had to do is they had to apologize because they looked into their history and they said, oh, we took part in this. So it's not just the Portuguese that have to apologize. It's us that have to apologize too. And what we will see after we look into the history is that, yes, some of our ancestors, it's not all squeaky clean. Yes, we are going to have to acknowledge that there's some bad people in our history. There's bad people that have been in our families for years. There's good people that have been in our families for years. But at the end of the day, it's just not a black and white thing. So that's why the Indians aren't just banging on the white men who stole the land, because it's not black and white.
And two, like a lot of tribes are fighting. You feel me? They outnumbered the same way a lot of the folks in here with the fingers ain't out here just banging on the system, blowing up infrastructures, hacking and hijacking stuff. Like, it is talking from the mountaintop, it'd be wild to me. Cause again, like I'm a grown ass man. So I dare anybody to try that in my face. You feel me? But what we dealing with is trying to amount and create a real foundation for not just us, but the generations after us to be able to prosper, not going and being crash dummies. You see what I'm saying? Anybody can go and just crash out with no results, but to really build a foundation and build your own civilization, it takes certain things being
Somebody
in
trying to
place.
come up.
You know what I'm saying? And being in line. No, you know what I'm saying? Like, breaking come up, like, I ain't gonna be on here long, you feel me? Because, again, I've been on here 6 hours. Folk could have been hit the link, you know what I'm saying?
Mic
So,
check.
Not only that,
Mic
wait a minute,
check.
the
Mic
Indians
check.
getting
Mic
paid.
check.
nah, we hear you, my boy, work.
Yeah, we hear you.
They
Yeah,
give the
you've been
rappers
on
money.
here
Wait a
6
minute,
hours. I just tuned in maybe an hour ago. Tell you the truth.
but listen,
So look, bro,
America
watch the
wait a
interview
minute,
back, bro.
America gives them money every month too. Let's not forget that.
Some of them, but a lot of them got the ability to establish their own commerce. So they got casinos, they got
That's true.
they got banks, they got schools, they got all different type of libraries, all different type of things that they.
And you know, the most cultural of them ones, the ones that that are tribes outside of the 5 civilized tribes, most of them will not take the money. They don't want the money. They say that the money doesn't add up to the land. So what they're
Facts.
offering in money is not going to give them what they are owed, so they will not even take the money.
Facts. And they already done sold out and made agreements with them. They not in a position to do what we can do, where knowing that a lot of our families got left out here. That's like leaving a child in a car that died, but the child don't die. They can't get no get back for that. You know what I'm saying? So that's the premise that I'm helping particular people. It's not a for everybody thing. The for everybody agendas are very simple. It's economics, it's education. Everybody talk about military, but most people don't even go to the shooting range. So before we even get to that, it's certain things that we got to do to be able to at least survive on our own. And then when you start getting into the forms of being able to, all right, how we gonna mobilize behind having ancestry here? It's very simple. Get the land back. They ain't denying that process if you can prove what's going on. The issue is a lot of us are lacking certain things to get the proof, or even had the help behind you a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I said earlier in the interview, I be talking with a lot of these tribal members. Man, them folk know what time it is. Dead for real. And Top Cat be talking about that too, bro. These folk know. That's why all that pushback we get from our people, they don't get on the internet doing none of that.
But Jay,
Okay, let Jay come in. Hold on, because I know his thing. What's up, Jay?
Yeah, I'm not really understanding what the objective or premises for This brother, you've been up here 6 hours.
What?
Yeah.
Let him
All right, y'all. I'm about to say I'm gonna go ahead and drop down Brandon and watch it from the beginning. He don't understand the premise, so again,
Well, you
appreciate
could run
y'all.
off. Go ahead, jump out,
I'm
bro.
definitely
All
not
right,
running,
peace
bro.
out,
You
bro.
heard when I said I was gonna drop
All
down
right,
and go
peace
eat.
out, bro. You said
So
you're gonna
again,
jump off,
watch
so
back the
jump off.
interview again, bro. I be on here all the time, my boy. So watch the
So
interview
why can't you listen to what I'm
relax,
about
bro.
to say?
Relax, bro. Watch
You
the
need to relax.
watch the entire
You
interview,
need to relax. Nigga. You
bro,
act like somebody was
watch the
hiding in the
entire
bushes while you
interview.
was doing your
Watch the
little
entire
build.
interview, and then I can come back on the panel
Now I'm up here
anytime, and
right
we can
now,
have
and
a
you're right
discussion.
here, and you're already
Bro, you
acting
not finna set the
serious.
stage on none of that. Watch the whole interview and then
What?
So
Wait
challenge
a
it.
minute though. What
I'm
is the
here right
argument? I don't
now,
I
get
don't
it.
and you
know. He
ready
come
to
up here talking
jump
about he
I
out.
don't
So
don't
you
get
either
the
understand,
gonna
bro. But
jump
he
argument.
just
out or
came
you're
out
It's
gonna
like he
argue.
just said. He
unnecessary.
just came up here. He just said he
This
just
nigga
tuned
don't
in,
shut up. He
bro.
long-winded like hell. He don't let
Bro.
nobody
You
else
on
But Jay,
talk. He
somebody
don't be
else's
long-winded like a
platform, bro.
disrespectful.
mug, bro.
Yeah,
You
why
see what
you
I'm
doing
saying?
that,
He hella
Jay?
You
long-winded.
see what I'm saying,
I'm getting like this because soon as I start talking, y'all start commenting. Let me speak.
Go
How
bro?
about
ahead.
that?
Bro.
And
Like I
if you're
said,
gonna
bro.
jump off, bro,
Watch the
jump
whole
off.
thing. I been
If
said I
you're
was
gonna
finna get
jump
down
off,
30
jump
minutes ago.
off.
Again, but bro,
If
don't
you're
come up
gonna
here
jump off,
commenting on
jump off,
something you
or
ain't
Well,
let
even
me
what
about to
is
speak
that
speak
because
to.
you have
question,
not shut
Jay?
up yet, bro.
All
You
right,
Nitro,
have not
Nitro,
shut
hold
your
on,
mouth
hold
question.
on.
yet.
Let Jay
He
finish
been
what
on
he
here
gonna
6 hours
say.
and has not shut his mouth yet. So when I start to
It's
speak,
his
why are you
show.
still talking, bro?
It seems like he mad I'm on the show.
Why
That's
are
what I'm
you
trying to
still
figure out.
talking,
Because I'm
dog?
not talking to
Stop
you, bro. I'm
talking.
talking to the
Let
people whose
somebody
channel
else
this is.
speak, bro.
Again,
Let somebody else
y'all.
speak, bro.
This is
Appreciate y'all for having me
crazy.
up here.
Peace out.
But yeah, I ain't doing that with little dude. You
Run
know what
off,
I'm saying?
run off, run off, run off.
Thank you,
You don't
Nitro.
let nobody else speak.
Jay.
No,
Nitro.
you shouldn't have, no. You shouldn't have interrupted me as soon as I started speaking.
Who
Why'd
you
you do
talking
that?
to?
That's
Who
what I'm
You.
interrupted?
saying. He coming up here telling
Soon
You
y'all
as
to
I
can't
be on
started
y'all
interrupt me because
speaking,
I
platform.
you
didn't
cut me
Like
interrupt
off.
what?
you. I asked you,
Nitro,
what
yeah,
did
hold
you
on,
have
hold on,
to
hold on.
say?
Nitro, shut the fuck up, bro. You
Hey,
talk too
bro.
much.
Hey,
Straight
listen,
up.
bro.
You
Listen,
talk
bro.
way too much,
Don't
Listen.
my
do
nigga.
I
that.
don't care
You
about
talk
none of
That's
way
that,
not
too
bro.
much,
right.
dog.
That's not
I
Shut up.
don't
right.
care about
Don't
none
do
of that,
that.
Shut
bro.
your mouth, nigga.
I don't
Shut
care
your
about none
fucking
of
mouth,
that,
dog.
bro. That's not how that
Jay.
No,
works.
People speak.
My
Jay,
boy,
As a
that's
what's
not
man,
how
you
that
should have
wrong?
the
works, bro.
respect to let another man
That's
speak.
look, look,
Because in
look,
real
look.
life, in
Hey,
person,
look.
you
I
won't
don't
keep
know if
cutting
you a
another
man or
man off
not, bro.
because you
I'm
know
not
that's
gonna acknowledge none
disrespectful.
of that, bro.
You
Again, you
know that
came
in
up
real
here
life
talking
that's
about shut the fuck
disrespectful.
up.
So
This
don't do
ain't
it on
Again,
cool
this
here.
at
is
all,
real life.
y'all.
This is
This
real
ain't
life.
Yeah,
cool.
it's not cool for a
Dead for
nigga to
real.
keep cutting another
Don't
nigga
cut.
off.
Hey, again, bro.
Look, you
Like,
don't shut up, bro.
look,
You still
Oh
talking.
my
I'm
God.
not.
You
I'm not.
still
I'm
talking.
gonna have to get
I haven't
muted
even got out my
or
idea
something,
yet because y'all
cause no
keep
one
cutting me
cares,
off.
bro. No one cares about your
Okay,
idea when you come up here
hold on,
disrespectful.
everybody. So what's going to happen here is we just always have an order and everything like that. We're going to go ahead and Jay is going to unmute. He's going to be able to get what he said off. He got a 2-minute timer, just like everybody. Please do not interrupt while he's talking. But Jay, can you please get to the point without addressing Nitro? Can you just go into what you wanted to actually go as far as on the build that we're having currently? All right, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Jay. Once you start talking, I'm going to start your timer.
I appreciate the time and space to speak. Therefore, I don't have to combat anybody because I'm not going to be cut off. Now, if you're asking me to not address the brother, that's kind of hard because I was going to go in with the question I originally asked him, which was when are the indigenous people here, and if they do have the intent, going to retrieve the land back? And not just retrieve the land, because according to his answer, it sounded like he was okay with having or owning land, but still being under the rulership of the so-called white man or European. So now I'm wondering, it's like, so you just want to still sit here and maybe have this little piece of the pie, but you don't want to make the rules here, basically. So this is your homeland. This is your indigenous land. When are you gonna step up and be a man and say, nah, we're taking this shit back and we're running it. We're not just gonna occupy it. We're gonna run, own, operate, and run this shit. That was more so the point I was coming up here to make. But as soon as I open my mouth, we got someone, what? Yo, bro. It's like I could have just asked that question in peace. And he could have gave his answer, but he kind of got the energy where he don't like anyone to challenge his ideas. That's why he couldn't let nobody else talk. And when I asked the question in the chat, he took offense to it. But it's really just a question. Now, instead of dealing with the white man or the European, he came back to look at me in my perspective, to attack me instead of actually saying, you know what, bro, that motherfucker is a problem. He running all this shit. He supposedly took all this shit. He making all the rules here. He telling us what we can and can't do on our own land, but nobody want to deal with that. They want to just come back to the questioner and attack the questioner for asking when I'm not even directly juxtaposed to this brother. If anything, I would be an ally to this brother. So why are you going to attack the questioner instead of dealing with the person that got their foot on your fucking neck on your own land? That's what I want to know. So that's how I'm dealing with all the Indians. Y'all got to answer that question. When y'all gonna get y'all get back?
All right, thank you, Jay. Okay, Nitro, before you dip, did you want to answer the
No, for
question?
sure. You know I'm finna answer it. First
Okay.
thing, this is why it's important to like learn and like actually look into things before you just start talking and opening your mouth about what somebody do or don't stand for. This is why I said go back and watch the entire interview and you'll see we had conversations about politics. We had conversations about all that. So to answer your question, I'm extremely opposed to all of that that's going on. I fight every day in my real life off this YouTube shit. I'm really out here in the field with this, bruh. So your passive aggressive energy you came on talking about you want to know the answer. I answered it. I said, hey, bro, go back and watch the video and you'll see where I'm really coming from with this. So the whole thing is, it's a lot of people, including myself, that's fighting and not laying down. But I also said, bro, I'm not no crash dummy. I understand what it really take to build something that prosper, not just here in America, but everywhere else. Nobody's laying down, letting no pale skins do nothing, having a foot on our neck or none of that. I'm with all that. I'm with all that and been on it. So again, bro, this is why I tried to nip that in the bud. If you are allegedly an ally, bro, go back and watch the whole bill. Don't say I've been up here just running my mouth and I got invited to be on the show. Crazy man, I'm in the title. Like, why we gonna get up here and say 3 words and just be quiet? No, I've been building on that. I've been talked about how I watched all this happen in my community, and I'm very straightforward with being able to address that. Again, bro, like that whole little energy that, bro, look, this is my thing, bro. We can meet somewhere where we both have an initiative to fight this whole thing. If it's not that, bro, I really don't care to be your ally. Honestly, you feel me? Because that's where I'm coming with it. I got tangible things that I'm doing to fight that same oppression that you talking about on all platforms and levels, in and out the country. I'm on that. I'm practicing what I preach, bro. Dead for real. So the whole energy about all that, when you gonna do this and that, bro, this shit ain't got nothing to do with being indigenous, African, or none of that, bro. I said that from the beginning. I'm all about fighting oppression. I'm all about fighting somebody telling you what you is and ain't and can and can't do. And it's been on that, bro. Dead for real, bro. So yeah, that's my response. All that little energy about, bro. Now you're not finna come up here and start accusing somebody or insinuating that I said something that I didn't say, or I got a stance that I don't, bro. You feel me? You got slick at the mouth and then trying to say, I don't know why he got all that energy, bro. Miss me with all that, bro. If you would have came up here with the correct energy, even in the chat, bro, you didn't even watch the whole thing, but you in there with the fingers, assuming what somebody did or didn't say. Like, boy, no, we can't unify moving like that, bro. You would have had way more tact. You would have been way more clear and concise to at least build with me and ask questions in a different way instead of being antagonist, bro. You feel me? And I've been said I was gonna get off of here. So all the little slick shit talking about you finna run and out, bro. Again, I don't want to converse with somebody like you because you had no intentions on conversing in the first place, my boy. Like you said, I've been on here running my mouth, so you could have been came up and addressed something when you heard it then.
Well, I want to say tonight's discussion was really needed, and tonight's discussion was good. I don't want us to leave off on negativity. I want us to leave off on positiveness. So I'm glad you two brothers can be allies. Y'all can work together. So that's good. You got any more questions, Dulcinea, Nisha? They men and they can work together, so that's a good thing. They don't need to be at each other in a non-positive way.
You gotta give the opportunity for it to get out.
Yeah, me or him?
No, just in general, because I could be calm and cordial, but when I come up and my voice is already being stifled, now I have to fight. You know what I'm saying? But now I could calm down a little bit.
I don't even want to talk about how you came in, Jay. I don't want to talk about that. It's over, y'all. So y'all can be allies, and that's just it.
You're still not letting me
I
go.
am. Mm-hmm. Because I don't want y'all to argue. I
But
don't.
you're anticipating something that doesn't need to
Okay,
happen,
well, go ahead and speak, Jay.
which is exactly what happened when I came up here. I don't have a
Mhm.
problem with anything the brother just said at all. And he doesn't know me. So if he feels that way based off of this encounter, that's fair for him to feel like that. But I actually don't have a problem with him. I heard him speak before. He sounds very intelligent. I'm not opposed to any of his stances. It was just a question I wanted to ask. I wasn't being an antagonist, but when an entire group of people take a position and I'm seeing that it's one-sided, I actually feel like there does need to be another voice. Now, on him saying that he's been up here for 6 hours, that's a long time out of someone's life to sit and watch. So to be fair, I was doing other things at that time when you guys started the show. So if you did answer that, bro, and I didn't hear it, I apologize that I didn't hear it. But people have questions, and I don't think it should be a bad or wrong thing for someone to ask a question. And then when someone does ask a question, it shouldn't be met with a huh? What? Why would you even ask that? It's like, people have genuine questions. Now, the real thing is, I feel like the question was a tough question to answer, and it's something very real that needs to take place off the internet, like you said. And y'all brought up something about the DNA test being entertainment. But what I actually see more so than anything is these identity wars on YouTube being the real entertainment. Now, if another company went out there and did their research, such and such, and had their methodology, and for legal purposes, they want to say it's entertainment, that's one thing. But what we're doing on here is purely entertainment. It's not work. It's not research. Research happens when you get the hell off this YouTube, step out in the real world, and start discovering things and asking questions and looking for the answers. But other than that, I ain't got no problem with the bro. It's not being slick at the mouth. I just feel like when I came up here, I couldn't just speak. I couldn't just ask my question. I was getting cut off, and that's very frustrating.
All
So I
right,
I don't
apologize.
understand.
and again, I accept your apology, bro. But you saying when are you going when you gonna get the white man's foot off your neck? All like these can be seen as antagonistic statements, while also not watching even at least the first hour and a half. Like saying, I hear what bro saying, wording your question a different way, or just going back and watching it. I even said, bro, I hop back on here. If you watch the whole thing and you disagree with someone on the building, bro, I'll do a whole part two, and we can converse about that. I don't have an issue with that. But again, I only seen what you said in the chat, and I paid attention to it because of how it was worded, bro. You feel me? And I'm not an emotional or sensitive person, but I can tell when again you were like you said, I talked about this earlier, when sometimes you address people because you're used to shadow boxing somebody else, you address somebody as though I'm them. And you didn't even get a chance to hear what I've been saying this whole 6 hours. I'm sure I've been talking a lot this whole 6 hours because it's been a lot to talk about. You know what I'm saying? So in that, it's like, as men, we can outstep our boundaries of peace or step into confrontation by just how we word things or how we approach somebody that we don't know. I wouldn't come to you to my boy, what's happening? And licking you up and down. You're gonna be like, bro, why you coming at me with this energy? Or I was just seeing why you was standing here, like, what's up, you good? Bro, that can be problematic to somebody if you don't really know who they is and how they move, bro. You feel me? That type of tactfulness and decorum, bro, gonna take us a long way in what we trying to do with building real unity. Like I told you, bro, I don't do the YouTube, bro. Dead for real. Like I don't engage in that. I watch it. I pay attention because my people are involved in this, and I learned a lot of information. But bro, I'm really like, and I'm not saying that to toot my horn, and I'm really outside building, bro. Like I'm the one that get people out of jail. I'm the one that I got real friends as politicians. I'm the one talking people literally off bridges when they finna jump and unalive themselves, bro. I'm one of them, bro. I'm not finna do all of that. Nah, bro. This ain't that, and that ain't this, bro. So that's why I met you with that type of energy, bro. Because if you come at me with peace, bro, or you can challenge it, bro, I go hold on 6 hours on the challenge, but not that energy, bro. Not that. Not insinuating I said something or I stand for something I really don't, that I'm very, very counter of. very counter of that. Very counter of pale skins oppressing us and ruling us in our own land. That to me is personal. It's a personal statement, bro. You like
Right.
only you feel me? That's where I'm
Right.
coming from with it, bro. I'm not on that. You feel me? So again, like I'll build with you about whatever, but that approach is gonna always like, bro. That's my energy. That's me. You feel me? Like I'm gonna meet you there on that, bro. But other than that, it's all love, bro. You're not my enemy. You're not my op. And best believe a pale skin or anything in between come on something, bro. I'm on that. I'm not one of them, bro. Like I promise I'm not. I don't talk on YouTube just for love and fun and entertainment. I'm very combative in person with the people who doing this to our people. You feel me? So again, my mom is in the chat, bro. Like if I was Cap, she'd be up there typing like, "No, you're not. Stop right now." No, bro. Yeah. You feel me? That's me, bro. I love the
Then
fuck out my
she
people.
actually sat back and she let y'all work it out. She already knew. So
No,
much
yeah.
respect
My
to
Dukes
Miss
already know.
Gina.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
already
My Dukes already
knows
know,
her
bro. I'm
son
not. Yeah, I'm
got
not finna be
this.
out here doing all that with you, bro. You feel me? But at the same time, like you said, we men. I'm gonna let it be known what time it is, bro. And I can listen to you all day long, but it's just certain things
But let me say
I ain't got
something
it in me,
else to
bro.
one thing he was saying, because I think a lot of people tend to do this, make this misconception. As you mentioned, the DNA portion and saying like people are really out in the field doing things. Well, people are really out in the field. They really are doing these things. They really are in these research facilities testing these SMPs themselves, uh,
Facts.
and seeing that okay, they're lying, they're not leading back to Africa or seeing more of indigenous or whatever it's leading them to. But one thing is, not everyone wants to deal with the antagonistic antics to come online and say it, because Chief Ali has been saying this for a long time. He's had his research facility. He's been taking DNA. He's like, okay, they're lying about DNA, but see how people come at him and
Yeah,
say
right,
he
Yes,
right
don't
his
here in
know what
Atlanta,
own
he's
bro. It's
talking
right
about.
here
his
in
own
And
Atlanta
he
too.
people.
actually has a research facility, and people that come at him and talk to them as if
His
they know
own
better
people.
don't have a
Facts.
research facility, have never even gone as far as to have even a chemistry set to even know what he's talking about. But because they've read it somewhere he's wrong, then he's wrong. So not everyone wants to have those kind of things happen. But there was someone actually on Top Cat's channel, a doctor that was talking about this as well, going through the DNA. And I would love for us to be able to get someone who's actually testing the DNA and they're finding different information than what's being given to us through Google.
Can I say
But
something,
a lot
Dorothy,
of
real
people
quick?
don't want to deal with the antagonistic antics of YouTube. Let's be real. All right,
But
Sister
it's
Freedom.
always our people who stab our people. Look what Akil, and I'm not trying to call you out, but don't say Ali Muhammad really, because the situation is that give him the at least the opportunity to prove him wrong, prove his stuff wrong or something. But the white man can tell us anything and we'll just jump right on it and agree with it and believe it and roll all in it and
No
laugh.
cap.
I mean, for real though. But when it's one of ours bringing information, we do stuff like really, that ain't his name, all kinds of stuff to knock our own. We do it every day, all day. We step on our own selves and we agree with the enemy all day long, right or wrong, no matter what sections they put us in, categories, all kinds of stuff. It's cool because it's
Bible.
got this big word science in front of it or some bull crap that's
Yeah.
supposed to make it
And
real.
let's talk about this scamming. We're gonna have to have a whole show on this. Of what constitutes as a scammer? What
Yeah,
makes someone
what's
a
and
scammer?
has he ever scammed you? I mean, why
Right.
are you
Like
repeating what other
it's
people like
not
go
them
along and get
personally.
along
So
type people?
they're from the outside
Ain't
looking
that
in.
man ain't did nothing to you,
No,
and
that's
you would
wild.
Because
say that,
I think he
Yeah, yeah.
heard that on someone's show that
and now
someone
repeat it.
Right.
that
And now he's
someone
repeating it. Yeah.
right that
You can't
someone
repeat what
said
other people say.
that he was taking money from people and was somebody said on
How
a
you gonna
popular
take
show.
money from people? Somebody will have to give it to you because they believe in you or whatever. How you gonna take it? Come on, man. Don't go with what other people say.
When somebody don't care for you, then they gonna say anything. And so I
Yes.
think it's our due diligence to okay. So if someone presenting us with information, instead of just saying oh, that's pseudo. Oh my God, I hate that. Oh, that's pseudo. That's pseudo. Do the work. Don't just take it because
Because
somebody else
my
do
whole
it.
thing is, and I think we talked about this last time as far as when we're saying what really constitutes as misinformation. So if someone actually, cured something, an ailment that they had by eating a lot of bananas because they needed potassium, it's misinformation to say, oh, well, bananas cure ailments because look, bananas killed this or cured this person. That it may be for a specific thing that it cured, but it doesn't mean it cures everybody. But it's still not misinformation from that person that
Right.
didn't have enough information to know what bananas really did for that particular person. Now it's on us to say, okay, let's take what the person had, let's compare it and see, oh, okay, this specific thing bananas is good for. It's not good
Right.
for everything,
And you can't
but
give
that's
that
as
banana
we
full
grow and have
information.
more information. It doesn't make someone a scammer because they don't have all the information all at once.
They
They're
should
just
stop
giving the
using that
information
word
they
because
have.
somebody probably could use that word on them too about a lot of things they
Exactly.
do.
And I don't like it because it's mainly used with Dr. Sebi. And yes, there was things that Dr. Sebi was wrong about, but there was a lot that he was right about. There's a lot
Yes,
that he
absolutely.
progressed other people to this day that are using his information and benefiting from his information. So the things that he got wrong, that's for us to fix, not to call him a scammer.
Yeah, that's just wrong. It's just wrong.
But hey, I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna say, you know what I'm saying. I just wanted to let y'all know peace and love to
Thank you.
everybody on the panel in the chat, everybody watching afterwards.
Peace
You know
and
what I'm saying.
love.
And y'all know I'm gonna be here. So anytime y'all want to do another show, let me know. I'm gonna reach out. I'm
That
gonna talk to my Dukes. You know what I'm saying, and my shooter. You know what I'm saying. It was in the chat. Roots below. You feel me? I'm gonna have her come on. And yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like I said, I want a healthy dialogue with this because being able to talk to people like outside of the YouTube community, it's a lot of unity on the other end of this conversation. Like people are willing for us to embrace our indigenous ancestors and fight for them the same way they doing theirs. And if we can unify fighting for land everywhere, I think we'll be surprised how successful we might be able to be. You know what I'm saying? So with that, I say peace to everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Peace. And
peace
good
and
night,
Peace
love.
and
Mama.
good night.
Peace and love.
Mama
Peace,
Gina.
Miss Gina, and peace, Roots. And we definitely can't wait to have the conversation with all three of you. It was really good tonight. And I
Very good.
for staying 7 hours to talk to us. It was really good. He came in, he was like, here's all this stuff I'm doing. And I wasn't even ready for everything that he laid out.
Everybody, where did Dr. Sabi get his degree from, Akil? But Dr. Sabi cured a lot of people. Brother Lie kills me, girl. Brother Lie.
From one shooter to another shooter. Peace, Roots.
Right. And thank you. That means so much to us, Miss Gina. But yeah, I think it's always a good conversation when we have these conversations, honestly, because I mean, that's really getting back to the point of where it all begins. And I think, like, I've never meant to be offensive to Sakina, but I think that was the only point that I was making, that we gotta stop with it being like it's the end all be all because something that we always believed got proven wrong versus what we have. Because I've always said too, like, with all these people that they want to find this king, they want to find this queen, they want to find some royalty in their line. I never needed that because I don't know if it's because I've just lost so many people, but to me, those people that I lost, they're the royalty. I don't need someone to put a crown on their head. I don't need someone to deem them to say that they were the most important thing to them. They were the most important thing to me. So to me, that can't be understated. Like, I don't care who didn't bow down to them. They were everything. So I don't really look to be like impressed by that, to be like, oh, there's someone else that's gonna be even cooler or done cooler things. I think it's just more so expanding on the knowledge of who my family is in general.
But you know what, Jay, let me ask you a question. Do you consider yourself African?
I want to say this. When I originally asked that question in the chat, it was,
I'm asking you a whole nother question.
yeah, I heard it. I might answer it on the tail end of this thing. When I originally asked that question in the chat, there was no name attached to it. It was based off of the conversation you all were having up here. And what came to my mind was, if this is the indigenous land of a certain group of people, at what point do they want to be the owners and the people who make the rules on this land? Because in the same conversation, while you all were kind of shitting on the Africans, I said, well, I'm up to current events fairly well, and I could see some of those West African nations actually kicking the French ass out of their land. So I'm like, they're actually doing something that's a model for what the indigenous native blacks should be doing here. So how could we get up here and speak about them in such a funky manner when they're kicking the French's funky ass off of their land? So instead of putting them down, maybe you should actually take note of what they're currently doing, and then we could flex a little bit more in America and be able to say the same things, because they got a little bit more jurisdiction over there, definitely more than the blacks do here. So I know I keep cutting out, so I just don't fully understand, the lack of attention and energy that the Black, Native, Indian, Indigenous has for the people that's occupying and controlling their rightful land. I don't understand why it's not being addressed. Because if someone came up in my crib, kicked me the fuck out, kicked me out, and was just chilling in there, and I'm walking by the crib every single day, watching them have a party, a nice old luncheon, grand meal in it every day, I'm gonna feel some type of way and want to get my ish back. But it seems like instead of getting the get back, it's like, let me bang on this other group of people as a scapegoat. So I want the indigenous, Indian, Native American Black community to stop using Africans as a scapegoat and deal with the people who actually is running and controlling their land. That's all. But
let me respond to that, because I think that's a misconception. But yeah, answer your question.
I'm gonna answer her question. Do I consider myself an African? I always consider myself of African descent. More than anything, I consider myself a Trinidadian.
Oh, okay.
Because that's the culture I was raised in. My grandmother's from the Caribbean. My grandfather from the Caribbean. My other side, they mix with Portuguese and from South Carolina. But I consider myself, because of the culture, like a Trinidadian. I take pride in being Trinidadian.
Well, what I wanted to say was the misconception. I think it happens when people are teaching, the origins of us being called African. They're teaching the Jewish people that taught us to call ourselves African. They're teaching that this term really became something to push in the 1900s and so on and so forth, of the African American. And when you're giving all this information, it comes across as like they're downplaying Africa. They're downplaying Africans. But that's why I said it's so ironic, that I'm married to an African, and that my African husband can say, oh, I can relate more to these Indian people online message than anybody else's message, just on the basis of what the message is really constituting, which is they get to say what their own. So no one's downplaying them kicking out the French, but I'll say a major problem that comes from kicking out the French is the same problem that came through the Zimbabweans when they were kicking out the white people from Zimbabwe. It was great that Robert Mugabe did it, but what ended up happening is the European nations were so powerful, they started to implement all these sanctions against Zimbabwe. So Zimbabwe was the leading manufacturer and exportation of tobacco. They had the best tobacco in the world at the time.
which was completely sanctioned by the EU, and now we don't even hear about Zimbabwe tobacco. When's the last time you've heard about it? Like, no one talks about it anymore, even though they were leading it in the 90s. Well, that's what these European sanctions can end up doing, because these African nations are taking back their power and kicking out these European countries out. So what really happens is, because of the lack of unity with all these supposed Pan-Africans, they can say, hey, where the European nations are coming and kicking you out and saying, oh, we sanction you, we'll step in right now, we'll keep your industry going, because I have this business, I have this where I can utilize these products, and we don't need Europe at this point, and something that could actually push them further and really in kicking these people out. What will happen is the indigenous people in Africa will end up hating the government that kicked out the French or the Europeans. And why will they hate the government that kicked them out? Because they will end up in sanctions that make them even more poor than they were before. They'll have way more worse conditions, and that's why they hate Robert Mugabe, which was actually an actual decent leader that was trying to just make it better from Zimbabwe. But it's hard to tell when you're an indigenous person, you're just looking for a job, and the person is trying to kick out white people, and now all this shit is poured down to us because he kicked out the white people. So we got to have a plan, even when we're doing these things. And it sounds nice and it sounds good to say, oh, we just kicked out this, but that's not always the answer either, when you don't have the unity to do so.
Let me
wait a minute. Let me, before you say something, Jay, let me make sure I never said anything disrespectful concerning Africa. And I don't remember nobody else saying anything disrespectful concerning Africa. We were just saying that we are descendants. Not, well, I was saying I was descendant, not African.
Yeah, no problem. Let me, I want to answer this man in the chat, indigenous black man. He said, you're a faker, you want to be us. Like, when we do the internet stuff, because I have a certain personality, and you called me a coon, we get into these spaces where we start to say the most crazy stuff to people online. But I really want to express this to him. Like, bro, if that ever came out your mouth in real life, I would flatten you so fucking fast, bro. So be glad you can do it over the internet. Because in real life, you saying that to somebody like me, we would not play with you. So don't get disrespectful because you're comfortable on the phone. And I just want to make that clear. Nobody's faking anything. I'm not fake. I came out and tell you exactly what my roots are. Trinidad, South Carolina, Portugal. There ain't no fake about that. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But don't start typing getting disrespectful. Because Lord forbid I see you in real life.
But Akila, you're in the UK. How many continental Africans are you talking to? How many have you sat down with to say, oh, what do you think about the legacy of Robert Mugabe? Or what do you think about the French kicking out people right now, as far as the French being kicked out of Africa or West Africa? What do you think that'll lead to? How many continental Africans are y'all even asking how their motherfucking day is? Like, y'all go so hard about Africans, but you're not talking to any of them. You're not talking to any in real life.
I know that's right, because I have African friends I talk to almost daily, especially when I'm home. And my other Jamaican, and from my children, they Jamaican. My grandchildren, their father is from Guyana. So, I don't understand it. I know what they say because I deal with the people. They say they're 100% African, and they make it plain when they talking to you, rather than trying to make it a joke or not. But I mean, I love them, but I ain't trying to take their stuff from them. As simple as that. I don't know. I just say, if we going to claim to be of African descent, then why aren't we helping them? And we know how they live in the third world over there in the villages and situations. Why are we not all the clothes we give to undone people to resell?
Right.
Putting them in a barrel and sending them over there to our people, since they are brothers and sisters. We could be sending stuff over there. We could be sending detergent. We could be sending soap. We can find families that really need help. We can send them. We can't give up $25 a month, but we go to the sub shop and all kinds of stuff that we do with our money and throw away half the damn sub.
But we can't even talk about it that Pan-African's just an ideology, because it's not really beneficial to any Africans for real. It's not doing anything for their communities. The same white people that people are coming up here to be like, have y'all downed the white people yet? They're the ones that are doing the most in Africa right now.
Absolutely.
The ones that are putting water wells where they didn't have any water wells. Like, it's the same white people, y'all being like preaching to hate and being like, I'm Pan-African to the core. And then he's like, oh, we just gave Africa clean water.
Nothing. And that kills me every time. And it just kills me when they say it. No, just say you African descent, but just stop the bull crap.
Well, everybody have a purpose. I feel or things that I feel like they should do are their own fight. And as for me, I fight for the mental health in my community and to build wealth in my community. So that's my work. My work is not for over there. That's for somebody else. And I support. No, I'm serious. I'll support.
No, I was laughing at your accent. I'm sorry, baby.
Oh, no, it's real. That's work for somebody else. It's not.
No, and I feel that, and I don't think anyone should down anyone for saying that, but I think it's mainly when there's this ideology. There's this thing. I saw it too with the Mexicans. I'll use them as an example of like these people that don't really give a damn about all the Mexicans and don't care that they were in the prisons or that they were getting sent back or that they're dying trying to cross over to get into the America. They just used it to be just like, oh, we care about the dreamers, or let me take this picture, this photo op. That's what Pan-Africans give me. That's what it is. It's just a way to argue in a chat. It's a way to be like, oh, I'm right or anything, but it doesn't have any tangible connection to actual Africans to be like, okay, what about what they're facing? And I think the fact that they're kicking out France and West Africa is a great conversation, but a major part of that conversation is how can we be an ally? And the main thing when you're saying about being an ally is understanding the tariffs and the taxes and the sanctions and all the things that are going to come against them for even saying, oh, we get to kick these people out, and them saying, oh, that's inhumane what they're doing. Because that's what the Europeans are going to do in return when you say, hey, you need to get out. This is really our land. This isn't your land. They're going to come against them in tenfold. That's what they would do to us. Everyone has a question about, like, why don't we do that? Because our government dropped an atomic bomb on people and they do not give a damn. So when you are trying to come against them, you got to be strategic. You can't just be like, oh, we're just going to do this today because we felt like it. No, you have to understand who you're coming against. And France is really strong. France has been getting paid. Do you know that Haiti has been paying France for ending slavery since the end of slavery? Did you guys
remember that? Yeah.
Like they are getting paid by the Haitians, no matter like how poor they say the Haitians are, their living conditions, whatever, they're paying France because they're not using them as slaves.
Right. So, and what kind of, we look at the 1619, when they quote unquote, got from under their thumb, and to still have to pay them, did you really win?
Exactly. So it's just a thing that we get to celebrate, which is a great victory. And it is impressive as far as being like they came together and galvanized together. But it means nothing because we can't continue on and galvanize together and do anything else. We just use these moments as talking points. oh, like this happened at 1619. This happened with Robert Mugabe once. This happened with the French getting kicked out. But that's my point of, okay, now how do we sustain it? How do we say, okay, we got your back, so now you don't have to turn around and let the French back in? Because what will happen is Europe's going to come against them. And once Europe is coming against them, what are they going to do but be like, okay, well, we got to let France back in. We got to get the Europeans back on our side. So it really means nothing if we're not sustaining our independence, if we're not sustaining our freedom. It's just something that we get to celebrate. Like the one time we won this battle, but we lost the war.
Okay, let me say this, y'all. A barrel costs $40, $35 to $40, right? For a whole 3 months, 90 days. You know what I'm saying? You go to some of your friends and stuff. You got clothes, you know what I'm saying? Good clothes in good condition. You know what I'm saying? That you can put, I'll get them. I'll come to your house, pick them up, put them all in a barrel. And then you get a little donation. I think it costs like $100 and something to send it over. I dare somebody. Wait a minute. I'm not talking about you, niece. I'm talking about
that they were stopping that though. I could have swore I read something about they were stopping all of the clothes. I'm gonna have to get that article.
Yeah, get it from me because it ain't stopping Jamaica. I know that. But what I'm saying is, what I'm just saying for all these people, and we over here, we really do, according from what I see, we live way better than them. And we waste so much. And I'm just talking about clothes. It's not going to hurt us to go to the dollar store and get dish detergent, to get detergent, and it be name brands in the dollar stores, and just put it in the barrel. Ask a couple of your friends, you got $5 to spare? Go to the dollar store and get a couple of things and just throw it in the barrel. And then take a donation. You can even make an arrangement with different churches and stuff, and they'll help pay to send it. Just pick a family or two that you want to come and you want to help. Then I can see when somebody say, I'm African or something like that. I mean, it's not going to hurt. You're not going to lose anything because you ain't wearing. I bet you right now you got so many clothes you don't even wear them. Don't even wear them. They still got tags. I know I do. Shoes. I'm fucking coughing.
Y'all know I don't see those children commercials no more.
I'm just saying.
But those, I would say those are scary, and that's why this is even better because
I'm just using it
I
as
remember the one when we were younger, and it's probably around y'all's time too. That old white man that used to go around feeding all the African, I think it was the Feed the Children guy, right? And he was a big scammer, and he got all that money off of it. Y'all know who I'm talking about?
I'm just saying pick a couple.
But yeah, he was all about feeding the Africans. He had the little African children. Of course, he's like a dime a day or a penny a day and all this other stuff and how many lives it could change. And yeah, he was a scammer. He ended up taking all that money, putting it in stocks. He's no different than
Undone Man, right? It was an undone man.
Yeah, white boy.
I'm talking about us. We can easily find families that need
it. Do it ourselves.
We can do it ourselves. We give enough clothing and shoes and all that to the Goodwills, and they resell it for high prices and don't give nothing back to the communities. Now, what I will say is they got a little section in there for for drug addicts, people that use drugs, right? But I mean, they give nothing back to the community. The crazy part of it is I can go into some white neighborhoods and ask them to help, and they'll gladly want to help. That's the crazy part. But right here with all the people that come on the different platforms, you say it to them, not one of them will say, okay, let's get in touch with the Sisters of Unscrabble Minds to let them know that we really want to be a part of this movement. You know what I'm saying? They won't do it. They see it. I don't know how this is like the third time I've mentioned it now. I'm gonna start going on some of these panels that be talking about they so-called African and saying it to them. Well, the Unscramble My Sisters want to start an organization because we can do it. We got a 501c3 where we can start the organization. You can make sure that the clothing or whatever, you can do it from where you at. From where you at.
I think maybe, but he's, he was like one of the main Feed the Children. I think that was the initiative in the 90s or something. But yeah, he was like the Murdochs, and well, not the Murdochs, but I forgot the other scammer on Wall Street that took everybody's money.
Madoff.
Yeah, exactly.
Good night. Assalamu alaikum. I'm just trying to say it can be done if that's what somebody really want to do. Then they could say, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Stop doing all this stuff, talk and stuff, and don't do nothing. It irritates me. You're just right. You're right, Belicio.
But I really do. Yeah. And it's a question, and people feel
we
like,
have the connections.
I'm disingenuous for asking, but I really have that question for people, like I had for Sakina, not to be rude, but just to be like, I really want to understand, because I don't know if it's because I've lost so many people close to me. I've lost my parents. They transitioned. My grandparents have all transitioned. Most of my aunts and uncles, they've all transitioned. I'm
going to answer that, Sakina.
So when we're talking about this stuff, I feel very close to the ancestors. I'm like, the ancestors is all you got. Like, why wouldn't you want to know their name? And why wouldn't that be more important? Just even knowing their name than to feel like you're from some country because a test gave you that. I don't understand where the actual family's not the most important thing.
It's the most important.
Okay, it is. Let me answer Sakina Muslima, because we don't have to live like that, Sakina. They have no other choice. We don't. In America, we do not have to live like that. We can get help all over the place. I've been young. I had a child early. We can get help. Yes. We got places that we can go sleep at night, get up, places where you can actually have 3 meals and a bed, get up the next day to try to find a job. We don't have to live like how they live. There's no way we have to live like that. The questions that Sakina asked was, why don't we do the same for the people here in America that that don't have that much? Because we don't have to live like that. We don't have to. A poor person can go to a church and they will put them up to find a place to live, even pay for them to stay in the hotels, give them clothing, and make sure they got food. Not in Africa. Not in some places in Jamaica. Not my daughter, my baby daughter sends clothing and money and everything to Guyana. Am I saying it right? Guyana. Every month. Every single month. She got kids by a man from Guyana, and every month she sent money over to his mom, to help with the family. They send money over. I'm not gonna say her. I'm saying they do. What children you talking about? Because our people don't get because we don't ask. That's what I say about America. All you got to do is ask, and you shall receive. So, I mean, I'm confused. I live in America, so I know, and it ain't nothing compared to what I see out here, and nothing compared to what I've seen in Africa. So,
all of Africa is not third world, though.
No, I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about just the third world parts. I'm talking about the because the people that live in the other parts can't really do too much for them. They just making it. And believe me, for some reason, over in the third world countries, their prices is high. I don't get that, but the prices is high. Everything is just high.
Yeah, because they take advantage. Like, it's not all third world, but they do take advantage. So, of course, like, it depends on where you live. There's still a city. There's still all this other stuff.
Well,
But the
stop.
corrupt government there, the governments there, they're not like, oh, the government here is so much better and the government there is this. No, it's like really corrupt over there. They really be taking the people's money and really exploiting them to the fullest. I've always talked about that with my husband, like, oh, I want to open up a business. I want to pay them a certain thing. And he's like, you can't pay them that. I'm like, well, why couldn't I? I just want to pay them something that's good. He's like, you're going to get them killed. Like, just for them going home with so much money, they're not going to even make it home because they're going to hear, oh, this business is giving out this much amount of money and everybody's going to be flocking. That has been why they haven't opened up a lot of stadiums when it comes to sports, because it's like, okay, well, what are the people that aren't doing well? How are they going to treat the stadium? What's going to happen to the people that work there? All this other stuff. So, yeah, it's not all third world country, but it's not America, our continent, but it's not America. It's definitely not America.
Jay said, Jay, you know we love you. Let's keep it 100. But you know you was a bit tit. Don't just leave that alone.
Oh yeah, we got Detroit. We got some places like Flint, Michigan, or places like that are definitely the struggle. So it's not saying that, oh, we don't struggle over here. It's just that it's a different type of struggle.
Very much so.
And it's a struggle that a lot of them, even the more privileged of them, they would have gotten to see, where we don't really get to see certain things.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, y'all. It's not nowhere near America. I mean, it's just no comparison. In no type, way, shape, or form.
Okay, well, y'all send y'all stuff off.
I understand, Sakina.
And I'm gonna do my work over here.
I said I understand. It's just a movement. That's it.
No, definitely, and we should do stuff over here too. Cause yeah,
I'm just saying. I see what going on in America, and when I'm just talking about things you don't want. Are you giving them to the poor people that's in America? No, we give them to we get a big pile of bags and trash bags full of clothes, and what we do, we take it to the Goodwills. I'm just saying.
Yep. So definitely, we could definitely do more for people in America as well, and making sure, I've always done more food stuff, and there's always volunteers.
We love you, Jay.
Food.
Jay, stop.
Jay. So there's always that, like packing food, getting food boxes, getting the perishable items, stuff like that to help out. So they always are looking for volunteers when it comes to that. But we really should be doing more where we can, and definitely starting to get with these younger people and children, and really pushing information, pushing that we need to actually grow, because how else are we going to change what's going on? We had to start somewhere.
I know I do the hand-me-downs too, Sakina.
I did so too.
I got 6 granddaughters. They all get each other stuff.
I'm so sad. Like one,
I'm not.
One of my friends I grew up with, and we went to the same church. She's actually the one that gave me the most hand-me-down stuff for JJ. She gave me like all her old stuff.
Oh, and it'd be so nice, right?
1 year but she passed away from breast cancer.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's so sad. She's so young, 35. 35. But yeah, like that be the thing though, like really just those old clothes, those different things, like you don't think
just anything, toys, anything. Those little kids don't get toys.
And half the times they don't even wear them. Like they spend, especially the baby ones, like so many people give you so many clothes, so many onesies, all this other stuff, and they grow out that stuff so fast. Yeah. You probably got he wore it one time. Yeah, give it to someone that needs it, that are gonna struggle. Their kids don't have those onesies, don't have those coats, they're struggling for shoes, all this other stuff.
I don't know how many of my granddaughter's stuff, their toys and stuff, I done took to the Goodwills. You know what I'm saying? Their toys and stuff I could have been just putting it in, you know what I'm saying, in a big old barrel and just sending it. You know? That's just how I think. I don't know. I live in
No,
America.
I agree.
I'm just saying I live in America, so I know all you gotta do is ask. Hell, on Christmas time, you can sign up for all the different churches and you ain't got to buy your children, you ain't got to buy them nothing because they'll give them all the stuff that you put on the list that you want to get for your kid.
I used to volunteer in those angel ones, those angel trees, I think that you're talking about, and giving them what they're asking for and stuff like that. But
And
yeah,
they will even go get it, even a bike, all kinds of stuff.
I don't know, something about me. My friend were talking about that, and like, you know, my mom was never single, but he had a single mom, and it was like, we were talking about the whole Christmas thing, and I was like, one thing about Christmas though that even is part of like the Black growing up experience is your mom always telling you she ain't got it this year, she won't have the money, all this other stuff, like, oh, I can't give you all this stuff, but I'm gonna pick out your most one that you want the most, and you're gonna have that. Then you wake up Christmas morning and you see everything
Everything.
you asked for.
I remember those days.
Yeah. Like, how can you take that away from kids?
I remember those days, but you know, my son never had a Christmas ever. But his birthday December 27th, so he ain't missed nothing nowhere. But I remember
Yeah, and I'm
me.
sure you did the same thing, though, them new game systems. Oh, you can't have all of it. You can't get that and that. You gotta choose. Then they get all of
And
it.
these days, the toys didn't cost $25. Now the toys is costing $600 and $700 of
Oh
dollars.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It is more expensive for me. I'm glad you can feel my pain.
Yeah, yeah.
But still, I gotta figure out, because I'm always gonna be that too. Like, I'm just like, I gotta give my son that. That was like the joys of
I
growing
had
up.
to give my son a limit.
Mm.
You had to get to a limit with my son, unless it was a real big thing like a game, the game and all that stuff he want for his game and all that. He want a game chair, the game counts, all this stuff for that game stuff. So now, when after all that, man, I said you getting a limit, $300 or something, because he grown now. That's it. He
Right.
still wants stuff for his birthday.
And yeah, you still spoiled, grown and spoiled.
Yeah, only got one son. One son.
But you
No
got other
son.
children though.
Huh?
You got more than one child.
Okay.
What's their budget? Is their budget 300 too?
No.
Do they even have a budget?
No. They don't ask for stuff like he do.
Because they know.
I don't
They
celebrate
spoil
Christmas.
him too.
They sure do. And
That's
this they don't. I don't do Christmas.
spoiling that
So
grown
they
ass
only do
man.
stuff like on their birthdays. And on top of that, I just for the New Year I'll cook.
That's why his girlfriend can't stand him. It's because of y'all.
Yeah, it's okay.
He's so spoiled. Then he just called one of y'all. He like, oh, I can't call my mama. Call my sister.
He's a baby. He's a baby. Oh, Sakina, you got one son and one daughter. I got two daughters and a son. Yeah. So I only got one son, and he's way younger than my daughters. You know, he's way younger than them. But anyway, y'all, it's late. I'm tired. My voice is cracky. That's right.
No, I feel for the girlfriend. I understand. Like, I don't want to deal. You called your sister, your mama. I'm going
Yeah.
out. No, but
Make
no.
sure everything in my name too, so she can't take it from me. Psych.
Crazy.
That's so ignorant. She got my car right now. I'm in Jamaica and she got my car. He don't even have it. So, and she got the keys to my house. He don't even have it. See? Wait a minute, 2 and 6. Oh, your kids. Oh, who's the baby? The boy. Sakina, who's the baby? The boy. The boys are so special. My daughter hear that. I can
All children are special.
hear my daughters now saying, Mom.
And it's so funny because it's like the way you feel about it, because I guess it's just the opposite, because the people that just are having boys and they just cannot have a girl, they feel so slighted in life.
My daughters do. They be like, he ain't special with his big head. They be saying all kinds of, and he's scared to death of that little one. My daughter, the little one, Kendra, that girl say stand up straight, he'll stand up straight, and he's 6'3", and she 5 foot. He listen to her before he'll listen to me. Oh,
Because that means that Kendra spoils him the most.
Kendra's terrible. Kendra's mean as hell. But you know what I can say about my daughter Kendra? If I don't got something for him, she got it. Every year she buy all his school clothes. When he was in school, Kendra would buy a pair of Timberlands, 2 pair of sneakers, 6 pair of jeans, 6 tops, and a coat every single year. From the time she started working, and she's still at the same job. When he started going to school, every year. And he'll buy a game and be happy. Buy him a game, couple games. But Kendra, she's extreme. She like a second mom to him. And she the baby. Kendra's the baby. He my son, Kendra the baby. She said her daughter's a mini me. My son is I'm telling you, Sakina. See what I'm saying? Thank you, indigenous black man. That's my little king. But he don't do like how I raised him. Because I told him, don't you ever pick a dish up. You can go take the trash out.
No, he's a good kid for real. Like he really is. You can tell he was raised right. So he's very respectful and everything. So
I don't know about all that. You see, he think I'm
from what I've seen, he's respectful.
I can't beat him. 6'3". I'm gonna beat him. He's 6'3" and weigh 200 and something pounds. I tries to beat him. But I let Kendrick.
You never whooped him. I already can tell you never whooped him.
I've never
trying to scold me for whooping JJ, which I need to whoop him right now.
I don't like that. I don't, because you might actually hit his little thingy.
He'll be all right. You know, he needs a whooping sometimes. Kids need to be whooped. We can debate this.
I never beat him.
And that's based on your kid, okay? Your kid wasn't gangster like that. Mine is.
What? You was terrible. Girl, I'm a terrible mom. I let my kids do all kinds of stuff. I'm a bad mom.
Well, I ain't letting JJ do all kinds of stuff. He crazy enough. He should have.
My son slept with me until he was 12 years old. God darn it. Girl, I'm a terrible mom. I am. I let my kids shoot. When I'm getting a fight, I take my nieces, my cousins, you better not hit my kids. Somebody said, don't you whoop that baby, though.
No, I'm whooping them.
Don't whoop them. Just talk to them real stern.
But that don't work at all. Not at all. So I told you how I already got like the wooden spoon. My auntie used to call it the sad spoon. I got the sad spoon. I whooped him with it. And then he was into something he ain't had no business doing. He went and got the sad spoon and brought it to me. All right, what is this? These new kids, I can't. I can't with these kids.
I think my oldest daughter is the only one I ever had to get with one time, 1 or 2 times. My oldest daughter, but
See,
other than
no, I
that,
haven't
I
punched
never had no
him
beef
yet.
either. You can't just beat Kendra. Kendra stand up to my son. I ain't taking it. Kendra crazy. You could talk to me. You don't got hit me. You can talk to me. Kendra crazy. That oldest one though. Only thing my kids will ever get in trouble for. I tell my kids, you don't gotta lie to me about nothing. If you did it, just say you did it. You ain't gonna get in trouble no how. Shoot, I don't even care if my kids get suspended. If somebody hit you, go
That
on.
was always a lie too. Oh, like if you just tell y'all ain't gonna get in trouble. If you just tell, oh, I'm just whooping the person, it didn't matter what you did. Everybody was always gonna get a whooping. So then we just figured that just like we ain't gonna tell, we ain't gonna snitch. You gonna whoop us all anyway.
Uh-uh. My Kendra tell everything. Kendra tell everything. Ain't he coming out? I don't know what she talking about, mom. I don't know. Kendra said, no, mom, we did it. Kendra made me laugh so much I couldn't even get him if I wanted to. I'll be yelling at Kendra. I'll be like, I'm gonna whoop y'all. I'm gonna tell him I did it. Kendra be like, lower your tones, Big Rob. Lower you, girl. You got Sears. She'll be like, lower your tones. Lower your tones. It's gonna be all right. We gonna talk about it. Girl, Kendra something. Tiny Kendra what? Kendra right now she having a baby. I guarantee you Kendra don't weigh no more than 125 pounds. And about 130 at the most. And it's all baby. That child something. I never showed you what Kendra looked like, Dulcie.
No, you show me a picture.
You see how little she is?
Oh yeah, she's little.
She's little, yeah. She ain't, but my mom is only 5'1". So
Yeah,
they
my
took
mom was 4'11", but she wasn't like
after them Quarles, the Quarles family, because I took after my dad's side. I'm tall and my kids is short, except Rodrigo. He's not.
I
He's
would
not.
want my son to defend himself, and that's where it gets to a problem because it's like, oh, his expression and he expresses aggression, and I'm like, okay, there's part of it. I'm like, okay, I want him to be able to express that he's angry or anything like that, but then it just goes too far, and it's like, okay, now we gotta whoop him. But I think there's a good medium of just being like, okay, you can't do these things, but just allow them to still feel their emotions. I feel like we got beat out of all our emotions. I laugh about that now, but I'm like, that could be trauma filled because, yeah, I knew at a certain age, even if I was like in pain, I didn't cry. I would come in the house like, okay, well, I broke my foot. I think I need to go to the hospital, but I went back. Like I was like, make sure I'm not crying, because oh man, if you can't say what happened and they can't tell what happened, then you get a bigger whooping. You get whooped some more, and it's like I'm already in pain. So,
Mm.
but
I
yeah,
got so many whoopings when I was kids. I swore I was never gonna beat my kids. That's I'm never gonna beat my kids.
see, I didn't get a lot, but they were meaningful. You know those times like when you just get whooped and then they're like, suck it up. And then you just
And another thing, my teacher could lie on me and say I did something and I get in trouble for it. Well, I don't believe nothing the teacher said about my kids. I said, they call me Miss Redden. Tanadre did this, and I said, no, did you see him do it? Well, click. Then I go up to the school and be a whole attorney for him.
see, no, I got in trouble for things like that. You know, when they used to make you write stuff to be like, you know, write 100 times, I will not, whatever you did. Well, this teacher accused me of doing something I didn't do. And then she made me write. So I just went and wrote, and I got in trouble for that. They were like,
You
don't
said
you
the right.
ever.
I will not this. I will not that.
Yeah, I will not.
But my dad was different though. My dad was different. My dad make me go outside and fight, even if you did not want to fight. You gotta fight anyway. My dad was like
Oh
that.
yeah, that's part of our family though, and you couldn't get beat. If you got beat, then you're gonna get another whooping because you lost in your fight. But
My dad would come
my
outside.
parents always said a fight
Shit.
isn't fair, so you ain't gotta fight fair. Ain't no such thing as fair in a
I
fight.
know that's right. I don't give a care.
So,
I'll fight. I'll
you
bite
do
your nose.
whatever to win.
I ain't never been in a fight in my entire life that I didn't bust somebody's nose and lips all up. Never. If my dad will make my sisters come outside, my dad will make my sisters come outside and dare anybody to jump in, and nobody wanted to fight. My sister that passed away, nobody didn't want to fight her.
Right, that's like my mama. I told people about my grandmama, and Sachi said she was a wild Indian. So then now my mom was so bad. She was the teacher, and she told the teacher if she ever saw her on the street that she would whoop her ass. And then
I know that's
one
right.
time that the teacher saw her on the street, she crossed the street.
Well, I know so.
But she fought this little boy, and she wrapped a metal chain around her hands, and she beat him up.
I used to give my kids stuff to take to school with them.
Yeah, it's that Jersey. It's you Jersey girls.
I'm from Jersey.
Yep. Because my mom, Lakewood, born and raised. But yeah, so yeah, she definitely was about that.
Yeah. That's that straight Jerseyness.
Yeah.
And my kids, I don't play with my kids at all. I'm taking you just like my grandfather, I'll take you right to their house. Plus, I admit I've changed a lot. I was wild. I wasn't gonna let nobody do nothing like that's right, Sakina Muslima. I don't believe nothing they say. Shoot, I don't believe nothing they said about my kids. I tell my kids to tell me when they get home because you can tell me now. Look at Nisha. Nisha said, I ain't worried about none of that. Nisha said, y'all got that to worry about, not me.
No, my brother got in a fight defending himself. And so he had they gave him he was bigger. So, it's like a all hazard type of thing they would say. So anyways, they gave him a chance either to be suspended or to go to like an alternative school for I think a week or something where he would still get his homework. Well, my mom went up to that alternative school and she was like, it was just like jail. He couldn't have name brand clothes on. They were just like the way they were doing stuff. She was like, nope, you just gonna be suspended. I ain't taking you there. F that.
I don't blame her. I do not blame her. Those are your kids. And you don't protect your kids, ain't nobody gonna protect. I make people so scared they be like, don't, her mom gonna come up here. Shoot, that's right. And I'm bringing my sisters.
Right. Them white teachers used to know better too. Like, oh, don't get her mom to come up here because then
I got sisters my kids though. I got sisters the same age as my children. And they'd be down for it. Come on, y'all. My little sister, the one you see in the picture with me, she the same age Annie is. She just 1 year older than her. Then my other sister, she's the same age Annie is. They all Annie age. Around about her age. So shoot. My dad got all them daughters. Sure do, and I'm glad. But anyway, y'all, it's time we can get off of here. Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's like 4:24 there. It's
You
3:24
have to be
here.
ashamed of yourself to stay up this late. You too, Sakina Muslima. What y'all doing up this late?
I'm
Anyway,
rolling. I'm
are you
rolling my
serious?
bedtime blunts. Yeah, I'm
You
serious.
two rolling what? Your
My
what?
bedtime blunts,
Oh Lord. Oh Lordy.
my sleepy time, gelato.
Well, I know one dang thing. I'm going to sleep now. Because tomorrow's Saturday. I'm coming back next week though.
Oh yeah, you get back next week. Are we going on tomorrow? When we taking a break?
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
we'll never know till tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, anyway, y'all, good night, y'all. Y'all, Dulcie, stay on for a second.
Okay.
Niche. Okay.
All
All
right.
right.
Good night, y'all. Thank you for tuning in, for staying up with us. It's always a pleasure.
She said, my man story. I'm gonna kill you, Sakina. She said,
She's a finishing mine. Yeah.
mine is in the other room snoring. He ain't coming here with me all loud. All right, y'all. Good
All
night.
right.
I'm gonna
Good
do this.
night.
All right. I ended it.